Hey everybody, it's me, Melody. Welcome to my stream. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the like, subscribe, and share button on your way in. And also make sure you guys are supporting the stream. And when I say supporting the stream, I'm not just talking about donate. That would be nice, but I'm talking about sharing, letting other people know that I'm live because right now I'm shadow banned. So the more you share, the more people will see that I'm live. So please share the stream. Very, very important. So today I'm doing a very short video because I have something to do in an hour, but I'm going to do a very short video on a survey that I asked you guys about, what was it, about 3 or 4 days ago? So before I get into that, this is something that I want to try to do at least every other day. I'm going to make a survey. I'm going to see the percentage of what you guys think, like what you guys voted on. And I'm going to read the comments and I want us to break it down on my live stream. So I'm going to try to do that at least 2, 3 times a week. So be prepared for that and make sure you guys participate in it. Like if you see a survey, participate in it so we can, have a good show. So the survey that I asked you guys was, which of the following do Black women do the most? I only had 8 comments on that one, and most of the comments were the same. We'll get into that. But the first thing was wear bonnets in public. That was 7%. So 7% of you guys said Black women wear bonnets in public a lot. Talk down on Black men. That was about 20% of you guys said that Black women talk down on Black men. Become single mothers. That was 8%. Then we had abortions, which was only 3%, which is very interesting because I thought that would be one of the higher ones, but that was only 3%. And then all of the above, that was, of course, 62%. So most of you guys think that Black women do all of the above a lot. So we're going to get into that. But before we continue, let me see. I'm going to read the comments first. So Kevin Murray, he said all of the above. Then we had Jessica Hendrick. She said Black women be in others' businesses the most. Okay, we can probably explain that because, a lot of Black women do be in other people's business. And they always start in trouble. That's another thing they do a lot. Um, and basically everybody else said all of the above. So I'm going to say hi to the people who showed up. Hi, Rayhanma. Salute to you. Hi, Celine. Hi, Linda Anderson. Nice to see you. It's been a while. Oh, wait. Why did it go all the way down there? Oh, Riza. Hi. He says, big fan. Thank you. I appreciate it. SMH. Thank you for that. You guys see that. Melody Show is the cash app. Then we have Blue TV 2021. He says, stay home and hydrate. Definitely, guys. COVID is definitely out there, so make sure you guys are protecting yourself with masks and make sure you guys are like hydrating a lot. Drink a lot of water. That's very important. So, yeah, thanks for that, Blue. Kevin Murray says, share the live stream. Please, guys, share it. If you have Instagram, if you have Facebook, if you have whatever you have, share it on every platform because that will help. That will help get this out. Um, Hi, Aaron B. Salute to you. He says there's beef between Anton and Kay. Oh, really? Okay. Well, we'll talk about that. Hey, Mel. Let me see who else we got. Straightway Georgia Elder Rufus. Hey. Hi, Chowhound. Salute to you. Demetrius. Hey. Bronzebird. Hi. He says the bonnets control their brains. Yeah. Bonnets are only supposed to be to protect your hairstyle when you're asleep. I don't know why people wear them outside. It's very annoying when I see it. But yeah, black women, we need to get it together. Stop wearing bonnets outside. It's not cute. Thank you so much, Linda. She says she shared it on her Facebook. Thank you, Linda. I appreciate you. And hey WG, that's about it. Oh, and No Country for Old Simps. Hey. Okay, so most of you said all of the above, but let me see which was the top. Um, okay, so talk down on black men. So 20% of you guys said black women talk down on black men. Now, I do agree with that. They're always saying negative things. Oh, you ain't shit. You ain't no good. Um, they say black men are terrible fathers. What else they say about black men? Um, they say black men are Pookies and Ray Rays. They say black men would never be anything. Black women say they would rather date white men. I hear so much negativity about black men, but it's like other races seem to uplift black men. Like everybody, you have the Asians, you have the Latinas, you have the white women. It seems like every other race seems to uplift you guys and make you feel more empowered than black women. So I dropped the link. So if anybody want to come up and explain that, well, talk about anything that I have on my list, please feel free to hit the link. See, thank you, Bronzeberg. He says Ratchet Outfit 2022. Bonnets, leggings, Crocs, or Yeezy sneakers. Possible BBL surgery. Exactly. Like, it's crazy because people are like what are they doing? Financing them, the BBLs? Like they're getting it on credit, right? They're paying some of them what they paying like 300 a month, like they're leasing a car. It's ridiculous. You paying for your body every month like you're leasing a car. And most of these women don't even have cars, don't have houses, but guess what they do have? They have nice bodies and they don't have it like a normal woman should have a nice body. They don't go to the gym and work out. They're not walking, they're not jogging. These women are going over to DR, laying on a table, and a lot of them are losing their lives just to get a BBL. Like, what are we doing here? This is this is 2021. This is what black women think isn't think is important. Like about a month ago, Cardi B was on Instagram saying BBL over getting your teeth fixed. I don't know if any of you guys saw that, but she was arguing with people like, "Oh, getting your body done is way more important than anything because you can get what you want from a man." And she was just saying a whole bunch of ratchet stuff. And I'm like, wait a minute. So you're telling me you would rather get your body done than to go to the dentist and get your teeth fixed? You want to walk around with messed up crooked teeth that's yellow, but have a nice body? It don't make sense. As soon as you smile at a dude and he see those teeth, he's out of there. He's not staying. He don't care how nice your body is. So it's very sad, but these women are getting their bodies done because they're trying to get to the bag. They're trying to get these men to spend all this money on them. They're trying to get Birkin bags, and there's another bag out. I don't even know what it's called, but I heard the girls on Fresh and Fit talking about it. I forgot the name of the bag, but they're like, yeah, niggas is dropping mortgage money on my bag. I'm like, mortgage money on your bag? That makes no sense. Instead of using that money to buy a house, something that's beneficial to you, you rather him use that money to buy you a Birkin bag? Are you kidding me? And you taking a bus, but you got a Birkin bag. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It don't make any sense. Weave all the way down to your feet. That's another thing black women are doing. I'm seeing black women wearing Rapunzel weaves. Like, come on, ladies. If you're gonna get a weave, or if you're gonna get extensions, if you're gonna get clip-ins, at least make it look natural. Get it your hair texture. Get it a realistic length. Don't get the weave going all the way to your feet. Like, it make no sense. Eyelashes touching the ceiling. I told this story, I think on GC's about a month ago. I'm not gonna lie, I do Uber Eats on the side. That's my side hustle. I went to McDonald's to pick up food for a customer. This lady walks out of the back with eyelashes almost, well, I'm exaggerating when I say touching the ceiling, but they were so long. I've never seen eyelashes this long. All the way up. She had the short haircut that a lot of LGBTQ women wear, that real short haircut with the sides shaved off. She looked ridiculous. I was so embarrassed as a black woman seeing this woman walk out with eyelashes to the ceiling. I couldn't believe it. Only our women do stuff like that. I've never seen any other woman of any other race with eyelashes that long. It was ridiculous. No, Leo, I wasn't in Newark. I think, where was I? I think in Patterson. I was in Patterson picking up food. It was embarrassing. Her nails. This lady's nails were so long that they were, how nails start curving? Her nails were curving in a circle. So not only did she have long eyelashes, she had nasty long nails. Only our women do this. They think that black men want this, but it's not. Black men don't want that. That's disgusting. They're not doing this for black men. They're not competing to get black men. They're competing with each other. They only women think that look good. Men don't think that look good. Trust me, men do not think that's cute. So, you know, black ladies, we really need to get it together, like for real. Let me see what else black women do the most. Um, so let's talk about the fact that abortions only came in 3%. I was thinking abortions was gonna be more like 20% because they say black women are aborting babies at a high rate. Like in Englewood, New Jersey, they have an abortion clinic. And when I walk past that clinic, anytime I'm walking past it, you see a whole bunch of black women going in there. Nothing but black women, black women, black women. And sometimes I think to myself, like, wow, like, what are you doing? Why are you going in there to kill your child? Like, that's just really, really sad. That's all you see is black women walking up in an abortion clinic. And I know some of you guys are going to say, oh, Melody, white women abort their babies at a higher rate than black women. I'm not really concerned with other races of women. I'm concerned with our women. Um, I think black women are in second place after white women, but it's a really big problem. And I'm tired of seeing it. It's crazy. I'm sick of seeing that. Um, as far as we said, did we cover bonnets? Oh yeah, so wearing bonnets in public. Let's talk about it. Okay. I can't even go to the corner store without seeing black women in their PJs and in their bonnets. Like, what are you doing? Like, do you understand that you're making all of us as a collective look bad? You're not just looking bad. We're all looking bad. So when other races of women see us, they be like, I know she be walking around sometimes in her bonnet, or I know she be outside in her slippers and pajamas, judging us off the rip, judging us because people like you are making us look bad. It's really not right, you know. Um, you see mothers bringing their kids to school in their PJs with bonnets, embarrassing their kids. Whether you know it or not, ladies, that's really, really embarrassing for your kids, for you to be bringing them to school and dropping them off in PJs and bonnets. It's ridiculous. I know I would be embarrassed if my mother ever brought me to school in a bonnet and PJs and long eyelashes that go to the ceiling and a face full of makeup in a BBL body. That's embarrassing to kids. That's embarrassing to kids. Trust me, ladies. And then what's gonna happen when you get old? You know, you get old. What's gonna happen to your body? Because you're not thinking ahead. You're doing it for now. But when you get older, it's gonna look botched, ladies. Your body is gonna look crazy when you're in your 40s and 50s and 60s. And then, not to mention, you have to keep going to the doctor over and over and over again to keep getting clipped and keep getting your body done to keep it up. Just go to the gym, ladies, and just do your hair. You know, brush your hair back in a ponytail and take your kids to school. Or brush your hair back in a ponytail and go to the store. It's simple. It only takes like 5 minutes or 5 seconds to do. If you can't do that, at least throw a hat on. A hat is better than wearing a bonnet. Believe me, ladies. A hat is a lot better. People won't criticize you for wearing a hat. But trust me, other races of women are looking at you funny and laughing and twirling their hair around like, oh, I got hair. I don't have to wear a bonnet. I have pretty hair that I can go to the store in. This is how they're looking at us. I'm sorry. I get real emotional when I talk about the bonnet thing. You guys know that's my pet peeve, seeing other black women walking around with bonnets on. That right there, that gets me the most. That gets me the most. But yeah, that's one of the biggest things I hate. Let me see what else. Oh, becoming single mothers. That was 8%. So everybody know that black women are the highest rate, the highest single mother rate. Um, all other races usually get married, or even if you don't get married, I'm not even going to judge you that bad. Even if you're not married, wait to have a baby with the guy that you're with. Don't get with a guy, sleep with him unprotected, and boom, you're pregnant. Now he don't want you anymore because you chose the wrong dude. You chose Pookie and Ray Ray. You didn't even choose the right guy. You didn't even look into his background and say, does this guy have a good job? Does this guy come from a good home? Is his mom cool? Like, you didn't even look at that. You just said, hey, let's sleep together. Oh, he got money? Let's do it. Like that's how a lot of women look at these men. They don't look at them for who they are, they look at the bag. So, this is why a lot of women are walking around pregnant. And now you raising your kid in a single mother home, and a cycle continues over and over and over and over again. Now your little girl is walking around in a bonnet outside. Now your little girl is pregnant at 15, 16 by Pookie and Ray Ray. Think about it. It's insane to me. Like it's insane. Black ladies, black ladies. Let's get it together. Okay, let me take a sip. Hold on one second. Let me take a sip. Okay. So E. Capone says, keep it going, Melody. Thank you so much, E. Capone. I really, really appreciate your support. But yeah, like, it's just, I'm tired of people who look like me embarrassing the hell out of me. I'm tired of it. And we need to get it together. And if it takes me and other Black women holding these women accountable to change them, then this is what we're going to have to do. Hi, Bayou Bunny. Let me see what she said. One second. I just saw your comment, Bayou. Wait, hold on. So he said, nah, some Latinas be on that shit too. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And I'm from Jersey, so I see it all the time. I see the Latinas. I even see the ghetto whites all walking around the hood with bonnets on and, acting just not classy, just being very, very classless. You see it all the time. But let's not pretend that Black women aren't doing it at a higher rate than them. Yeah, you have your few that do it from other races, but Black women are definitely up there at the top. Um, I thought I saw Bayou say something I wanted to read, but I'm not seeing it anymore. Okay, so I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody have anything to say on this topic? Please come up because I'm not gonna stay on for a lot longer because I had something to do. But I'm gonna drop the link again. And oh, sorry guys, I'm working from my phone. I'm not on my computer. But I dropped the link again, so anybody want to come up and speak on what I said, you can come up. So on a survey, Jessica Hendricks said, Black women be in other people's business. Let's speak on it. Okay. All right. So I'm going to give an example. If, let's say, you are in a relationship and you have a friend that's single, right? And you're going through things with your man, and your friend is asking you, "Hey, what's going on with your relationship?" And you're like, "Okay, she's my friend. I can trust her." So then you start telling her your business. She's going to be giving you advice that's really bad for you. Usually, the friend that's in your business will be the reason why you break up with your man, because she's like, "Yeah, girl, you can do better. You can find a man that's way better than that." They start telling you, "You too good for him." They also like to make stuff up like, "Oh, he cheating on you. Oh, he didn't come home last night, or he didn't come home till 12 o'clock in the morning. Oh, girl, he cheating on you." They say things like that. And stuff like that is what break women up with their man. Hold on 1 second. Hi. Hello? JT, is that you?
Sorry, I just had that on mute. How you doing, girl? How's
I'm
things?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. This is the first time we actually get to talk. Like actually get to talk, right?
I'm glad you came up.
It's great. So, buenos nuevos años, right? To you and
Oh, you
yours,
speak
your family.
Spanish. Thank
Yes,
you. Thank
just
you.
a little bit. Oh my God, shit! This is gonna die off. I gotta.
Uh, Hello? I think his phone died or his computer died. So whenever you fix that problem, I would like for you to come back up so we can talk. But I'm gonna drop you down in the meantime. And wait, how do I? Oh, here we go. And I'm gonna bring you back up when your computer or your phone is charged. But in the meantime, I have someone else here. Hi, Brownsburg. I keep calling you Brownberg because that used to be your name.
Fuck,
Hi,
she knew I was Bronzeberg. God damn it.
I know.
Alright.
I'm
Nah, nah.
sorry.
I was like Birds of Judah. I was trying to troll, but it didn't work because Birds
I'm
is in the name. It's all
I'm
good.
so sorry.
Nah, it's too late.
I didn't mean to.
Nah, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool. I was trying to ask you a question in the chat.
Hmm.
I wanted to know real quick. Like, I don't know if you discussed this, right? Because it's also about presentation. Now, I
Hmm.
always have the mindset that in this society, because we're rooted with the idea of liberation, that women are usually fine with going ahead and dressing provocatively and coming along outside, denoting the fact of the matter they're a little bit more sexual, even though they're not intending to do it. Now, I feel like getting into this if you mind, because I don't want to derail the topic. That's all right, because
No.
it still has to deal with the black women. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So what I want to know is personally, do you are you aware, like, if you wear a certain outfit or your presentation, let's just say IG, because I know brothers be simping for you on the gram. Let's be real, son. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
are you aware, are you aware of that, like that goes on, and do you feel like you might be categorized as a ratchet black woman or biracial woman, whatever, just like on how you present yourself and the outfits you wear? Because I know it's really a big deal for women than it is for men. You know what I
What
mean?
to dress a certain way?
Yeah, like you know what I'm saying. And I'm just curious because I just want to know because I had conversation with like even women in my family, and it's
Hmm.
like like I know somebody like I basically like raised and it's like a friend to me, and I was just like, look, we gotta really be honest here, like sir, it's like I want you to be respected out here, but I don't want some dude getting out of line. They might disrespect you because let's just say it's the summer and you wearing a tank top with no bra. You know what I mean? It's certain things that we talk about, and especially because if it's about respect and not looking ratchet, there's certain markers that comes into the conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I feel I spoke on this before on my channel. I feel that you shouldn't judge by like the way a woman dresses in the summer, especially like because it's hot. You know what I mean? As long as she's carrying herself in a respectable way, that should be all that matters. Like if I want to wear let's say some short shorts and a tank top, why not? It's hot. I'm not bothering anybody. Or if I want to go to the club or a bar in an outfit that's, maybe short, like a short skirt or like a, let's say a club outfit, that's fine as long as I'm doing it at the club.
Hmm.
Or if I want to walk around in a bikini, why not? As long as I'm doing it at the beach
Okay, at the beach, I was about to
or
say,
at the
wildin'. If you gonna be out here
right.
in these streets, you walking in a bikini on a path train or something like that, yo. Like you walk,
Exactly.
Yeah,
But
you're playing with your life that way. You're playing with your life that way. Sorry
man.
about cutting out though.
Now you good,
Sorry
bro.
about that.
When
excuse
you
me.
playing with your life, yo, you out here going in a bikini on a path train. I be like, what the hell wrong with you, psycho? You about
Exactly.
to go to Newark?
Wow. Yeah, you're lucky to get home, right? Like, I mean, like, okay, so it's like a basic fact. It's a very basic fact, like, in terms of criminology and criminal stats and things like that, that when in during the winter time, women are raped less, right? Which is based on what you're saying would be for obvious reasons, right?
Mhm.
Because they're layered up, they got jackets on, they got all this and that, right? It's cold outside. So I mean, like, who's how many people are likely to be that daring, that sick, and that brazen to do that at any time of day on a winter during the winter time as compared to the summer when you're walking on the boardwalk or on Coney Island or you're wherever you want, you're in the Bowery or whatever, you're hanging out with your peoples and somebody's gonna approach you and it's just easier access, right? Just
Right.
natural. Yeah.
True that.
Exactly. But I had went out, I'm not gonna lie, I kinda went out a little bit on half of what you were saying. So can you repeat like from the middle?
Was that me? Me?
Yeah, JT.
Yeah, because I
Oh,
didn't really hear it. Yeah, I'm sorry.
oh, okay. No, no, no doubt. No, the fact is that like there's statistically, like in terms of criminology and whatnot, women are less likely to be raped, approached, taken advantage of sexually in the wintertime for the simple fact that everybody's wearing layers, everybody's layered up. Right. So
Hmm.
you got to go through jackets, you got to go through jeans, hell, maybe somebody's wearing snow pants, who knows, right? Whereas compared to, in the summertime, you're walking wherever, you're in the Battery, in the Bowery, you're somewhere, you're on the shore, and you get approached in the summertime by a man, it's easier to grope you when, you're in a dress or, a skirt or something like that, you're just naturally more exposed, right? That's just basic statistics in terms of how it relates to male behavior.
Right. Oh, somebody have an echo. Hello? Okay. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It is easier for a man to rape a woman. Oh, I hate using that word, but to grape a woman in the summertime because of what she have on. But let's also not pretend that a lot of these women, they dress like that. They dress skimpy and nasty. And then they complain that men are looking at them the wrong way or men want to touch them. This is how you came outside. So obviously you like that attention.
This is true. This is indeed true. Okay, let's not get it twisted at all, people. Let's make it official if you never knew this before, class. Women love attention. They love to be seen. They love to, dabble and twist and turn and do pirouettes for people,
Hmm.
in the streets. They want to, they want people to feel their essence, right? That's part of why they wear perfume and, they dabble with, makeup and bitchcraft and stuff like that because they want to invoke anything that gives off an esoteric type of spell to draw in their prey, what they want, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as we go deeper into, what is now 2022, women, I find, not just in the Black community, but just across the spectrum, are dabbling more in things of an esoteric nature, the spiritualism, the Wicca, all these, the tarot, and they're playing with these things and these forces that they don't understand. And what they don't understand is that feminism was initially, started by witches, right? And witches were the original feminists that, were
I
all about,
believe it.
protecting themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why covens were started, right? Wherein lesbian rituals were enacted, and, satanic rituals of that nature. And, this is what is now becoming prominent again, wherein, you go on pages like Chrissy and even Cynthia G, whether she says it outright or not, are all engaging in this essence of dark femininity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, thinking that at the end of the day, somehow it's going to triumph. And when you sit back and you smoke on it, and you kick your feet up in a lazy boy and drink a beer, and you reflect on that for a little bit, you're going to come to see how evil that is, right? In its very nature, in its very basic nature, how it opposes men and masculinity, and therefore the structures that men have built, right? And the thing
Mm-hmm.
about the woman is that they pursue a passion, an emotional passion, right? Which prevents them from actually seeing the outcomes, the end game, right? How they say that, hindsight is 2020, right? But
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to men, even though our foresight may not be 2020, compared to most women, we all on some level try to make an effort to achieve that, to gain that, to have that foresight, to prevent harm, to prevent threats, to prevent disaster, right?
Right.
And the civilization is kind of built on those cues, right, in order to ensure the survival of humanity. And I just think, and I'm just going to let it go here, that, a lot of this feminist behavior, right, this third wave feminism, it's a disgusting mutation, and it's overdone, it's overkill, right? They've gotten everything they wanted, and they don't want any more. They want supremacy. They don't want equality at this point. And right, they're
Right. But let me ask you a question, JP. Is it working? Is this feminism movement working for them? Are they getting what they want?
you know what? I think that COVID has been the ultimate equalizer. And I think for all humans that are humble and, seek knowledge and seek wisdom and seek solitude within themselves, are going to ultimately look at the fact that, we are all being put in our places. This is a reminder of the weak fragility of humans, and we need but question exactly, where ideas have gotten us to this point. Have our ideas helped us to this point? Even the fact that we have these so-called vaccines and everything, and people are literally getting a vaccine, getting vaccinated, and going back into society and getting sick 2, 3 days, 4 days later, should tell us that, we are fragile as human beings. We don't know half of the shit we think we know, we'd like to think we know. Technology is an illusion that allows us the I don't know, the luxury of thinking we are more than we are. And,
Right.
I think we're paying for it now. And I think we need to sit back and really analyze being alone. We need to analyze minimalism. We need to analyze what love really is about, and whether we want to go into the next phase producing human beings, and what kind of human beings are we going to produce.
Right. Good
Hey,
point.
hey, Melanie,
Thanks for that.
hold on.
Oh, hey, Alex, and you're next.
Hey,
Hi.
listen, I just wanted to come up. You know what I'm saying? I haven't hung out with my family in a while. You know, my Jersey, my New York family, and everybody else. I see Mel.
Hey,
What's up,
peace,
cuz?
bro.
I see Bronzberg. I
What
see
up?
Ray. What's going
Respect.
on, Ray?
You're
JP. Yeah.
Yo, what's
Yeah, I
up,
just
man?
wanted to say, I just wanted to say what's up real quick. I'm just going to jump down, but I agree on some of that. But on another note, this is America. We are. I mean, if you travel around the world, we are sexually repressed over here. There's 8-year-olds overseas with more discipline than grown men over here. I mean, like, we need to start practicing discipline more. Like, some guys just act around beautiful women. Like, you can't around a beautiful woman, kick at her. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, some men is like they're not even comfortable being around beautiful women as friends, and they have to actually get at them. They actually have to do something, or whatever the case is. Like, come on, we grown right now. We seen titties, we seen all that type of stuff, but we go crazy when we see the same stuff at the beach or outside of the beach or whatever, and that's what get men caught up. Like, nobody told you to keep liking this, liking the Instagram pictures. Nobody told you to go to the OnlyFans. Like, discipline.
So
Some women, some
Nixon,
guys don't even talk to certain women. They get nervous. They are women at the end of the day. No matter how good they look, they still have
right,
insecurities and stuff like that. They are women. It's no different.
right. So you think it's the men's fault that these women are out here carrying themselves the way they do?
No, I think it's a cycle. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just the men's fault. It's not a lot of stuff in our community. It takes two. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a one-sided thing. It's not like, you'll have men, who will value themselves and value their time and all that type of stuff. You'll have that, and you'll have women to do the same. But then you're always going to have the ratchets, and you're always going to have the simps who pay them the attention currency. So, it's just a separation of us against them. You know what I'm saying? So yes, women can wear a certain type of way. Yes, they will get a certain type of treatment. But just because you dress like a hoe don't mean like I have to treat you like a hoe. I can ignore the fuck out of you and walk the other way. It's all good.
Mhm. Exactly. Good point, L. Nixon. And yes, Dollar Washer, I am shadow banned. So eh, please share the stream. Let everybody know I'm live because people are not getting my notifications. Some
On,
people
on,
are. Huh?
on another note, and I'm out. When
Oh,
I go through some of these IG pictures and these IG posts and whatever, just scrolling through the comments, right?
mm-hmm,
Seeing thousands of thirsty ass comments from dudes. Like, I thought we was over the I'll drink your bath with it. Yo, listen, if you them thirsty ass comments from dudes that they're never going to pay you no mind, and, and
mm-hmm,
and by the way, you're helping them become sponsored. These same women are going to turn around and stunt on you guys because y'all just numbers in their chat. Like, I haven't seen none of my friends. I don't hang with niggas like that. Like, come on, get your shit together, man. They're women at the end of the day. Stop the thirsty shit. Get some discipline.
right.
I
That's the
went back
main
and viewed
problem, my nigga.
unliked pics. I'm
Is
not
it
giving you I will look at it, I will like it, but I'm not giving you my like, and I'll keep fucking scrolling.
is even
Mm.
worse now
She got
because
a fat ass though.
we got people
That's
feeding
fine. I like
into
it with my eyes. I'm not liking it or commenting in her chat. I don't give a fuck. You don't know me, I don't know her.
I'm
You know what I'm
playing.
saying?
I'm playing, man.
it's worse now because now we got dudes that beautiful females that want to have a roasting comedy roast session and they will go on Instagram live just to get roasted by this chick and still try to make a move on her. But yet she make you a joke like it's funny, like she's having fun roasting your ass and you going that far to shoot your shot online while she's roasting you for fun and you're taking it. Like that's embarrassing to me right there. Like why are you going there just to let this chick disrespect you? Like you
No,
know,
it's a free ass whipping. Who doesn't enjoy getting their ass whipped virtually online because he's a dumbass? Come on now.
exactly. I mean, it's
Yo.
for me because I'm watching it, but then again, it's like, yo, like, dude, like, you like, it's like you be watching a cuckoid. That's what it is, cuckoid.
Hey, yo, I'm launching a campaign in 2022 called No Free Lunches. Yo, if we gotta pay for stuff, man, as far as like no time or whatever, if women say we gotta pay, that's fine. But shit, they're gonna earn it, man.
What
They're
does
gonna pay for
random white guy have to say?
Wait,
I'm
wait.
curious about what
He's
does
not, wait,
random
hold
white
up.
guy have to
Wait,
say.
hold up. He's not next. I'm gonna go with. I think Ray came next.
My bad, yo.
No, that's cool. I want to hear what Ray got to say first.
Yeah, well, that's the main problem is these fucking simps. You know what I mean? It's on many levels too. many
Right.
levels. You know what I mean? Some of them are hell, they hide it. You know what I mean? Trying to mask it like they red pill and shit like that. You know what I mean? Then you see them on a stream or something. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
You're in the chat and shit, slick simping. You got to purge all that shit. You know what I mean? You can't be hot and cold with this shit. That's the problem. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And so, that's one of the roots. You feel me? On top of that, these a lot of these fucking women are wicked as hell. So
True.
therefore, you know what I mean? Until hey, man, stand up. You know what I mean? Yeah, stop that simping. No simping in cyberspace. Period. I even got to have to call motherfuckers out in person. I don't give a damn.
So, Ray, what do you think about the questions on the survey about women wearing bonnets in public or talking down on black men, becoming single mothers, abortions? Like, what's your take on any of those topics?
I run from them bitches like the plague.
Okay.
I don't fuck with none of that shit. Nah, I ain't doing none of that. You know what I mean? To stop women from that shit, you gotta like talk their ass down, put in so much fucking energy to get them to change. When no, they're not gonna change. Why? Fuck all that build a bitch shit. I'm good.
Right. Okay, well, thanks for that, Ray. I think
Yes,
Mel
ma'am.
came in next. Yeah, Mel came in next, and then random white guy. So, Mel, what's your take on the topic?
Man, bonnet.
Hmm?
Set the bonnet, the bonnet or the whole.
About any of the topics that we talked about, the bonnets, the talking down on black men, becoming single mothers, abortions, any of those. What do you have to say about that?
If you said it was a 3% abortion rate, now it's going on. I think my take is like more and more men is cashing out of the dating market. If you're talking about our community, they're cashing out of the dating market, so they not even want to pregnant black women like that. Like before, if you said it's a 3% abortion rate, I was kind of shocked when you said that.
No, no, not 3% abortion rate. The survey, only 3% of you guys said abortions was one of the major problems that black
Oh,
women have.
okay.
Right.
Oh
So I'm
yeah.
gonna, yes, I'm gonna read it again. So I'm sorry, my throat. But wear bonnets in public got 7%. Talk
Mm-hmm.
down on black men got 20%. Become single mothers got 8%, and abortions got 3%.
Mm.
And then all of the above got 62%. So
Okay.
what do you have to say about that?
It's so funny. They talk down on us so much, but it's like they can't get us out of our minds so much. Even when we move on or even encourage them, okay, if you this, that, and another, then date outside your race. You still talk about us like crazy. Like
Mhm.
I'm at the point now, like y'all ain't even want to argue with them no more. Like, no, you know what? If we that bad, go outside your race and date outside your race. Leave us alone. Some of us, that's what most of us is doing anyway.
Mhm.
We're going either outside neighborhoods, away from y'all, whatever. We're moving on and
You
stuff.
gotta be a dumbass to pregnate these damn hyenas and shit. These damn Tiffany Haddish horse voice ass and unpleasant ass bitches. Like, come now. Like, what the
Mhm.
fuck is wrong with you?
Okay,
Amen.
well,
That's
listen,
when you
man.
make a
Check it
premise
out.
of
Let's
much and
be
stuff like
honest.
that.
Let's be honest, man. Like black people, we need each other. Black people, y'all need each other. Fuck, I'm mixed race, so I don't really have a dog in this fight, but I do because I love my people, and I love that part of me just like I love every other part of me. And
Mhm.
I think that you know the black man and the black woman need each other. They need to stop hating each other. They need to stop despising each other because it's really chains. It's the chains that will still fucking bind y'all, right? And trying to escape those chains it's gonna take the both of you together. Like it's like being chained at the ankles and y'all are trying to run in two fucking different directions thinking that you're somehow gonna fucking break out and it doesn't work like that. It's not
I
gonna
ain't
Mhm.
work
going through
that way,
no I ain't going
you
through no
know?
exorcist battle.
And yeah, well, you better get a goddamn priest to get a goddamn pope or bishop. I mean, you know, there's some serious
Hell
problems
no.
in this community, man. And, you know, it's not gonna stop, man. And I'm telling you, man, like based on, you know, the things that I know, what I study and everything, man. I give the Black Americans in, you know, in the United States another 125 years, you know, before you either get killed off by disease. Who knows how long this COVID is going to go on? Who knows like how many other things are going to be erupting, you know, in the future? But Black people in the United States have always been the most vulnerable population. So whatever befalls America and hits it the hardest, you're going to expect to see it first in the Black communities. And as this goes on, and the more you have Black men, particularly promoting going outside of the race to produce other groups of people, make no mistake, those people that you produce are other groups of people. They are specific races, right, that you guys are producing, and
But they got
you're not
black in them
really
though.
in a situation to expect them to necessarily have your back, right? Just like Brittany Renner is going against Fresh and Fit, or should I call them Frick and Frack, right?
Oh, I'm doing a show
She's going
on,
against,
by the way, I'm doing a show on
you
them
know,
tomorrow, guys.
you know,
Oh,
Yes.
you got black people,
hold
to
on.
point now
Damn.
where they're looking at dudes like Fresh and Fit and questioning whether Fresh and Fit or Black people, right? Black people
Mhm.
are questioning their own people,
Why
right?
not?
And creating all these divisions between
But,
man and woman.
why not? We
Brothers,
need to
hold
question each
on.
Hold
other
on,
too.
No,
Hold
this is
on,
how
guys.
this is
brothers.
how
I don't.
Yeah, guys,
intersectionality.
listen.
Yo,
This
Guys,
is how
hold up, guys.
time
intersectionality is
out.
really
Hold on, Mel,
skewed and
Yo,
Mel,
damn it,
misogynist.
JT.
JT.
Hold on. Well, 1 second. I'm sorry. We're gonna get into that, but I want to hear random white guy because he's been waiting for a while. Hi, random white guy.
Well, good evening. I love how this conversation has just
Good
gone
evening.
all over the place in such a short amount of time.
That's how it
Good
is, bro.
evening. So, what's your take on it?
Well, we have like a whole wealth of things to choose from here. So,
Yeah, I mean, you can. Let's speak. If you don't feel comfortable speaking on Black
no,
women, because I know you're white, so maybe you want to speak on white
I
women or
give
Right,
it to
any.
you.
feminism.
Yeah,
Just
Hold on,
feminism.
anybody.
Just
hold on,
focus on
Well,
just
hold
feminism.
up.
Period. It's across the board
Let
in
the
this
dude
states.
Yeah,
talk.
facility.
Y'all brothers jumping on the dude. He just came here.
yeah. I was just
Goddamn.
trying to explain to him if he don't feel
I see
comfortable,
a
or
white dude on the
I
panel. Y'all
feel
go
extremely
fucking nuts.
comfortable. You're
God
very
damn.
welcoming people.
Oh, I ain't.
oh, okay, cool. Okay, I just want to make sure.
No,
Okay, you
I
can
can
go
talk about black women. I'm pretty sure I've dated more than you have, Melody.
ahead. Right. I don't
That
think so.
presumptively, I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong on it. But
Okay.
I think what everyone, the theme I've been noticing about what most of you seem to be bringing up is all stemming from self hatred.
Mm,
A lot of in society at large, not just within the black community, because you're noticing the communities that you live in. You're not noticing probably society at large.
mhm.
But it sounds like a lot of self hatred that you're trying to identify and trying to address in one form or another.
So you're saying, who? I have self-hatred?
No,
Oh, okay.
I wasn't accusing you of self hatred. I'm saying that seems to be what you're kind of identifying. Look at I know a key subject has been feminism.
Mhm.
A lot of feminism, when you look at it, that's a lot of self hatred.
Mhm.
First wave feminism wasn't so bad because it was all about genuinely trying to seek some equal rights. But modern feminism is product of women that don't feel like they were served by the first or second wave of feminism. So now they're forcing it on younger generations.
Mhm.
And really what they're teaching young women is to ways to hate themselves and think that they're not good at who they are, that they're not good enough as women. So they have to go and do other things,
Right.
things that, and I've seen products of this where women will pursue careers and they can come very good at their careers, but that's not what they wanted. And at the end of it, they're not happy. It usually doesn't hit them until it's too late, and it's kind of tragic when it does. But we're looking at different implementations of the same problem: self-hatred.
Exactly. I agree. I actually
Yeah.
agree with him. Anybody like what do you think,
Well,
Bronze, since you was trying to get in there?
Oh no, I
yeah. Go
understand
ahead.
where Wes is coming from. I think we always go over feminism because the idea is that we lost control of women in society. I mean, yeah, you see so-called white women, so-called black women. They like that's the reason I try to like just look at everything because honestly, is me being identified as an African American man. I'll sit
Hmm.
up there and just look at, of course, my women first, and then I just look around and I'll be like, I've noticed a lot of shit. I didn't even say this. This is how crazy feminism is getting, right? So I go out to an event in Brooklyn, right? Just a quick story. This is the self hatred shit that these nonsense spiritual miracle type of chicks be on. So I'm out in Brooklyn, Bed Stuy, going to some poetry event, right?
The hell is that?
They have a random poet that is a so-called black woman with a big ass afro, right? All of a
Hmm.
sudden, if you don't mind me saying the vernacular, the curse words real quick, all
Hmm.
you hear out this woman's mouth is niggas ain't shit and they don't deserve this pussy.
Mm.
What the fuck? Like,
Nobody wants it
who
anyway.
Well,
Right,
who wants
right.
and
I
basically
mean,
by
nigga,
you saying
that's
that, why who would want to dig with that? But guess what? This woman
of
gets a
course.
standing ovation from all groups of people at the goddamn thing. And I'm looking at the brothers like, how the fuck you sitting up there clapping at this broad and she sitting up there saying this shit about directly you, man? Look,
Hmm.
bro, it's out of line. So I mean, Wes makes a great point. It is self hatred, but it's also this false and this fallacy idea of liberation and trying to get one up on a man. You know what I mean? And the thing
Hmm.
about it is like they try to go with this idea of patriarchy and men rule the system, blah blah blah. We must take it down. Feminism is being financed by probably
Nigga,
someone a man anyway. So
it's because they
so
worship the bitches, nigga.
but
Like,
they don't. But this is the thing, though. Even if we're going off the idea of feminism and a certain faction of these parties that's uprooted by feminism, it's being controlled by a man. If you understand how to finance it, because it's all about money. So who's financing these campaigns when it comes to feminism?
People
Men
like
under the
Harvey
table.
Weinstein, and
You
then he goes
understand?
left, and
And
then he
then
goes
then
left,
even
and then he gets
then even
screwed.
BLM. I'm sorry to mention this, but even BLM, they talk all this crap. Whoa, yeah, well, it's financed by a so-called white man. So
Yeah,
how
feminism is
y'all
full of crap.
exactly? So that's why I'm saying like to have this conversation about feminism and is in a ballpark. I would say it is self-hatred, Wes. But I will also say there's a fallacy within that whole entire work frame of how they go about feminism. They're trying to compete with something that's just erroneous, in my opinion.
So that's another little mental trick that we learn to play on ourselves. You may have seen people do this, or children do it in strange ways, but we're having a hard time accepting something about ourselves. So we have to blame it on everything around us, and we're not taking responsibility for ourselves.
Yeah,
Uh,
psychologically, it's referred to as dissociative disorder, right?
oh, there
It's
we go. Yeah.
like a facet of dissociative, psychologically dissociative disorder. Yeah.
Yep.
yeah.
That is, yes, that's a good part of that's a big part of it. But it kind of goes back to not just self hatred, but not being able to accept oneself.
Hmm.
So I'm sorry, I'm pulling things from long term memory here.
No, you're doing good.
So you imagine you're sitting in a point in your life where you cannot accept anything about yourself, and you're experiencing a lot of self hatred. Nothing will ever make you happy. You're only going to get it's a destructive cycle. You're only going to get more aggravated and have to place this blame on other things. So that lady you were talking about, that poet in the park, it's exactly what she had gone through. Nothing but self hatred, couldn't accept herself, could not try to take any type of responsibility for herself. So constantly blaming it on other people. And it gets worse. And then you have other people like earlier you mentioned guys on Instagram. Like, first of all, I stay away from girls that like Snapchat. They're nothing but trouble. But
The
That's true.
these guys that get on Instagram and are telling a girl to roast them, they're wanting attention in some form. They think that's the only way to get attention.
Yeah.
This connection of social media has not made us more connected. It's been very saccharine or a drug. it's made you think that you're more connected when in reality you're becoming so much more disconnected from reality and so much more disconnected from other people.
Yeah, remember when
Perhaps
Gigi played
a
the
generation
video?
raised on this is starting to crack because it's not actually working for them.
Yeah, remember when Gigi played the video on his channel with the girl who was turning down 50 dudes online like that?
Oh, pineapple. Yeah, she was
Yeah,
pineapple.
weird chick,
Yeah.
ugly sidekick, whatever she.
Oh, that Skeletor face bitch. Okay.
Exactly.
Oh, be
Very
nice.
stiffy and stuff. And even that one dude that looked like he was about to tell him off, he fell right back to his simplest ways and embarrassed himself even twice.
Yeah, that was really embarrassing for both of them, the
Yeah.
men and the women.
So
But maybe,
they were both getting a
oh,
charge out of that. Oh, sorry, Melody.
no, go ahead. What were you saying?
They were both getting some sort of charge out of that, some sort of cocaine hit. Both getting a lot of attention. So women that get on there and do that, just imagine this: they have, a couple hundred people on their live stream laughing at what she's saying, or at least that's what she thinks. Really, they're laughing at her, but she
Yeah,
has a bunch of people watching her, so she's getting that energy. But when it's all done, it's all gone because it's all saccharine.
I don't think they was
right.
laughing at her. They was
It's
praising
fake.
her. It's the dude that was embarrassing.
Yeah, everything is about transactions nowadays, right? Like it's all about, protection and provisions and people have the whole situation so overblown. I think humanity has completely forgotten at this point that we're here to reproduce. We're here to perpetuate ourselves and things like that. And at the end of the day, that should be the ultimate goal. It shouldn't always rely on what this person has or how good he looks on paper. I mean, like, I think at this point we've gotten so down into the numbers and the facts and the figures and everything, we've just forgotten the simple essence of human relation and what it is to just meet a person and to just take things wherever the hell it's supposed to go or God intended it to go. And when everything becomes about numbers and facts and figures, the emotion easily gets lost and taken out of everything. And I think that's where we're at right now. And so maybe everything that's going on in society right now is meant to put us all in our separate corners and for us to think about and reflect on things of that nature again, and maybe come out of this thing with a new with an enlightened state, right, with an enlightened state of mind, and
Man,
to
But
to
so,
thirst for that human connection again, regardless of all these
man, shout out to
artificial
SYSBM.
but you know what,
societal.
JT? Can I
Yeah,
feel like I
I'm
want to
sorry, man.
ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
My fault. I'm sorry, but I want to ask everybody a question. And I mean, Young East just popped in, so I
Yeah,
mean,
he's next.
ideally he can just answer the question, just go on. But I want to ask everybody a question. Just in reality of having this conversation, similar panels on how we've been for the last couple of ever since COVID started or before then. In reality, do you guys think that the dating atmosphere is dead now,
Hmm.
especially now in 2022?
Fuck
Yeah.
Like, do
yeah.
you think we're
Dating,
just do you
Yeah.
think
motherfucker,
we're just talking
dating,
hot
nigga.
air
I
on
just
wishing?
what,
But that's a follow
nigga.
up question. Do you think we're talking hot air
I
in
don't date. I
terms of
recreate.
right? But do you think
What
that
the
do
fuck
you
does that
hold
mean?
on?
Hold on,
Listen,
hold on.
hold on,
Let him
guys.
finish. Let him finish,
It's a
guys.
follow up question. Do you guys think that we're just talking hot airs on fantasies that we want it to be back to where it was when it comes to the dating field? Do you think this is just like a lot of the conversations that pretend, not necessarily from us, but just different panels or different discussions that you see?
What do you
Anybody?
mean?
Stream of
What do you?
consciousness.
Hold on.
Yes,
Can you
yes.
guys hear me?
Yes.
Sorry,
Man,
man. Sorry,
I
man.
don't see no. I
Can you
don't.
guys hear
Yeah,
me?
I can hear you, Melody.
All right, let me
You
just
can hear
say
you.
this.
Yeah.
What do you mean by pretend?
Right. Like, hey, if you think that the dating sphere now in 2022, like, when you deal with your subconscious, like the id, the ego, and the super ego, like in the
Mhm.
id, you just like, oh, okay, well, dating is dead in 2022. But then dating is not dead. That's what you your first premise. But then under that subconscious, I believe the super ego, like, you know damn well that shit
It's
is
either do
dead.
you have
You
hope
know
or
what I
not.
mean? Like you don't have like you know damn well like under your subconscious it's not it's like it's a rap, like you know what I mean, like something like that.
Are you asking or
It's either you have hope or
are
nah.
you
Right,
Let me,
stuff
Like
like that.
let me say this. Let me hear from Young East because
Yeah,
Young East
Young
didn't get to
East just
speak.
came in,
So go
but I
ahead,
just want to ask that
Young
question. Go ahead.
East. Yeah, go ahead.
To answer his question, no, dating ain't dead at all. Um, but I want to talk about somebody brought up feminism.
Hmm.
Like I wanted to talk about I don't know which wave of feminism was it, but I don't know. But at one point, female sexuality has been weaponized against men. Period.
Hmm.
The
that'll be
simp
second wave.
Second wave, bro.
second wave. Okay, yeah. The simp
It
culture
always
is
has. It always has.
yeah.
It always has been.
The simp culture is based off of that. Like as soon as women were liberated sexually and was able to use sex as a weapon to like manipulate men, like how Melanie was talking earlier about going out with skimpy clothes, they know that, well, women know, everybody knows that, but women especially knows what it does and what they can use it for. So while men were out, I don't know, getting trades and degrees, women were beautifying themselves and using themselves and making themselves more of a allure or attraction to get men to simp. So, in other words, this is what I'm saying. As long as men don't take care of themselves, as long as men allow women to use their sexuality against them, you always gonna have this problem. That's why dating is not dead. Because as long as women are as appealing as they are, listen, they get to lie about everything. I mean everything. And I mean from every aspect of their aesthetic. Every aspect, their skin is fake. Their skin is fake. Their
Hmm.
skin, the foundation, that shit is fake.
See,
Their
all of
Hmm.
this is
hair is
just
fake.
stream of
Their
consciousness
their
shit.
But
This
their
is all
their
just
hold
stream of
on, hold on,
bro,
blood.
consciousness
bro, with
shit.
Hold
actions,
on,
bro.
blood. Hold on. Their ass is fake. Their titties is
This
fake.
is all
Their
just
Yeah,
stream
breast.
of
Their.
I
consciousness
think we
I
shit.
get the
got you.
let
point.
them let them
I
finish.
have
Let them
to.
finish,
Let me
man. Let them
I
finish.
have
finish.
to elaborate. Okay, the way that is going, the trend that it's going. You got old women able to look young, and it's bad. It's witchcraft bad. Somebody brought up witchcraft earlier. That's one of the tricks of the devil, by the way.
No
Anywho,
Yeah,
shit.
I
No
brought up
yeah,
shit.
yeah,
witchcraft. That was me, and
Brothers,
that's why I'm telling
yeah,
you. All of this
brothers.
shit right now you're talking right now is a
yeah.
stream of consciousness shit. It's fantasy on a cold
No, no,
winter's
no.
night.
It's
You know what I
Hold
mean?
listen,
on,
It's
listen,
you
listen.
brothers.
The
need
Let him
more
to
finish.
the
be
listen,
JT,
listen.
really
One at
I'm
a
not
okay.
time.
finished. I'm
JT.
One
not.
at a
Hold on. Let me
time.
keep on going, my brother. Hold on. The more these waves, these tidal waves of feminism continue, and the more men allow it to continue without any pushback, like men, the worse it get, the more women are going to be able to dominate every sphere. So, as you see, even transgendered women are emboldened by these waves of feminism. You understand what I'm talking about? So, until men put a stop to it, it's going to get this is going to get so bad. Women are going to be able to get away with
But you just
whatever
call
the
them
fuck they want to get
transgender
away with.
women. That's when you
Yeah.
call them shit like that. That's what empowers them. You
I
got to
use that
stop calling them
I use
names
that
like
to
that. You got
I
to
use that I use that
you
to
got to call them
illustrate.
names.
I
You
use
got to
that to
call
Guys,
them.
hold
Bro,
one
on,
why
at a
are y'all
blood.
time.
screaming? Y'all gotta
Hello.
calm
One at
No,
down.
a
because he's
time.
trying to
Hey
put
man,
shit
one
in
at
my
a
mouth.
time, man.
No,
Yeah,
but
let's control
he's
the
trying to put
panel.
shit in my mouth. I only use that to illustrate what they're doing. I'm not saying that, oh, I see transgender women as women. No, I don't. So don't try to say that I'm feeding into the culture by using their terminology, because I'm not. I'm just telling you,
That you
I'm
know
telling you
what,
how
but you know
fucked up
what's
this is.
so, but you know what's so
Y'all
so.
heard that, right?
Yeah.
Y'all just heard that, right?
You know what's
Hold
so,
on. Big
you
J's
know
Wait,
what's
next.
so. Hold on, you
yeah,
know
Big
what's
J.
so
Hey.
sad. You know what's
Mm-hmm.
so sad. Young geese, you don't know what feminism is. If you really was in
What
tune
the
about
fuck
feminism,
did I just explain?
Wait a
shut the
minute,
fuck
guys.
up when I'm talking.
Yo, Big J.
Hey,
Big
hold
J.
on.
Shut the
Hold on.
fuck up.
Yo,
What
guys,
the
please
fuck?
Oh,
don't.
chill,
Yo,
Yo,
man.
guys,
Chill.
yo,
chill,
Be
chill.
good.
Big J.
Hey,
No,
hey,
no,
Big
no.
J.
hey.
There is gonna be no
Yo,
fucking
Big J.
control
Chill
with
out,
Big
all right,
J.
please.
Wait, where the
Yo,
energy
I'm
came
trying
from,
to
though? First
listen.
of
I'm
all,
trying to get the
hold
I'm
shadow
so
on.
ban
tired
off.
of
Y'all
Yo,
black men
yelling.
being
where
dumb.
where
I'm
Hold
where
so
the
on.
tired
energy
of black
came
hey,
men
from?
saying dumb
yo,
shit.
both of
Wait,
y'all
Yo,
be
I'm
quiet
gonna
Hey,
for
say
a
one
second.
chill,
thing.
Chill
man.
out,
Dumb
man.
Big
niggas.
Y'all
J.
ain't They
hold
ain't
on,
fucking up
hold
my
on.
bud.
Yeah,
I
Y'all
want.
saying
yo.
the
This is
dumbest
what I
shit
want,
in
yo.
the fucking
Big
planet.
J, Big J.
Why you coming on here
Hold
yelling?
on,
All
hold
that
on,
energy. Why
hold
you
on. Big
yelling?
J, hold on. You're next, but you go. Let's like not yell or curse. Let's try to like calmly have this conversation,
You just
please.
started yelling out of
Yeah,
nowhere. What
let's
the
just
Out of
hell?
calmly,
nowhere, bro.
let's just
Muff.
calmly have this conversation,
Yeah,
please.
Melanie, I need to give you some
Um,
word of advice,
I'm
Melanie. You need to start
Hold
using that
on,
mute
hold on.
button.
okay. Yeah,
If
but
every,
I'm on
Yeah,
my.
Start
asking
This
you.
is
enforcing
the
that
thing.
mute
I'm
button.
on my phone right now. My computer's not
I
working,
got you, Melly.
so it's
I
hard.
got you.
So,
Like,
yo,
come on,
can you
let's
guys
do a little
help me?
quality control.
Yeah,
Like,
we
Yeah.
can
let's do
all
some
we
quality
can
All
all
control.
right.
help each other, right? Let's just try to
motherfuckers,
keep this panel
muff,
under control. But
All
wait,
right,
hold
motherfuckers
but
need
on.
to
Big
Let's
J
join.
hear
was next.
let's
Hold
hear
on,
from
brother.
Big J. All right, go ahead, Big J.
Hold on. I don't, I noticed there is, I ain't gonna say this, but
Uh-huh,
here's how I'm gonna say it like
Mu-
this:
uh-huh.
Motherfuckers ain't fucking up
you
my bud.
Negroes
Ray,
are
hold
walking
on.
stereotypes.
One mic, one mic, one
One
mic,
mic,
one mic.
exactly. One
Oh
mic, one
Lord,
Yo,
mic. Thank
Blue.
you.
everybody,
I'm a
yo,
mute.
mute everybody. Mute everybody.
I
Mute
can't, Blue.
everybody.
My
Blue,
Mute
you're the
everybody.
only one speaking. Hold
One
on, Big
mic,
J.
one
nah,
mic,
Blue
Blue.
helps me. He's my
one
mod.
mic,
He's
one
my
mic.
mod. He helps me keep it under control too.
Okay.
But yeah,
Yo,
um,
Blue, this ain't a house party, okay? This ain't like,
JT.
like a dance hall reggae jam, okay?
Mute
We're
all
setting
the
the
one
lights,
mics.
mic.
stage.
Chill out.
Calm
Mute the
down.
mics. Mute
I'm
all the
Everybody
trying
mics.
just calm
to.
down, man.
All right, guys. All
Everybody
right.
shut the fuck up.
Hold
One
on. So
mic.
let's have Big J, okay? Big J, go.
If I hear that word one mic one more time,
Yeah,
I
one
cook
mic.
my
That's what we gonna
food.
say, just
Yeah,
like
one
Clubhouse.
mic, man.
One mic.
But this ain't no fucking Nas song. Okay,
Big
I'm
J,
gonna say
Big
something like
J.
this. But you know what's embarrassing?
You gotta
What?
be
You know what's
What's
honest.
that?
embarrassing? I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. See, y'all mentality is on some super. Y'all on some 8-bit Super Mario Brothers bullshit. When you Negroes should be on some Super Mario Galaxy type mentality. Y'all worry about
What?
the littlest shit.
What
Shut
do
the
you
fuck up.
mean?
Shut the fuck
All
up,
right.
young.
Okay.
And sit your
All
ass
right. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
He's
you.
gone.
Thank
I
you,
can't.
Melody.
Start enforcing that.
I
Thank
What
can't
you.
the
deal
hell
with
was that
him.
galaxy brain
Yo,
And
shit
this
he was
is
talking
why.
about? Like, what
Listen.
kind of galaxy crap was
sisterhood
that,
ass
man?
nigga.
This
Like,
is
you
why,
guys
right?
all
Listen, guys,
intergalactic
this
and
is why
shit.
I have people like Baloo and GC who comes up here and help me keep the panel under control. We need to
Yeah.
control ourselves.
Feel like my
I'm
voice
trying
right
to
now
have
is so
more.
scratchy.
Hold
I ain't
I'm
trying
on.
to
trying
do
Stop
to
that.
have
talking
more
while
of a
she's talking,
serious,
bro.
yeah, I'm trying to have more of a serious panel. Like
God
people look at
damn.
my panel like it's a joke because we can't have a serious conversation. So let's try to chill out.
Right.
Wait, so who was next?
Blue
Don't bring
Blue.
TV.
that
Hey,
motherfucker
what's up,
back.
Blue?
What up? What up?
Hey, so what do you have to say on this topic?
What was the topic?
He just came up to help me
We were all just
control.
trying to figure that
I
out.
did just come in. I did just
He
come
just
in. That's
came to
why.
help me control the panel. I appreciate it. But you have a feedback. Can you
Yeah.
mute?
What
Yeah,
was the
feedback.
topic?
Mute for a minute while I talk. Okay, so the topic is I did a survey and I said, which of the following do Black women, let's just say women, do the most? Because, you know, different women, all different women. So wear bonnets in public got 7% of the vote. Talk down on men got 20% of the vote. Become single mothers got 8% of the vote. Abortions got 3% of the vote. And all of the above got
Oh yeah,
62.
that was yeah. I hit that all of the above.
Yeah, me too.
So
Me
why?
too.
What's your reasoning behind all of the above? Explain, elaborate.
I mean, it's self-explanatory. Exactly what everybody said on the panel. That's all. Everything in one, pretty much. I ain't gonna repeat what everybody said, but it's all in one. Self-hatred. A lot of people got self-hatred. So it's a lot of things.
Right. So why do you think women talk down on men so much? Why do you think Black women talk down on Black men so much?
The experience that they had in their life. Um, Trends, following trends, listening to music. Somebody I heard somebody say something about witches and that shit is another form of something that's true as well. So it's a lot of key factors. That's why I said all of the above.
True, you got a good point there. So, Classy Ruby, come up. I'm gonna drop the link for you. I want to hear her take on it because all we hear is men's take.
What's
So
my
I'm gonna
man
hear
name to
women.
the corner on the right?
What?
Huh?
What's his name to the right up top?
West.
Wes?
Oh, Wes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is white boy West?
Mm, No, his name was Random White Boy, but it's
Oh,
West.
random
Just
white boy. What
was
up, random white boy?
Not much. So I actually came in as Wes, and then somebody made a
trolling the
white
comments.
comment. So I'm
Oh,
like, okay,
okay.
I'll go with it.
So
So
it
I
is
just changed my
West.
name to Random White
I
Guy.
actually like Random White Guy. You should keep it. It's funny.
Now, where you from, random? With West?
I live in North Georgia.
Okay. Well, peace to the panel. Salute. Hope everybody having a good night.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Melanie, what's wrong
I've
with
had fun so far. This is awesome.
Yeah, me too. This has been an awesome conversation. I'm loving it. But Classy, you gonna come up? Classic. I'm sorry, I keep calling you Classy. She said, "Okay, darling, just for you, but I'm slightly distracted. That's okay. Just come up for like 5 minutes, and I really want to hear what you got to say." So, anybody else got anything on this?
Well,
Yup.
what do you feel has not been answered yet?
No, I think you guys answered it all. I
I
really
think
do.
We answered it way too much. That was the whole
Yeah.
point.
Yeah,
We went there.
I think it was awesome. Oh, another one was be in other people's business.
That's the
And,
nature of women.
Yes.
That's
okay.
that's the nature of women. So it wouldn't just
Gossip.
qualify
Women
to
love
so-called
That is
black
gossip.
women.
a characteristic of women in general.
Yeah, that's just how they are.
Don't blame all black women for
Gossip
that.
is
No,
a
That's
no,
not
that,
feminine
I
all. I
wouldn't
mean,
say.
characteristic.
Yeah, I'm not going to
yeah.
blame it on one race. I'm going to say that's just how women are. I mean, goddamn, that you have a whole entire industry where people get to gossip about people every day for no reason.
But I feel like black women do it the
Yeah,
most. No?
I've seen it in all races. I mean, and
that's
you
all
look.
racist. White
My thing
women
is, you live in Mel.
allow
Your feedback,
Is
bro.
somebody taking a shower?
I
Somebody
don't.
have really bad feedback.
Yeah, I don't. Real
That
quick.
shit
Black
come
women
on. I
don't do
just
it the
Everybody
Hold
mute
most.
on.
up.
Black women don't do it the most. They're just the loudest.
JT, hold on.
They're just the
But
loudest.
hold on. But if we're gonna talk about race, right? It also has to deal with the environment. So I mean, of course, there's gonna be brothers that say, "Oh, well, so-called black women do it the most." That's because that's an environment. I'm seeing it from all different spectrums. Again, when you live in a city with a melting pot, you see it from all sides. So I'm seeing Hispanics do the same thing
Yeah.
as so-called
Hell
black
yeah.
women,
Well,
Dominicans
yeah,
and
well,
Puerto Ricans.
I
Yeah.
consider them
Hell
black
yeah.
too.
Right.
Yeah. I
I
That's
consider
true.
consider
some
them
of them
black
black
too.
too. Some of them are
That's why,
black people too.
yeah, that's
Hold
why
on.
I said black people because they in it. Hispanics are
Right. Yeah.
definitely in it.
But
Dominicans
you
are definitely in it. I mean, come
Melody,
on.
you know how it goes. It'd be like me no black papi, me no black.
No,
You know
you're
how that
black.
go.
Whether you want to admit it or not, they
Hey,
are from African descent as
yo,
well. So
African
they're
they
people
be
are
definitely
wild
very
black.
racist
African
in
people are
Washington
very
Heights. I just
vocal
want to say that
people.
they're
African
so
people are
racist.
very vocal people.
It's
That's
a
not
Negro.
something that the slave trade was able to get rid of. Like black people on record, you know what I mean? And this study is done. Black people are more social, they are more vocal, they speak more, right? And whereas compared to the other races, a lot of the other races are more reserved. They're more they are more inwardly thought of and well thought out, whereas black people are very much communal. And I think that's why we're seeing like this rise of communism and Marxist and socialist ideologies taking a foothold with like, the Democratic Party, because make no mistake, the Democratic Party is slowly implementing these agendas, and you're going to see in about like 50 years from now, the Constitution may be very notably altered, than what we have today. And it's going that direction faster and sooner than you think. And there's a lot of powers out there in the world that, for as awesome as America is as a country, and I love this country, I fucking love my home, right?
I do
And,
too. Yeah.
like there's a lot of people that don't fucking like us, for whatever reason they want to invent in their mind. There's people that don't trust us. There's people that want to, kind of model after us what we've got going on here, but they think that somehow doing that under communism or a socialist kind of, framework it's still possible, and it isn't, because it prevents freedom of thought, it prevents critical thinking, the ability to ask questions. And I think that's a specific part of our culture that is always under attack, right? Even though on the other side of it, that's a trend that a lot of other countries in the world pursue, right? And it's just,
Mhm.
I think it's up to them to understand why they're trying to pursue the ideas that people over here pursue, what it is all about for them. What do they want? Do they want peace? Do they want war? Do they want control? Do they want influence? Do they want to, bring other people over here that, for better or for worse, harbor the same kind of mentalities and behaviors that they harbor? Are they trying to, reshape the landscape? And this is what's going on right now. And this is something that can't be run away from. And I think this whole Biden presidency is just a blanket, it's a band-aid,
Oh man,
solution, and
yeah.
we've already been screwed. Like, we're all sitting here with our thumbs in our asses, like, yeah, we knew this was gonna happen. It's just that everybody was so emotionally passionate and everything towards Donald Trump and getting him the hell out of there. They didn't give a shit who came in after him.
Yeah,
It was
it's
that
The way
people
they
bad.
believed it was that bad. It wasn't that bad. People just wanted to believe that because they didn't like Trump's character.
no, it's
Listen,
like the way to
everybody know Biden was a terrible, terrible candidate, but
cool.
it is what it is.
Still
We
have
got
Trump
who we got.
than Biden.
We got who we got.
It's
I don't
like
trust any president, honestly.
that's
Nobody.
right.
I
None
don't.
of them.
It's just, I didn't
It's
really feel
like
no
That's where I stand.
some
Trump the
E
way a lot of
Capone and Classic Ruby.
Yeah, oh, wait, I want to yeah, thank you. It was E. Capone, right? He came
Yeah,
first.
E Capone and Classic Ruby.
All right, thanks. What's on your mind, E. Capone?
Oh, nothing much. I'm just chilling, just listening to the conversation.
Well, what's your take on it?
My take is, it's not too much we could do about it. I mean, people, they make their own mind about what they're gonna do. So if ladies want to wear, bonnets and pajamas at the grocery store, so be it. I ain't got nothing against it. You know what I'm saying? I don't have nothing to say about
You
it because,
don't? You don't have anything against a woman coming out in her PJs and a bonnet on her head?
nah, I really don't care
What?
because
Hmm.
more like I really don't care. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Like
brother,
that's
what
her.
if? What if? Okay, so let me ask a follow up question real
There's a
quick.
black man that doesn't
Hold on,
reflect on
JT.
you at
Hold
all, right?
on. Not it. Come on, hold on. Yo,
Huh?
E Capone, real quick, real quick, real
Capone.
quick. And
What's up?
you're echoing, Baloo. All right. So what I want to ask a follow up question real quick. So when you think, like, I'm not sure if you're in a relationship or you're single. I want to just go off of that first, real quick. Are
Am I in
you
a relationship? Yeah, I'm in a relationship.
okay? So the woman you have is
Uh
you.
huh.
So wouldn't it be fair that you would look at your woman in a certain way if she comes out with a certain outfit? If she goes to, like, let's say she goes to work and she starts dressing in like some like bodybuilder clothing and something like that. Wouldn't it be something to you if she
Yeah.
was to dress a certain way?
Yeah. Well, my girlfriend when she used to do that, I used to trip. Like I was like, "Where the hell you going dressed like that?" You know what I'm saying? Wearing booty shorts to work, but as time went on, man, it's just like, well, there's nothing I could tell her to not wear it, so she gonna wear it anyway. So she just let her do her thing, man. I mean, it's just like it's
Wait,
less stress
no,
on me. You know what
wait,
I'm
that's
E.
saying? Like,
Capone.
huh?
I'm sorry. Booty shorts. Wait, somebody has really bad feedback. Can you guys mute up? I was saying, what's going on?
It's E
I think
Capone,
E.
bro. Mute
Capone,
up.
can
Capone.
you put
Capone.
Stallone.
earphones in?
Mute
I
up,
go
E.
by
Capone.
Stallone too.
That's
Right.
Huh?
you.
You're
Where's
echoing.
Capone from? Where Capone from? Where you from, Capone?
I'm from Los Angeles.
No, E.
Um,
Capone, can you put
can you mute up?
earphones in or mute up when you're not talking?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you're echoing.
Thank you. What were we
Jeez,
saying? I'm
man.
sorry. What were we saying? I got
You was
Someone wants
asking
to
him
so.
a question. You was asking him a question
phone
about
too.
his girl wearing booty shorts to work.
Oh, thank you. Right. Why is she wearing booty shorts to work? Booty shorts is not for work.
You got to ask her. You know what I'm saying?
Depending on where she work at.
Well, yeah. Does she work at Hooters? I mean, where does she work?
Now this was summertime, and she worked in downtown LA. So she's a fashion designer, so she wear all kind of weird stuff, but
Oh, that's different. Okay,
yeah, yeah,
that's a little
that's what I'm
different.
saying. Like I can't like at first I didn't like it. It was just like, because I know, she's gonna get attention, from other people, other guys. And at first that used to bother me, but it really doesn't bother me like that anymore, So I guess that just comes with time, as time go on, like less stuff like that bothers you. Like whatever somebody's wearing, really, I could care less. You know what I'm saying? It's about who that person is and what they're talking about, not so much what they're wearing.
So, do you get insecure? Do you get insecure because she's wearing it?
Like I said, when at first, yeah, but now, no.
Okay, well,
See, that could actually backfire on you behind that, because look, see how leaner you are towards her, and then all of a sudden, like she's
mute
not.
up, mute up, Ecophone.
Oh.
It's gonna seem like you can't really tell her what to, Remember, she's a reflection of you, of your image and stuff like that. If it bothered you before, you're supposed to have been putting your foot down about it months ago when you first dated, and she still do it. Why are you gonna still deal with her? You got so leaning towards her. God forbid if she gained weight. What if she gained like 300 pounds and stuff? You're gonna be leaning towards that?
Oh, that's another thing we'll talk about. Wait.
Nah, babe is pretty fit. I think she's in better shape than I am. Only reason why is because I got real sick, so I couldn't exercise for a long time. But baby, she's pretty fit.
But what if she? How much she weight right now? Like 150?
No, baby's like 120,
120.
150, somewhere around there.
All right. If she gained more weight than what you expect, would you tell her that, babe, you kind of gained a little weight? I'm getting turned off by you. I don't want you being moo cow. Would you be gutsy enough to tell her that?
Yeah, when we first started dating, she was kind of big, but as time went on, she lost a lot of that weight. So I seen her like when she wasn't so good, and I see her when she's like real hot, like how she is now. So I mean,
how long y'all been?
like it's like this, man. Like if I'm with a lady or something, man, if she want to leave or she want to flip the script, man, I'm like at first I used to trip, like you can't do that, but now it's just like, look, I need my sanity, I need my peace, so I ain't gonna fight nobody over what they already got in their head that they gonna do. You know what I mean?
But the best way to get your sanity peace is what move you're going to do. You're waiting on her to do her move, and that could be more damaging on your part because you're tolerating it so much that she's gonna change on her own. That could take months from now, and she still cause you more headaches.
Nah, bro, I'm over that. I'm over the headaches, man. Like it doesn't bother me, man.
Bothers
Like
you, but you just not. You like that happy wife, happy life type. That's so lenient. It still bothers you, but now you just not. You just got immune to it. Like that's bad from my point of view.
that's true. That's true. But I'll take it because like I said, man.
I agree.
I can't keep going over my mind like, damn, why she's doing that? Why she's doing that? Why she's doing that? It's not getting anybody anywhere, man. It's just you're chasing your tail. You know what I mean? So I just it's just best to let it go, man. You can't. I mean, she's not my daughter, man. So
yeah, exactly.
I ain't got no power over her.
Yeah, you settling, and that's actually bad. We have plenty of guys that been through that, and it didn't end very well. I don't know how long you've been with this girl, but if you keep doing that, it's not going to end very well, especially on your part.
Let's hear what Classic Ruby got to say. What's going
all right,
on
bro.
with you? You just laying in the cut there, just saying
That's
nothing?
the
What's
problem.
going on, girl? How you doing?
Now see, that's the problem. That's why
Hi.
females are good.
Yeah, let's hear from Classic Ruby, then we'll go to you, Blue.
Okay,
Hi.
so you want. Hi. First of all, hi, Melody. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, girl, it has been in 2022 from hell. Okay, because I've had Rona the whole time, so
yeah, same here. Don't feel bad. You feel
right.
better?
On those vitamins,
Yeah, I haven't been. You know what the funny thing is? I felt worse the first time I got Rona when I got it last year around Christmas time.
Wow, me too.
Okay, see, I don't know what that is, and we're not the only ones. But last time I got it, I couldn't breathe, and it took me months to be able to like stand up and like even just cook dinner all at once without like suffocating. So
Well, I'm gonna tell you why, real quick. The first one, I'm not even supposed to talk about this on my channel, but There are two
Mhm.
different ones. I'm not going to say the names of them, but one of them attacked your lungs. That was the first one we got last year. This one we have is more like the flu. It sits in your throat and in your nose. It's more like of a flu. So that's
Yeah,
why they were two different ones.
yeah. This is version 15, actually. 1-5. Yeah, there's been 15. We've only cared about, like, and talked about in the news, like maybe 4 of them, but there's been 15. And this one, unfortunately, the reason why we all got infected is because my friend's husband, like, he had some basically pain in his legs, right? His legs were sore. That was
Mhm.
it. And so he thought he was fine. His workplace, who was keeping up with all of the different, possible symptoms, said, "Hey, take the at-home test." But what happened is, right before he had done that, we all had to get together. So, like, 10 of us all got infected. Like, even though we were wearing masks and
Okay,
social
yeah, we know how
distancing.
the story ends from
Yeah.
there. Like,
Somebody
Yeah,
can
this
you
one,
everybody
Just
got
blame it on man.
together.
It's okay.
Somebody got sick.
yeah, it makes you less sick, but it also is way more contagious. So it's like a 50-50. And then I didn't see like anyone for Christmas, including my godson, because I didn't want to infect them because they had just gotten RSV and pneumonia and an ear infection all at once, all 3 of the kids over there. So I didn't want to see them. And then they went and caught it on their own in their building.
Oh,
Like, they hadn't even left. So no one even knows where they got it from. So it's, I don't know. It's been a 2022. And
yeah, I
then,
know what you mean.
we just had a blizzard. But hey, I got locks now, right? So I'm rocking my blackness, my Jamaicanness with my locks. So,
Oh,
right, at least I had. Hey, I couldn't go nowhere, so I might as well, start something. So now I got locks. I'll be rocking those for y'all in the, spring, summertime when they're, more teenage than,
yeah.
starter. But whatever.
Thank you
But
for
okay.
said I can't wait to see them.
Technically, well, no, this display picture is an afro, but the one I'm using in the chat is like my locks, but they're so small it just looks like hair. So,
Yeah,
So we're gonna be waiting on that new avatar, basically.
right.
yeah, because you can't see it, and so like it didn't look impressive. So I just decided to use this one instead. But anyway, okay, so you guys want me to answer what E Capone was talking about, or
No,
First, I want you to okay, so we spoke about which of the following do Black women do the most. You heard all of the questions. I mean, all of the comments that I said, right? Not comments. What do you
the
call that?
surveys. Remember
it's
you
from
was doing the
it's
Surveys.
from
I'm
the
sorry.
surveys
There
poll,
for
you
right?
go.
different
Surveys.
answers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So,
from the poll. And on the poll
right.
itself, I actually answered talk down about Black men. That was my answer.
Now, why did you pick that one?
Well, I would have picked 2. So I would have picked talk down on Black men, and the other one that was, wear bonnets in public.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I didn't agree on that they're the ones who have the abortions the most.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, I couldn't say all of the above. And so then I went between bonnets and talking down about Black men. What I realized is not all women wear bonnets. In fact, really the ones who are wearing bonnets and rocking them all the time and whatever are the ones who are mostly into either their natural hair real hard, like as far as like I have to, man, with these dreads, you don't want them covered in lint, but also ones who rock weave all the time, right? And then you have a whole bunch of women who don't do any of that. But what I've noticed commonly, much more commonly, is a Black woman hearing a Black woman say, "Black men ain't shit. Yo, you're go to your whack ass daddy." And I've heard that
Mm-hmm.
from way more. It seems to be like a common thing. Like, it doesn't matter what you look like, where you're from, what other factors about you. I've heard you talk down about a Black man, and when you do it, this is the thing. Unlike, okay, I mean, we all get mad at someone, and we all talk down about someone at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I've talked down about my exes before, right? Or about, someone who's not treating me right in the moment. But I don't make it about a Black thing, right? So like if I'm talking down about my ex, I don't say, go to your, my Black ass ex-boyfriend, and make it about a Black male issue. I make it about a him issue. He ain't shit, right? So I'm gonna talk about how he ain't shit.
Mm-hmm.
But what I noticed is even Black women who don't generally talk down about Black men, like they're not, over on Sinji's channel or whatever, when they're mad at a Black man, they make it a Black male issue. It's something about him being a Black man, right? Yeah, I knew you black men weren't shit. I knew you black men were lazy. I knew you black men were cheaters. And so they make it about black men, and it's like an automatic thing that's in our culture. And it doesn't matter if you're Black American or from the West Indies or from whatever. Once you touch like Western soil, it's like an automatic thing. So that's why I chose that one.
Yeah, I choose that one too. I think that's the worst. That and the bonnet, like you said. How about the single mother? Nobody spoke on the single mother issue. What do you think about
Honest,
that?
well, I think for the same reason I wouldn't have picked the abortions, I'm not going to pick single mothers. When you look at the stats objectively and you see just how many single mothers there are, especially white single mothers, but just generally single mothers. Not only that, but obviously America is not even the highest rate of single mothers in the world. Um, and so, I mean, it's like there's like this thing where black women, well, black people in America especially, their image is painted by the bottom 10% of the entire population. And so whatever we can do, and I don't mean like intentionally, it's just like, well, maybe intentionally, but not by us. We've just picked it up and are running with it. But like we're always defining black people by the bottom 10%, even if it's not the most accurate depiction. Right. So it's like black women are like painted as these single welfare moms, right? Like it's such a prevalent image that the majority of people think that that's all black women, if not all, damn near all, even though that's not the case, right? It's not even the case that the majority of single mothers are on welfare, but there is this belief, right? Like where we have that image painted on us. And it doesn't matter that there are more white mothers who are on welfare with their single, mom. It doesn't matter how many, like, it doesn't matter what anyone else is doing. Somehow, if we do it like a little bit, then it's all on us. So I just don't think that it's a totally accurate depiction.
Anybody want to push back on that? I know y'all do.
No, I'm not really gonna push back. Everything that you're talking
Yeah,
about.
I'm gonna push back on that just a little bit.
Before you push back, I just want to say it's been nice talking to you all. I had no idea how late it was. I was sitting here just dozing off, and I look at the clock like, okay, time for
Holy
me to
shit!
go.
Yeah, you're right.
Peace
I
out,
gotta
Thanks for
Wes.
jump.
coming,
Have a
Wes.
great
Thank you.
conversation.
All
Thank you
right.
so much.
Peace,
Good
bro.
night.
Yeah,
Bye.
Nice
peace,
almost
Wes.
talking to you, Wes. Maybe
Nice to
next
meet you
time.
too.
Thanks a lot, man. Thank you for the heads up. I gotta jump too, Melody. I gotta take
Peace.
off.
Well,
All
good
right,
Good night, you
be
night.
good.
guys.
Good night to
Thank you
you
so much
too.
for having me.
Thanks for coming.
I really appreciate you. I'll see you again. Indeed.
Peace,
Good
bro.
night,
Thank you.
everybody on the panel. Be well, and I'm gonna rock this one to sleep. Good night. Have a good
Good
day tomorrow.
night. You
Good
too.
night.
Bye.
I got an announcement to make.
Yeah.
We about to start taking this shit to Clubhouse so we can get into these deeper conversations
Uh-oh.
because you can't say too much on here. So, Melody, tell them your Clubhouse.
Oh, I didn't make it yet.
Hold on. Is this gonna be called Jersey Alliance Clubhouse?
Hold on. There's a lot of feedback. Yeah, so I was speaking with Baloo and I was telling him I'm gonna make a clubhouse soon so we can have deeper conversations. But I'm also gonna have my YouTube page as well. But some things we can't say on here, I want to be able to say there. So
Melody is
be on the
expanding. Let's
lookout.
go.
Yeah, let's
You
go.
could
Let's get
abbreviate
it.
what you want to say though.
Well, yeah, but like I would like to talk about, what, other things, I don't want to say it,
The
but
syringe. I say
yeah,
the
the
syringe.
syringe and a lot of other things that I
I
can't talk
don't know
about
what you're
here.
Yeah,
talking
because of the
about.
deplatform, you know
So,
what I mean? Like it's too much. And then they put that thing under your YouTube video as soon as you even mention it. So
exactly.
I ain't trying to
So,
do all that. That's why I hate when they do that joint to my joint.
right. And I'm shadow banned already. So imagine what they'll do next.
Because people be cussing up a store in this damn street.
Yeah. But real quick, because I
Ah,
know I have to shut down soon too. Anybody have any pushback on classic Ruby?
Hello, can someone hear me?
yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
we
no.
did.
All
She, some of her,
Blue, mute up.
yeah.
I got
That,
before you shut down, I gotta ask everybody one question.
all right, never mind.
All right, I'm not shutting down yet, but you can after they speak. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. You can finish speaking.
Go ahead, Mel.
Mel?
Oh, it's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was asking Mel, how long you shadow banned for?
I don't know. Ever since the guy flashed his penis, and I forgot to take it down. This is the thing. I forgot to take that stream down, so I went to sleep and everything.
Oh.
And then I woke up to a message from YouTube. It was just a mess. So I don't know how long this shadow ban is going to last.
You email
But
YouTube
Real quick,
Mm.
let me say something to the panel. I want everybody to look up chemical poison and the
no, don't
symptoms.
talk about that on here. That'll
Talk
get
about what? I'm talking about chemicals. I ain't say nothing
I
about
know,
that.
but anything about chemicals
Yeah,
and
they
anything
can.
like that, they mess your page up,
The
your channel.
YouTube algorithm, bro. Like if you talk about use certain words, bro, like it'll go to a point they might shut down people's channels, bro.
Yeah, no, go
Exactly.
look up the list of demonetized words, and that will give you an idea of how like stringent it is. Because there are words that you wouldn't even guess will get your content demonetized or your whole channel demonetized because they're normal words. There are words we use that it's like it's not even associated with something specific, and yet it's on the list of demonetized words. So I mean, you got to be careful, as careful as possible. I did want to say about what y'all were talking about with, I think it was with E. Capone, where he was saying like, my girl wears booty shorts and I didn't like it, but like, I let her wear booty shorts. Here's the thing, which I don't know. A lot of people like when I listen to some of the conversations, I listen and I'm like, this is just a lot of single people speaking, and I'm gonna explain why I think that way.
Whoa.
Because in relationships, it seems like people think that if you're not 100% getting your way, then you're doing this bad thing called settling, right? And like that's not true. It just comes down to, first of all, if you ever want to be happy in life, you have to choose your battles. And a lot of times in life, you have to find the balance between respecting, the other person's individual rights and freedoms and comforts and whatever in your own wants and needs and comforts, right? And a lot of times that's going to put you in a position where you might be doing things you never thought you were going to do, or you might be okay with things you never thought you'd be okay with, right? But it's because of the balance of the individual and the balance of the relationship. So like, for example, in the case of booty shorts, right? Well, if your girl's already pretty flirty and hoey and she's super stacked, right? And when she wears any kind of shorts, you can see the bottom of her booty from a mile away, and blah 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 blah. Okay, and then you're like, I don't want you wearing booty shorts like that. Okay, I understand the balance. The tug and pull is when she wears anything tight or short, the whole entire world could see all her goods, and that's yours, right? You don't want her to show it off. But like when I was 115, 120 pounds, I could put almost anything on my body, and I didn't look scandalous. I didn't look super sexy and scandalous and whatever because I was so tiny, right? So all of a sudden, things that I wouldn't have worn at, definitely not at 220 pounds, but I wouldn't have worn even at 140 pounds, I wore comfortably and looked respectable at 115, 120 pounds, right? So, and ultimately, because of the kind of person I am, I'm not super flirty, I'm not scandalous, right? I carry myself in a way that even if I'm wearing something that's tiny, I still do it with like a type of class and respect for myself. You know what I mean? And a situational awareness that, I'm wearing a short skirt or I'm wearing a low cleavage top, so I don't lean over in certain ways. I make sure when I sit down and I keep my knees together and I cross my legs right. There's just certain things that you do. You carry yourself with class, and then all of a sudden this thing is not as big of a deal. Or like, you know what I mean? So I feel like sometimes we address these subjects and it's like, dude, when you're in a relationship, especially when you're married, like one of you is either going to be hella miserable if you can't figure out how to like choose your battles and really sit down with yourself and sit down with your spouse or your significant other and have these discussions and really talk it through to its logical conclusion as far as like what's important to her, what's important to you, why is it important, and where's the fair and equal like compromise that makes everybody comfortable and happy.
Nah, I got pushback, yo. Yeah,
It's not
I
gonna
got
happen.
I got pushback, yo. She's on my program. That's my pick me. You feel me? That's how we do it out here.
Okay. And what do you got to say about that classic?
Okay, but here's the thing though, right? And I think that people kind of again miss this point. I was never into like casual sex or casual dating. Like from like the eighth grade, I was ready to date to be married, right? So
No
Nice.
that
way.
no, I always was dating with intention. I'm a serial monogamist, right? So I had a lot of very long-term relationships again since like the
So
seventh,
that's
eighth grade.
casual right there.
How is
How's
that
that
casual?
casual?
Serial monogamy. What the fuck?
Well,
Okay,
I
let
mean,
me explain to you
obviously,
what serial monogamy
wait, classic, because
means.
I can
Go
explain
ahead.
it.
I
Okay.
don't know
Serial
what the hell
monogamy
y'all
doesn't
talking
mean that she was bouncing from phallus to phallus. It just means that if one relationship didn't work out, she broke
In
up,
like
and
three
then
months, new
we
relationship.
don't know the
No, that's
timeline
not
though.
what it is.
Okay,
That's not what it is. So
One
when
year,
she
new
saw,
relationship.
bro,
One
we
90
year.
don't
days.
know. Hold on, we don't know
Like
the
the woman
timeline, bro.
said,
Hold on, Mel.
she was
We
dating
don't know the
with
timeline. So the
intention,
thing about it, if she's saying
married.
serial monogamy, that just means she was in relationships. We don't know if she broke up with a
Uh
dude
huh.
3 years, 4 years. We
Uh
don't
huh.
know. We
I
just
know what you're
know.
saying.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
I don't
serial
know what
monogamy. I mean,
you did.
but just
Yeah,
say
like when I was
monogamous.
Jesus,
16,
this is nasty.
when I was no in seventh grade, I was in a 2 year relationship until the ninth grade. Then I was in a 1 year relationship in the ninth grade. Then I was in a 1 year relationship in the 10th grade. And then once I turned 16, I was in a relationship for 4 years. And then when I turned 19, I was in a relationship for 5 years. And then I met my husband and I've been with him ever since. So when I say serial,
Bless.
You
and the
sound
thing
very
is,
busy. You
oh
sound
yeah, of course. Very busy. What did I name? 6 people? Oh, and I
yeah.
didn't sleep with all of them either. Just so we're all
Cat.
clear.
Well,
No, not
not
Cap,
probably not
because
when you was
again,
young, young.
no, I just in general.
It's
And
young,
here's the
young.
thing: I wasn't on this. Well, actually, society really wasn't quite on the way that they are now, like with all this casual sex and whatever. Like when I was in high school, you were disgusting if you like had sex casually or if you gave a guy a blowjob, even if he was your boyfriend. Like
Cat.
that's what my school was like. So I
Oh.
wasn't raised in this culture where it's like, oh, everyone's just slinging everything all over the place. I think it's repulsive. Like I honestly think it's absolutely disgusting the way people are living. So again, when I say serial monogamous, what I'm saying is this: I was very happy being in a relationship. I was very happy being a wife, and I went to take care of my man. I was very happy in that position. I wasn't happy being single and finding myself as a single person or wanting to play the field. I wasn't like that. We found someone, oh, I like you, you like me from day one. In my head, we might as well be married. That's how I was. And I've always been like that because I'm
That's
very
right.
happy in that position. Right. So
Yeah, I want to speak to everything that Melanie was saying. All of those traits, all of those aesthetics that you brought up, even some of the characteristics, all of that is basically toxic femininity. That at least I classify it that way. Now,
Yeah,
every wave of feminism, every aspect of feminism wasn't completely bad, right? But some
true.
of it, some of feminism have been infiltrated by the LGBT community,
hmm
and you have a lot of masculine women that join that group, and they pass some of their ideologies to regular women that were in that group. So that's why you see a lot of masculine behaviors that's repulsive, or how did Classy Rude put it? You see a lot of girls they're having this hookup culture. Some would
hmm
call it serial monogamy, but she meant it in
It's
a
not
good way.
serial.
Um,
No, that's
It's not
literally a
serial
different.
monogamy, man.
yeah,
No,
but
it's
but
not at
but
all.
but no, but
You saying it that
but
way,
that's
or
how
you
a
think
lot
that
of
way,
women that are hoes put
clear
it.
why you
They,
keep
That's
thinking
not
that
No,
way.
serial.
they
They did
don't.
not put it as
No.
serial
oh,
monogamy,
okay,
fam.
black. I have sisters that are serial monogamy.
No,
Anywho,
No.
You put that out
And
on
then
Front Street.
words
That's
have
not serial
meaning.
I know
monogamy.
back why you keep thinking that way
Look,
because you're used to a
that
certain type of woman around your environment that
and,
just
and,
have
facts.
a slut.
and y'all
No,
y'all
I
brothers
know
need
how
to.
women move.
There are plenty of
Maybe
women
that's it.
more
No,
than that.
no. Listen,
There are
listen,
plenty of women.
Like that's weird. That's
Mel.
not what he
It may not
means.
be a large percentage of them, but there are still plenty of women like Ruby that want to be married. Their purpose is they'll tell you themselves.
Which
I
is
want to be
low.
married to serve my man, that serve my
I
family.
understand
That's a
that.
lie.
She
They don't
meant
have
it
a
in a
large
good
percentage
way.
of
Y'all
respect.
She,
brothers, okay.
Respect.
First of
I
all, y'all
understand
brothers,
that.
yeah.
They
Hold
don't
on.
like that, like
Wait,
they
Mel,
want
slow
to be in
down.
relationships.
One thing. Y'all brothers keep sitting up there. Did you just say like the LGBTQ
Yeah,
kind of just
I
put
know he
us
said that. Yeah,
infiltrated?
No,
exactly.
But
I didn't
this is
want to
no
say that.
wait. Hold on. Because if y'all going to sit up there and talk about women being promiscuous in the hookup culture, you know that happened in the 1920s also, right? You do
Okay,
know
but
that,
we're
right?
we're talking about the
No.
waves of
But
feminism.
That
okay,
happened before
feminism.
sexual
Okay,
feminism also
feminism
too. There was
happened.
such
Okay, there
all
was
the time.
feminism, but there was different times throughout society where
We know
women was
that.
being promiscuous,
We
and it
know
was the
that.
hookup culture and all that other stuff. So I
We
wouldn't
know that.
necessarily say the LGBTQ infiltrated the idea of
Oh
masculine
yeah,
women,
there's
but there
plenty
was
of,
other
No,
factions
yeah,
I
that
don't
did
want
they're
to
mix
say
with
not
the
though.
word,
infiltrated
but
to feminism like you think that is. Period.
Well,
there's
I didn't hear what
It's
you
a
said,
lot
the
of,
Mel.
small part. The small part you're focused on is the free love movement. That played the
well,
part
no,
that
I'm
I
had
didn't
to
trying
even
do it.
say
to,
the free love movement. The
My
free love
perspective
movement
of
was in
feminism, the free love,
1960s.
and unfortunately, the LGBT community expressed that hard during the second wave of feminism. They was inspired by that.
You
yeah, he's
sure
right
about
about that.
that?
You know, he's right about
Yes,
that.
sir.
Hey, no need to
Uh,
be loud, man. Chill. Hey, one at a time,
No,
nigga.
We good. No, we good, Ray.
yeah,
We good.
yeah.
But
I
that's
was
just
talking
that
about it in
infiltrate
relation
about
to
the
black
whole
women,
thing
though.
about them infiltrating. Like, nah, it's not the infiltrate. Just like Bronsberg said, nah, they've been doing this act before even second wave feminism came in. We're doing this for the dawn of time.
Listen. I was talking about in relation to black women, the toxic, behaviors and traits that they picked up, joining some of the feminist movement. You feel me? So a lot, see, a lot of those behaviors, they really not gonna get checked as long as dudes is sleeping with them. So
Well, as long as they
a chick,
saying,
there's guys that like BBW women. There's guys that don't care about a hair bonnet. There's guys that they just want to sleep with a chick, and that will validate a chick to the point where she doesn't feel like she has to change any of those bad attributes. You get me? And
right.
and the crazy thing is, I think even if guys really stop sleeping with them as much, they're still gonna lie to each other and tell each other that they're beautiful and that they're still wanted and that niggas still want. They're still gonna lie about it. The only way to check all of those like negative behaviors that Melody brought up is just basic regulation.
No,
They
it's the
can't.
brothers, but it's the youngies. It's the brothers. This is why I gotta get pushback. Well, not necessarily pushback. I blame the simp ass brothers. You understand me? Those brothers
Yeah.
out there that did that stupid ass Nubian queen, the mother goddess, and all that nonsense, bro. Those are the dudes I blame. You seen that happened? Fresh and Fit, and
I
that dude Shabazz. That dude
Nah,
out
I
there
didn't see
said,
that.
"Yeah, well, Melody's gonna be doing. Melody, you say you're gonna be doing a stream on that tomorrow, right?"
Yes, Fresh
Yeah,
and
so
Fit.
so
Mm.
yeah, my thing about it is
Go back
that
to
that's
Mother
that
Queen
pro
goddess
black that
shit.
pro black wave and stuff like that. There was like the Nubian goddess and it's still doing that in 2022, fam. Those are the dudes I look at disparagingly and be like, yo, honestly, bro, I just want to slap you for sitting up there saying that stupid nonsense,
Exactly.
bro. And you sitting up there going along with this behavior and these women out here twerking on goddamn couches. What the hell's wrong
Like
with
I
y'all,
swear to
yo?
God, every
Well,
time I hear dudes talk like that, man, I get so cringeworthy. I like, dang, my skin crawls now. Like,
Talking about I like my chocolate and my mocha and my dark
what the
coffee,
hell?
man.
This
Just take
going
a
out.
goddamn seat.
This
It's
chick
like
going out
That
for
watching
BS.
BS.
it's like technically it's like watching a masculine cuckoid. I'm like, what? You know, I'm like, how do you this masculine act like a cuckoid? Like, yo,
you know, if I could add
his
on to that,
butt like that, a butthole instead. Mother
I
queen
want
got
to add on to that a little bit because the thing is, and what I find is this: first of all, we have a big issue with the Generation Zs and youngers not knowing a damn thing about the history of things that they talk about or claim that they're about. For example, feminism or womanism. Because if you look at womanism, which a lot of people haven't and didn't, but I did because I've been anti third and fourth wave feminism for a long time. Womanism was the Black woman's response to feminism. I'm going to explain to y'all what that means. Basically, Black women realized, wait a minute, white women's battle is with white men, but our battle is also with white men. It's not with our men, right? In fact, we have a whole separate battle that white women don't have, for just Black families and Black people as a general whole that they don't have. So womanism was actually a response to feminism. It was saying, listen, we got to do our Black power, Black pride shit first. And then secondly, we have issues that are specific to being a woman in this society, and we have to care about that. But we can't battle our men, right? We have to be on the same side as our men, even while we are also fighting for things that have to do with women's issues, because our issue isn't really with our men. And I actually went and read all of the old school original literature. That's all what it says. So what Black women are doing with womanism in the 21st century, that's not based on actual womanism. So I wondered, well, okay, where did it come from? And the reason why this all sparked in my head is because I agree with you. I think it comes from that pro-Black Hotep kind of sector, right? Where they just started filling people's heads, women's heads, with this bullshit about them being queen and the original person and whatever, you could do no wrong because you're a queen, baby, and blah 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 blah, and then literally started filling them with the victim mindset, right? And the victim attitude about everything. How could you do that to my queen and all that bullshit? So, I mean, now, yeah, sure, these women are quoting feminism and hiding behind the flag of womanism. But womanism didn't create this problem, right? I do think that it was stuff like these hoteps and the Black power kind of groups and whatever that really started perpetuating the bullshit.
Yeah, womanism.
But that also too is the fact. Number one, like you said, white women, they had their own problems, their own man and shit like that. But they needed numbers. It's all about numbers. Who was easy? How you think the LGBT community is able to update numbers the way they is today? They needed other people outside sources to update numbers to get their support. They went to the women of all nationalities and stuff like that to update numbers. Black women did, white women did the same thing to fund their movement. They went to Black women. Who are the biggest enemies to them? Okay, we got white women, but also Black men as a threat also too. Let's turn their own women against them so we can up our numbers and shit. And that's what the fuck happened. They up their numbers, infiltrating their heads so damn much. I tell them, all females all the time, choices come with trade-off. A Black woman made a choice, and the trade-off wasn't equal to the choices that they made. It's backfiring to this day. And it's still
sir, I agree with you, right? I absolutely agree with that as far as today goes. But when you're looking at the origins tell us that feminism did exactly what you said they did. And our women got on board first, and then they went, wait a minute, my issue isn't with my man, right? My issue is with her man too. In fact, me and my man, we got an issue we got to fight for together. So that's why they came up with womanism. So what I'm saying is that between that point in time where Black women still had their heads on their shoulders and today, where they're pretending that somehow womanism was just feminism for Black women. That's not what it was. That's not, womanism was literally a response to, wait a minute, Black women can't have this battle. We don't have this battle. We don't have this issue. But Black women, because of their women in the society that at the time did disadvantage women, right? Women have an issue, but also Black people have an issue. So what do? So what I'm saying is, right? And here's the thing. I agree with what you're saying today insofar as the way that these current Black women who are claiming they're feminists and womanists and whatever, that's literally exactly why, right? But that's not what happened originally. And that's why it's like, okay, wait a minute. If we had common sense then, right? When it first all started, when they came to us because they needed the numbers and whatever, and then we said, wait a minute, no, it's not, this battle ain't right? Then somehow or another, we were on track. And then we lost our minds. Do you see what I'm saying?
White feminists were racist
hold on,
too,
Youngie.
though.
Before you guys continue, Big J, I'll let you back up, but please don't yell, don't talk over people, okay? Can you do that?
I can do that. Unless if I get this disrespect is on. But anyway, let me say it like this.
No disrespect.
This conversation is the reason why we need to revamp the education system, because y'all really don't know the history of feminism. A lot of y'all are only repeating what y'all were told about feminism. And somebody on here earlier, before I was kicked off the first time, was trying to equate feminism with transgenderism. If you actually understood feminism, right? You're right.
Hold on, Youngies.
Watch our words, what we say, because I think that's one of the words.
Hey, Youngies.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah, so let's not use that word.
Just say transformers or something, man.
Yeah, say that.
Transformers.
If you actually studied feminism or actually been around feminists or actually try to dig deeper in these so-called in these
I'll
so-called
call them
movements.
goblins.
Ray.
I'm trying my best to keep my composure because I really don't stand
So,
nigga
Oh
yeah,
shoot.
okay?
no
Hold up.
I didn't like
interrupting,
that
guys.
shit.
Go ahead.
Go
You got
ahead.
the
Go
floor,
ahead.
Big J. Go ahead.
Get it off your chest, man.
The point is y'all really don't understand who y'all really fighting. Y'all like y'all don't and feminists is battling against the idea that of changing the term gender. If you really look at your radical feminists, they're against the whole idea of calling a man a woman and a woman a man because like they feel like it. They see that as an insult to women. So for you to sit there and do that Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity talking points about gender politics, you're sadly digging yourself in a hole, and you're not making any sense when you make those arguments. I'm sorry, you got to change your mentality on that.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
nobody
Disagree,
made
but
that
okay.
argument
I
at
would
all.
say add to that though, like if you also too like some extreme feminists and stuff. I'm not gonna mention the gender identity norms, but most females like early days they didn't want traditional families. From my point of view, it sounded like it was started by a lot of unattractive females that couldn't even get with families despite they kind of could
Uh-oh.
the men that
Uh-oh.
they wanted. And unfortunately, being that they couldn't get with the men that they wanted, I want every female to feel the same way. So you know what? We don't need these men. Blah
Yeah.
blah blah. And then it got even more detriment when some of them had babies. You don't need to raise these babies with these men. We can raise them our own, like some Amazon.
Yeah.
Yo, but you
Hold
know
on,
what's
Mel,
crazy, Mel? You know what's
hold
crazy,
on,
Mel?
hold
You know what's
Mel.
crazy,
Mel,
Mel? But that's the same thing when they say
Mel.
gender identity and politics, right?
Where are you getting that from, Mel? Where are you getting that talking point from?
That's my talking point.
Yeah,
Period. My
that's just
No,
basic.
where are you
He wants
getting
you
it
to he wants
from?
you to tell him what
Ugly
you
bitch, ugly women are gonna
No,
are
where
gonna
are
go
you getting
towards
it from?
feminism.
Stop.
No.
Oh my
Answer my
gosh.
Ugly
question. Where
women
are you
are
getting it
set
from,
to
I
go
Mel?
did.
towards the
Yo,
feminism.
Young East, wait. Mel, answer
Where
the
are you
question.
getting it from, Mel?
I'm getting it from my point of view. That's what I'm
His
getting
own
it from.
logic.
And where is your point of view coming
I'm
from?
trying to answer your question. Also, too, from what I'm realizing, looking at it, I come to my own conclusions. If you realize, yes, think about who started the Me Too movement. You see how
Ugly ass.
unattractive that black woman.
That's not
If you
but
look at her,
Hey
and it did.
man, look at
but
y'all,
that's not
man.
an
Hey,
adequate but honestly, bro,
Most
that's not really an
unattractive female.
adequate
I mean,
point
come on,
though.
like if you realize,
Yes, it
who
is.
started these
what
It's
the
feminine
fuck?
not.
movements? They don't need
Yes,
no
it is an
man.
It
adequate
doesn't
point.
matter about the
Because
fact
women
that
that
whether
What
she
the
was
fuck I
attractive or
came
not.
back
You,
to? What the fuck,
you're
man?
susceptible to feminism when you're ugly.
Listen to what Mel just did. Mel,
Tell the truth.
you gave them ammo. You gave anti-male rhetoric ammo by what you just said, and this is the reason why
I gave him ammo.
Hold on, Mel.
You did. You gave them ammo.
No, you damn.
No, and no, yes, you did.
No, I want
The
to
problem
hear.
is,
I want to hear.
no, the problem is time for you. Stop putting too much mustard on your hot dog. It's time for you to catch up. Your mentality is so juvenile. Your mentality is so juvenile that you don't see what you really don't see. You know what? No, I'm gonna say it like this. I'm saying,
Explain it.
Explain it.
I've been trying to explain this to you. Look, yeah, hold on. I'm trying to explain it to you, but it's so hard for you to understand it. I can't
Without the
understand
insult.
I'm not
Young East,
understanding it and
Mel,
not explaining it.
Without the
I'm
insult,
not
though.
answering
Not
Explain
you,
it.
telling you what
period.
it is.
That's your point of view.
Because you just gave you are so mad about the misandry, but then at the same time you being misogynist at the same time.
Who said I was mad about the
Can I say
misandry?
one thing?
What did I say about misandry?
No.
One at a
What did I
time.
say about misandry and misogyny about it?
Wait. Hold on,
Did
hold
I
Hold
say
on.
on.
One at a time.
Guys, Mel and
What
Big
you
J,
said is
hold on.
One at a
misogyny.
time.
What you said, Mel, is misogynistic.
How is misogyny?
Let him
When you
explain.
were
Hold on.
talking about the Me Too movement, right? You talking the Me Too. Well, these are some fat ass women, and not
They are.
and none of what you said was about. Well, do these women do they make valid points about them being sexually harassed or suffering
Not
sexual
really.
abuse?
No, not with that slut
Hold on,
walk.
Young East. Hold on,
Wait,
young
hold on.
East.
I'm answering
So wait.
you.
Hold on.
Time out.
Hold on.
Oh,
So
Why?
Mel,
Hold
hold
on.
on.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
Bronx
hold
Bunny
on.
is trying to
Hold
help me keep
on,
it together,
bro.
guys. So when he
I'm
says
BJ,
not
you
hold
gonna
just
on,
hold
hold
talk.
on.
on.
Let
East,
Mel
hey, but
respond, and then young East respond.
no,
Come on
but
now,
young East. Why are you trying to conflate the
bro.
slut walk with the damn Me Too movement when they don't have nothing to do with one
are
another?
you kidding? It's
Y'all
all under the
asking
That,
two
same
that
questions to two
feminist
nothing
different
umbrella.
people.
Let him answer. Let
that
him
tells
answer.
me
Okay.
you
He
don't
didn't
read.
even. Do
No,
you
that
want him
tells
to
me
answer?
no,
You
you
gonna keep
don't read and
talking?
you don't read research. That tells me you don't read, you don't research, you just listen. You don't
You,
use
One mic, one
You
mic,
are
one
Blue,
wrong.
I
mic,
got it.
one
Thank
I
you,
mic,
got it,
Blue.
one
Blue.
mic, one
y'all,
mic,
all right,
you.
one mic,
I got it.
you
Thank
I
you.
got
moderators
it.
ain't letting us talk
one
though.
mic, one mic. Everybody,
You,
one
Blue,
mic,
hey,
one
I
mic.
one
got
Everybody,
mic
it.
shut
guy,
the
you
fuck
gotta let us
up.
talk.
Shut
Let
Mel,
us
up.
let us
Melody,
talk.
get
One mic.
Guys,
Let
Melody,
us
wait,
tell
wait,
talk
each
wait.
then.
person.
Guys, please.
Mel, mute the mics. Mute the mics. Mute the mics. Mute the
Blue,
Wait, wait,
mics. Mute
I
the
wait,
got
wait.
mics.
it.
Stop repeating that, Melody. What you
Mute
need
the
to do
mics.
is tell
Blue.
each person when it's their
Mute
turn
the
and give them a certain
mics.
amount of
I'm
Mute
time,
the
like
trying.
say a
mics.
Be
minute or
Stop
quiet.
something.
yelling. Stop yelling. Oh my God. Stop.
Mute the mics.
Tell each
Listen.
person
You
when
got
it's
it,
their
Blue.
Mute
turn
the
and
Blue.
mics.
Hey,
Everybody
Blue,
stop
Blue.
talking. Let
Stop
Melody talk.
yelling. Stop yelling. Oh my God. Stop.
All right, Blue.
You
Blue,
guys doing
please.
that. Blue, mute up.
Mute up,
Mute up.
Blue. Look, listen,
Thank
yo, all of
you.
y'all on the panel before you speak, I got it. Y'all just gotta chill, man. I got it, bro. All
Yeah,
right?
because I understand like everyone's passionate about this and it
Yeah.
is a debate, but let's just have one at a time.
So what I was gonna say is since Big J addressed it to Young East, I was gonna say Young East go ahead and respond and Mel respond because you asked a question to Mel. So Young East go and then Mel
But
and then Big J
right.
go back.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
you
All
but
gotta
right,
give
I
him
all
a
was saying,
chance. You gotta give him a
right, all
chance
right.
to
Hold
I'll
on.
go.
respond.
Big
I'll
J,
go.
let him respond. Then
I
Yeah,
Young
was
you gotta
East
give
talking
him
to
a
go.
chance.
Mel. I wasn't talking to Young East. I was talking
You
to
He
asked
said
Mel.
Young
young
East
E.
a question. So
He
you let
did though.
Young East answer it and then Mel. You go ahead and then Mel responds. I'm saying Young East go first, then Mel. Young East go.
Okay, so
That shit ain't that
the
hard, man.
men.
Blue.
It ain't that hard
Oh my
to let
Ah,
God!
one
Yo,
person
oh
stop,
my
speak.
Stop
God.
talking.
stop.
Blue. Young East
Holy
go.
shit!
Good
All right, so
golly.
the slut walk, Amber Rose, complete feminist. Okay, the Me Too movement, complete feminist. Is under the same umbrella. To not equate them is stupidity. So I don't understand how you don't see that. And the Me Too movement was started by that woman, and that woman is unappealing. She looks
What does that
disgusting.
have?
Hey,
What does
hey,
that have to
hey,
do
Hold
with
hey,
me
on, Big
trying
hey,
to
who
J.
prove
said? Hold
that?
Hold
on, let me
Let
on.
finish.
him
Let me
finish.
finish.
Let
Let
him
me
Big,
finish.
finish.
Let me
Big
finish. Let me
J.
finish. It suggests that women, this is the leader of it. This is the leader. So it suggests that women that are unattractive are susceptible to the ideology of feminism. And if you look at the crowd, you can easily see that. Just go YouTube it. I'm done.
Just go
Okay.
you.
Mel.
Thank you.
Mel, go ahead.
Oh my God, this dude.
Mel.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, Mel.
I don't know. I forgot what I wanted to respond to, man.
Okay. Big J.
I thought.
Go ahead, Big J.
You're not, you're not the
Uh-oh.
brightest bulb in the room. You're not the
Yep.
sharpest
There it is,
knife
the
in the drawer.
disrespect.
No.
They say words.
You're disrespecting my intelligence. I can't
I
stand that
didn't.
shit. Especially
Big J,
especially
just
from
make your point,
especially
please.
from especially from a dumbass nigga. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
And,
hold
and
on.
I'm,
Wait.
I'm, 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 no,
Hold,
I'm,
hold
I'm,
Disrespectful.
I'm
on.
Just
going to
make your
say it. I'm
point.
Hold
going to
on,
go
hold
ahead and
on,
say
hold
it.
on.
You
No
can
disrespect.
drop this bitch ass nigga.
Yo,
Stop.
stop
No
it.
cursing. No
Yo,
Drop
hold
him.
disrespect.
on.
Drop him.
Yo,
He's a
pause.
bitch. He
Both of
can't
y'all
even control
pause.
himself.
Yo, hold on. Pause. Both of y'all pause. First of all, Big J, this is the problem with you. You don't know how to make a conversation without insulting
Ah,
somebody.
Yeah.
shut
That's
up.
why
Nah,
somebody
you
always get
cap.
on your
You
clown
know,
self
hold
because
on,
you don't know how to talk.
but
I'm not
Young East,
disrespecting you.
Young East
Hold
Yo,
on.
lower your
Hold on.
voice,
I'm
nigga.
not
down some of
disrespecting
this
you. But you
bronze
keep
hurt.
sitting up there talking.
So you
See,
need
I'm
to
not.
stop it.
See,
I was
stop crying.
disrespecting when I
Yo,
first
lower
got
your
on
voice,
here.
Big J. You ain't
I was
shit.
One
So
disrespecting when I
mic,
first
one
got on
mic,
here.
I
one
got
mic,
this.
one
I
mic,
got this,
one mic,
Blue.
one
Blue,
mic.
I got this. I got
You ain't
this.
got nothing, man. Chill out. One
Bro, I
mic.
got this.
I got this.
You're not
I got
helping,
this.
Youngie.
You chill out.
Yo,
I got this. One
yo,
mic.
I'm
Everybody shut up.
respond.
One mic.
All right,
Yo,
guys,
yo.
stop yelling, please.
Nah,
No, no,
I'm
no,
saying I got
no,
it.
no, like,
So
no,
what I'm
like the
saying
pump
to
is
Big J
no. The
is,
point is, the point is, the point
You
is
cannot.
the point is though you trying to justify. I'm talking about the young East. I'm talking to Mel. You two Negroes tried to justify your problem. Talk about yeah man. All these feminists are ugly women. And instead of talking about the real issue of rape. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't use the word sexual assault, sexual abuse.
Amber Rose not ugly.
Hold on, youngies.
Hey, whoa, Negro, I'm talking. One mic, nigga. You're supposed to be like Nas, nigga. One mic, isn't it?
One mic.
Right. So anyway, back to the point. You just trying to justify. You get on YouTube because this is your digital security blanket because you don't feel adequate outside of YouTube with your manhood. That's really your goddamn problem. And another guy, partner, player. If you got some pussy you was in high school, you with me on YouTube. The black woman won't let me lead. The black
No
woman
personal attacks. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
He always
he's
does
too
this.
much.
That's
No
what I'm
personal
saying. He doesn't know how
attacks.
to have a convo.
Yeah, he don't know how to talk to
He
people.
always just
No.
digs for insults.
Hey, Melly.
You can boot him. You can boot him, Melody. You can boot him.
Melly. It's not that I don't know how I have a conversation. The thing is, I'm tired.
No,
I'm tired.
All
right, he tired. Who next? Who next?
Okay,
All
so
right,
can
one
I-
mic. Who
wait,
next?
hold
Who
on. So
next?
can I
Who
say
next?
one thing?
Who
Can I say
next?
one thing now?
Who next?
Hold
One
on.
mic. Who next? Who
I'm
next? Who
tired
next? We
of
moving on. We
I'm
moving on.
tired.
We moving on. We moving on.
Hold
Who's
on.
next?
I don't know who you
Who's
is, dude.
next?
I'm
Who's next? Who's next?
Game
I'm
changer.
next.
Game changer's next.
All right, game changer.
Yo.
Game changer. Where you at? That's
Hey.
it. Mute his mic. Mel, mute his mic. And who next?
It's hard to
I'm
mute
talking.
mics
I'm still
because I'm on
going.
the
Big J is
No,
phone.
you're
That's
still
what I'm
not
trying to
talking.
Big
say.
J
Yo,
is still
Melody.
talking.
Just
Y'all
click
be
on the
Melody,
quiet.
drop Big J.
I'm still talking.
Mel, just click on your
Drop Big
person and you
J.
should
Yo,
Yeah,
listen.
drop him.
Wait,
Drop him.
wait.
Who's next? We
Hold
gotta
on.
move
Hold
on. We
on.
Thing,
gotta
because
move on.
I
Drop
can't
him.
do this because
You
everybody's
mad?
Drop
yelling.
him. We gotta move on. Who
Hey,
next?
Blue,
Because I'm
please,
saying
please,
something.
Blue.
everybody be quiet. Yo, one at a time.
Let
Big
Big
J,
J
are you
finish.
done? Are you done, Big J?
He
No,
is done.
I'm not. Because
Okay, so everybody just let him talk. Even if you don't agree with what he's saying,
No,
just
we're
let
gonna
him get
come
it
back
out.
to him. We're gonna come back to him. He's not
Blue, let
taking
him
over the show.
finish.
We're
Hold
gonna
Hold
on.
come
on.
back to
Yo,
him.
hold on. He's
Blue,
not finished. Let him finish.
Blue, we can come back to him because you guys are really passionate. I understand, but just let him talk and then you guys can go. For real,
Right.
I'm serious.
I
Like,
just request to go after them. Is that all
okay,
right?
who want to go after Big J?
Me, Bronzebird. I'm gonna go after him.
Bronzebird. Okay, so
Melody.
I'm gonna
Melody.
choose who goes. Hold on, let me choose who goes. So it's Big J and then it's Bronzebird.
If you do an insult, take him down, Melody.
All right, and then after Bronzebird, it's Game Changer. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
All right, go. Hold on. You got 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Not too long.
All right,
Yeah.
Big J.
Just
No,
let
give
him
him
talk.
2 minutes. Just give him
Let
2
him talk.
minutes. Go, because he has a lot to say. Go.
Yeah, but see, the thing is though, a lot of y'all really don't know the history of feminism. Y'all don't know the history of womanism. Y'all just regurgitating what y'all saw or hear on YouTube. And and it's getting sad though, because y'all don't understand why people are pushing back on black men. Y'all really don't seem to understand why are people looking at y'all and laughing at y'all. When every time somebody said hoes are winning, yeah, the quote unquote a real force are winning because the reason why they win it because people like yourself don't get it. Because like you thinking that same misogynistic things is supposed to win brownie points. And the thing is though, you worry about looks of women who begin the Me Too movement. And I don't care about the Me Too movement, tell you the truth. I really don't give a flying fuck about it. But the point is though, you sit there and be as dismissive of stories or experiences of sexual assault, sexual abuse, sexual harassment shows where your mind is at. See, the thing is with y'all don't look at women as human beings. No, y'all don't. Y'all don't look at any humanity of women. Y'all look at women as appendages. Yes. Go ahead and cough though. I know it hurts. I know why you coughing because it hurts. Because you look at women as appendages and body parts and for sexual sexual pleasure rather than looking at them as human beings. That's your problem. That's how have always have been your problem. And I'm done. I'm out of here. And you and that's why in your heart you know that I'm right.
Okay, thank you, Big
So
J. So let go.
We know you like a woman cuss word, you know what I'm
so
saying?
let me say this. I'm gonna try to do this in 2 minutes as well. The problem with
Melody,
Big
put
J
me on the
is,
list, please.
yeah, the
Okay,
problem with
you're
Big
off the Game Changer.
Okay, the
Okay.
problem with this situation is certain brothers did speak anecdotally. I don't go off of the theory that the woman is unattractive and this, that, and third, especially when it comes to the Me Too movement, because there was always an agenda when it came to it. At first, yeah, on a global scale, it was right about attacking those that was conducting sexual harassment, assault, this, that, and the third. But we don't look at it from both sides. The problem with Big J is he comes on here and does the same thing all the time. Y'all Negroes talk about the women's and all this
Yeah,
other stuff, and we be sitting here like, fam, how you
yeah,
sit up there and ignore the fact of the matter that women are directly practicing misandry and
yeah,
even going to the factor of calling for the death, especially of so-called black men. How do you
yeah,
ignore that? And
Exactly.
this is why I constantly call him a hypocrite. But guess what happens? He gets in his feelings. He sits up and says, see, y'all don't understand, and the manosphere needs to be taken down. Negro, you could have been making videos by now or making commentary on how to better the conditions of so-called black men. The only thing you do is to say, y'all not educated, y'all don't learn nothing, and blah, 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 and this and third. So, Negro, you know what you should do? Go ahead and make some videos that's going to help so-called black men. If you're not going to do that or try to change the paradigm, with all love, due, and respect, shut the fuck up. Honestly, because
Exactly.
you're not doing
Hey,
anything. You're
Bronsberg.
not doing anything to change the setting. You're just arguing with random men and caring about men about what they said about a date from 1986, fam. So get
Exactly.
out of here with
Bronsberg.
that BS.
That's the problem. He's not going to do
So
that. He's
so
like,
talking about this.
No,
Hold on. Let me finish.
Hold on. You got one more minute.
I
Go
got
ahead.
1 more minute. The thing about it is when we're talking about with feminism and all this other stuff, it's just that men of society today needs to understand what they're dealing with, which a good amount of men understand what they're dealing with. You understand what I'm saying? So we can take this, and I'm not saying men should definitely be women haters and this, that, and the third, but we just have understanding what we're up against. And that's it and that's all. That's how you do it. But don't come around here with this, let me express my emotions on a panel and shit, my nigga. Nobody wanna hear you, fam. Go do something productive instead of arguing on YouTube. Get the hell out of here.
fast,
Thank,
Bronsberg.
thank you
That's
so much, Bronsberg. Thank you.
the
I
So
problem.
got that.
let's talk
I got
about
that
game
arguing
changing.
shit.
Game changing. 2 minutes. Go.
all right. Bronsberg, it was exactly 2 minutes. But yeah, I wanted to respond to what Ruby was saying about womanism. Womanism actually was coined by Alice Walker, who wanted, kind of like the Black Manosphere, who wanted a distinct identity of feminism from white feminism. So it was really meant to be like a black version of feminism, which
she said that.
it's kind of like the Wiz. It's the same thing, just blacker. And it was really so they can get noticed and become more of a double minority type deal. Um, Not a fan of womanism. In fact, in my opinion, the concept of a black feminist is foolish at best, because basically what you have a society of privileged white women, and then you have another society of the women that scrub their toilets. Now, the women that scrub their
God.
toilets were told by the housewives that they should focus on scrubbing their toilets more and better and for a longer period of time. You shouldn't focus on becoming a housewife yourself. You shouldn't focus on competing with me in the mating market to become the best mate. You shouldn't focus on your family. Your primary focus is to work harder and scrub my toilet harder. And I think it's a very flawed concept. I don't know how it took so hard on the black community, but maybe it's because they had this infatuation with whiteness that pulled them in that direction. Who knows?
Thank you, GC. Go ahead. 2 minutes, classic.
Okay, so I guess I will say two things. The first thing I just wanted to say really quickly, which is that Amber Rose might have made the slut walk a popular social media talking point, but she's not the one who originated the slut walk. The slut walk was actually originated back in 2011.
Mute up,
Um,
everybody. Sorry. Go
yeah,
ahead.
it's okay. I hear the little echoiness. After a police officer remarked that women should stop dressing like sluts if they did not want to be sexually victimized. And so that was basically what it was about. It was about women college age, but also older women and whatever, women who had been victimized ever before, coming out in a short skirt or a low cut top or whatever, which is what we were really talking about at the time. And saying, oh, okay, I'm a slut for dressing like this. Okay, well then fine. I'm a slut, but I still deserve to, walk around and not be victimized. And then Amber Rose, a few years later, popularized it and made it into this sex positive. I'm literally a whore, and let's all be proud of being literal whores, which is not how it originated. So I want to say that first. Quickly to respond to GC, we're both agreeing in the fact that womanism was Black women's response to white feminism. I know, actually, and that's what I went and I actually read the original literature from Alice Walker and several other major proponents back in the days, which is why I said, no, it was literally a response because unlike white women whose battles with their own men, Black women's battle was not with their own men. They didn't have an issue with Black men. They had an issue with the white patriarchy. They had an issue with the, rules that, I mean, honestly, some of the rules that I agree with fighting against, like, for example, the fact that women were still literally property and you could still legally beat and rape your wife until 1984. So, I mean, there were some issues that definitely needed to be worked out at the time. And so it made sense to fight as a woman for women's rights, but it was a different thing because as a Black person, you still need to fight for Black rights. And so that's why womanism originated. I actually have no problem with the origins of womanism. I have no problem actually with the first couple waves of feminism.
All right, thanks, Ruby. Next, let me see who I'm gonna have. Let's have Young East.
Yeah, so
2 minutes.
The way Big J thinks, the way he talks, that is part of the problem in society. That's part of the reason why a lot of these women with toxic traits are emboldened, even when men are trying to regulate, even when we're having these important discussions about fixing the Black woman and the Black community by extension, you still got pushback from dudes. And I don't even know if it was about pussy or whatever, but you still got pushback from that. With the feminist movement and womanism, obviously white feminists were racist. You feel me? So Black women, they made, okay, the womanist. To me, it's the same thing. And womanism, see, feminism itself got a negative connotation. Feminism itself, the stigma behind the name, a lot of women want to stay away from. That's why you got women even calling themselves anti-feminist. That's the same. That's kind of like the same thing as like the womanist bullshit. It's all the same. That's why I try to put them all under the same umbrella so that we won't get confused by it. The way Black women is acting, the way white women is acting, all those is all under the same feminist bullshit. So as you can see, without regulation, especially sexual regulation, women do not operate correctly. Okay? If you let them go free long enough, you're gonna see the effects that's gonna have on society. They need men for guidance. Any nigga that got a problem with that is just in the way, and we could go to war about it. It really don't matter to me. But what I'm saying is, as you can see, the conditions of the Black community reflects exactly when it reflects when Black men step away, when Black men let go. Look at what happens to the Black women. They're all fucked up. Thank you.
Melody, can I
Thank
at
you.
least can I say something?
Who was
That
that?
was some real
No,
shit. That
I'm
was some
trying to.
real shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to take everybody. Who want to go next?
Oh, me. Since though they want to mute the other. I want Brownsburg
Wait,
be muted.
no.
I want
Wait,
Mel
hold
and I
on, Big
want
J,
Young East
because
to be
you went
muted.
already.
I
Wait, I'm
gotta
trying
go
to
in now.
hold on, because I'm trying to get everybody else, and I'm gonna come back to you. So let me get E Capone next.
I
2
give my
minutes.
time to Big J.
Really? Okay,
Thank you.
go.
Give it to Ray. Give
Oh
it
yeah.
to Gray
Oh
and
yeah.
Baluto.
Oh yeah. So hold on.
Yeah, but he's giving his
I'm gonna take
time
off
to
my
Big J.
jacket
All
for
right, go
So
this
ahead,
one.
my fault.
I'm gonna
2
take off my
minutes.
jacket for this one. Here is the point. Man, hold on. I'm gonna ask a question. And it's a rhetorical question. You want to talk about this? Every time when a Black man on YouTube try to do something like how Cerulin Gray was trying to do with the Gray Flock Initiative, you Negroes, yes, I'm talking about you Negroes on this panel, was shitting on that. Here's another thing. When I wrote my white paper on what to do about the condition, you Negroes in the manosphere and you Negroes shitting on that. Every time when a black person trying to do something about it, you Negroes shitting on it. So Brownsburg, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. You really don't. You are a new nigga. You need to sit your ass down somewhere. Some of us who've been here the longest, you don't know what we did. You just bumping your guns because you got your feelings hurt last week by me when I told you I don't forgive you, nigga. I'll boot your ass off my channel. That's why your ass is hurt. Back to you, Young East. Young East. Okay, you talking about man, you saying black men should just lean back and do anything and do nothing? Well, let me tell you something, Young East. Have you ever read the book called The War on Boys by Dr. Helen Susan Hall Summers? Have you read that book? Answer the question, Young East. Have you read that book or not?
You can answer it, Young East. Go ahead, just yes or no.
It's not my time.
Okay,
You
good.
say yes? Okay, that's fine.
No, I take that as a no. Here is another question. Have you read the book called The Manipulated Man by Esther Vilar? Have you read that book, Young East?
Motherfucker, you don't just talk.
Yes, no.
Can you just finish? You wasting your time,
Have
buddy.
you read it or have you not?
He'll answer it when it's his turn. Okay.
Okay. You know, I take that as a no. Oh, have you read the book by Tom Curry called Man?
All right, it's time.
So let me
It's been 2
respond
minutes.
really quickly.
Stupid ass nigga wasting his time with questions.
Hey, hold on.
Hold
He
on.
got to
Whose
talk.
turn? Wait, whose turn is it?
It's
Whose turn is it?
Brownsburg's turn because he responded to me.
Therefore,
Hold on.
man, the issue,
Wait,
the
did
issue,
you? Hold on. Your time is
done.
up.
Your time is up, bro.
Nah, Big J got to edit the other 2 minutes.
No. He had 2 minutes. He was able to talk for 2.
No.
Yeah.
Now he got 4 minutes
Yo,
altogether.
hold up. How he get more time
Exactly.
now? Hold up.
Melody.
He had,
Wait.
Melody,
He had time.
Time that.
Huh?
Come on now. We was all muted. We was all muted. We let him talk.
Yeah, because
let him
you started the 2-minute thing. Remember, Big J, in the beginning. So you have to wait.
Yeah,
But
like he has it. Nah, come on now.
He
He's able to
hold on.
talk.
Real quick. Okay, let me hear from Mel. Let me see what Mel got to say for
All
2
right.
minutes. Go ahead, Mel.
I'm after Mel. Okay.
Nah, I ain't got nothing to say right now.
All right, so who you want to give your 2 minutes to, Mel?
Brownsburg, you want to go?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. So like I said, fam, you come on here doing this whole theatrics and this whole show. You want to talk about I don't know nothing, I'm new. At the end of the day, I attack you on what you do. You don't do shit, fam. Where's those panels and where's those discussions helping out so-called black men since you was in the political circuit and you was sitting up there talking about how you drafted those bills? Don't come over here with this nonsense. I don't give a fuck if I was booted off your panel. You mad because I sat up there and I called you out. And your friend couldn't have a debate. But we ain't going to talk about that. Like I said, if you want to be respected, if you sitting up there talking about you know this
y'all
information.
never respect.
Hold on. I didn't. Hold on. Mute this dude.
Trying to do
Wait,
something.
Mute this dude. Mute this dude.
Shut the
Mute
fuck
this
up.
dude.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so like I said, we can go about the duration. If someone was on a particular community space, that don't matter to me. It's about the work. So my thing about it is, regardless, every brother on this panel can be educated. Every brother on this panel can know something they didn't know before. I give Big J props all the time when he talks about Lee Atwater from the 1970s. Something I didn't really know about. And there's a couple of things that I didn't know about prior to this space, and we all here to learn. We all here to have conversations and this, that, and the third. My problem with dudes like him is all he does is exactly what he just did on this panel. All he does is yell and sit up there and talk about, y'all don't know nothing and blah, blah, blah. Negro, like I said, be productive. Go do something. Stop yelling with random ass dudes on the panel and gossiping like a little bitch. Thank you, and that's all.
Thank you, Bronzebird. Okay, let me have. Oh, who's next? Wait, let me have Ray. I haven't heard from Ray. 2 minutes.
Bro, that thank you was so funny. I'm sorry, Melody. That was amazing.
Yeah. Let me hear from who I say Ray Hanma. 2 minutes.
Yeah, what's
Go.
up? What's up? Yeah, what's up? Oh shit, nothing. Just feminism. You know what I mean? Is gonna keep going until motherfuckers, push back, and the women, they die off, and the younger women, it's up to them take on the mantle of, you know what I mean, of what their predecessors have done, or be feminine. Either or. There's men that are going overseas, messing with other women. Women who are feminine. Women that ain't gonna treat men like shit. Cause I ain't gonna deal with it. So I don't know. I don't understand the back and forth. It's like either you're gonna deal with these hyenas or not, you know. And I'm on the side of saying no. Fuck you. I'm gonna avoid them like the plague. Excuse my language. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Ray. Um, so now we're back. I think we're back to Game Changer.
Okay, well, my question was for Big J Triple X.
Well, he's coming back up now. Let me bring him back up.
No, please.
Well, no, because he's gonna have to learn. I'll bring him back.
I be crying like a little boy, man.
Yeah, but
no.
all right, hold on. So we're gonna start with Game Changer, 2 minutes.
Big up Big J.
And hold on. So Game Changer, you're asking him a question, right? So you want him to go after you for his 2 minutes?
Well, if he could just answer the question during my 2 minutes as a part of the 2 minutes, I greatly appreciate it.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, great. Big J, have you ever read Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers? Have you ever read Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers?
You see what I'm talking about? Is shit like this.
Yes or no? Yes or no? He's asking a question.
It's shit like this though. You know, now a game changer. I don't talk to people who sexual harass other people.
Okay, all right, that's it. Have a nice day. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. Now for that, you cannot come back up.
That was low.
Because you're personally disrespecting my panelists. So now you can't come back up. I'm sorry. Please.
That was fucked up, Jay.
Please. He's done.
Wow.
It's a wrap. He's done for the night. So okay, go ahead, GC.
No, I see my time.
That was hilarious.
Good question.
My fault, Melody. I didn't mean to. You know what I mean?
No, it's cool. But GC, go ahead.
It's
that
annoying.
Big J
You feel me?
dude.
It be messing up the whole vibe. Like, come on, fam, go do something.
That nigga's emotional.
Like a gnat in somebody's ear. Like, come on,
Okay,
man.
but somebody's saying GC disrespected him first, but I'm saying he didn't take a personal jab like that.
Right.
So you don't. Some things you just don't do, or you just don't say.
There's accusations, and then there's just jest.
And it's just playing. You know, he was just joking around with him. So
Right. That's that's
we're not gonna do that.
I can't deal.
For the community, but yet he's acting like that. So I can tell you, he probably just wrote some things, but it wasn't to the effect that he wanted to be noticed like a narcissist.
Listen, it's more like, and so I say this, he's being more girly than Melody and Classic Ruby, fam.
Yep.
It is.
He
sorry,
reminds
but
me.
I'm just saying, this ain't even.
No
Make no
personal.
sense.
Yeah, let's not do the personal attacks. Yeah, nobody's gonna do any personal attacks.
He reminds me of Lex Luthor, man. To be noticed until Superman came into the scene and took his fame.
Right. Wait, so I have a question for Classic Ruby. As a Black woman, how did you feel about Fresh and Fit saying what he said, saying what they said about Black women? Go, 2 minutes.
Are you talking about the Asian doll thing?
Yeah, and when they said they don't get down with the brown and all of that,
They don't like Night Riders.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me know what you got.
Yeah, I think what they said was gross. And I mean, at the same time, I wasn't surprised. I was pretty sure. I think that there is a difference. There's a marked difference between having a dating preference and literally just not liking Black people or not liking Black men or not liking Black women. In my personal opinion, in my personal experience listening to them, I had already garnered the opinion that there was an actual disdain for Black people, especially I'll say Black Americans, that came out from time to time, and I noticed. But so I wasn't really surprised, and I do think that it was actually what they said, not Fresh specifically. I think he's literally just like honestly, I'm sorry, but like Brittany Renner said, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, like whatever Myra says he's gonna co-sign. So and I mean, he lies all the time, and he's not even consistent with his lies. Like, how are you gonna say one moment that the first woman you ever had sex with was a white woman. And then in a very, like, another argument, like 10 seconds, either before or after, you're sitting there saying, oh, my whole experience was black women. How are you going to say I don't like black women? And blah, blah, blah. I mean, I dated so many black women when I was in Barbados. Like, it's like, dude, like, keep your lies consistent, right? At least stand on your own square. But I think at the end of the day, you don't say, it's the terminology, the dark riders, and you know what I mean? And all, like, you don't say stuff like that unless there's an actual dislike and disdain. If you just said, no, right. If you just say, I just date white women, or, you know, I prefer Asian women or whatever, that's one thing. I'm not going to take that to heart. But if you're going to say it like that, it's the terminology you're using, that tells me that psychologically in your brain, that's what you think about it as. Like, you see, you know, it's like a lower level human, or maybe like you don't want to touch it, it's night riders. Yeah, so that's how I thought about it.
So who has pushback for Ruby? Because I know somebody do up here.
Actually, I got a question. If everybody, what do y'all think about the interview? I see.
Wait, hold on, wait. Before we move on to that, I just wanted to know, anybody else have anything to say about that? Anybody think it was disrespectful to black women, or anybody think, or anybody feel like they had? Hold on. Anybody feel like they had the right to say that because it was a preference? Anybody feel like that?
Well, I'm sorry, I bounced out. Like Night Riders or something?
Huh?
Yeah, they don't.
Go ahead.
Something
Go ahead,
like
Ruby.
radar.
No, wait. Go ahead, Ruby.
Yeah, they said that they're not night riders. You know, they don't dabble in the dark or whatever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So my thing about it is, I want to say it is a form of colorism. I guess if it's racism, racism towards blacks. My thing about it is it's always one of those sort of things that go back and forth about that, but it's like seeing it from both sides, Asian doll and versus Myron and this guy. It's just kind of ironic how the consequences play out. Obviously, the big onus is on Myron and his sidekick, but when it comes to Asian doll with that tweet, as a brown skinned woman, there's not a lot of pushback. So the fact of the matter is, on that spectrum, I just find it hilarious because, of course, we understand in society, men is going to get more of a vitriol for sitting up there and listing what their preferences are. In particular, not really dating a dark-skinned woman, but let it be a woman that disses on a fellow dark-skinned woman, or say they don't like dating dark-skinned men. It's kind of like, well, I understand because light skins or brown skins is better. Usually,
what Asian doll say?
Asian doll made a tweet in regards to sitting up there saying something disrespectful to dark-skinned women, like saying something about darky or something like that.
What she said, darky?
No, she said that.
Go ahead.
You know, I'll look it up and read it, but she basically said that brown-skinned women are attractive and dark-skinned women are not. That's
Right.
what she said.
So the colorism game, it's just like the colorism game always comes into it, and then it's always somebody that reignites it over and over and over again. So it becomes a circular conversation, and then it makes it seems as if then we go into this monolith. Black men usually wants to go for the light skins. They don't like dark skins. And then dark skinned women talk about, you don't understand my pain and my struggle and blah, blah, blah. And then it's the victim mentality. So when you start to see it from the outside, you start to be like, damn, yo, because I like dark skinned women. But if I was to go ahead for a dark skinned woman, I don't want the pity patty. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear that, because then they're going to be like, oh, yeah, well, you said this, that, Byron, and never said that. That's not reality.
Brownsburg.
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't think that Fresh and Fit was pandering to their white audience with that comment?
No, I don't think so.
Listen, the whole when Melanie asked a question, I assumed that she wanted us to look into their intent. Like, what do we think? What we think they meant by it?
That's I wouldn't view it as them pandering to their white audience.
No. Hold on, Blood. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Night Rider is a racist term that white dudes use against black people, especially black women. That was a racist term that they said. When Asian doll said what she said, she probably was just beefing with some dark skinned chick. If you look at, we don't look.
Nah,
but young Yeast, out of respect,
let's not do that,
but
because
hold on, but young Yeast.
How is it lesser? Hold on, how is it lesser when a black woman says it? It shouldn't. It should be. It should be equally. It should be equally messed up. It should be equally colorism.
It's messed up, but what's she doing? Is it black on black crime? She beefing with somebody? Because, like I said, she didn't say darky. She didn't use like a racist term. They use a racist term.
But she
Okay,
said
but there's been
dark-skinned
plenty
women
of
are ugly. She
but
specifically said dark-skinned women are not attractive.
right, and you have
Okay,
plenty of
That's
celebrities
colorism.
and rappers that said that use
okay.
racist terms, and I mean even so-called black women that use racist terms towards black men and sit up there calling them darky or calling them a
Ooh,
porch monkey for Christ's sakes, or
ooh.
calling them nakers and this, that, and the third.
Oh,
You see
that's
all the
them
time.
hoes.
But the thing about it is, you're gonna say racist terms, and I don't really agree with them sitting up there saying it's pandering towards a white audience.
Are you kidding me?
No, I don't agree. No, I don't agree with it.
You know,
All right.
like I said, if
I
you
don't agree
listen
with
to those
that.
white,
But
hold on,
I
if
want
you
to give
listen
the
to
floor to
those,
somebody else.
if
Go
you
ahead.
listen to those white forums, they do say shit like that when they don't date black women. Oh, I don't do
But young E,
writers and some shit.
there are some black men that was co-signing what they said also too.
Exactly, that's what I'm
Especially
saying.
Walt, his sidekick, that co-signed what Myron said.
That's what I'm saying. They co-signing that racism.
But I said black men is doing it. They co-signing what Myron said also too.
Yeah, yeah.
You making it seem like it's just white men co-signing their
I
penance.
think most of their audience is white dudes.
But that's
Right,
what's
so
weird about it, Mel.
It's black.
It would make sense if it was white people doing it. The fact that it's a black guy doing it is what makes it so weird. I mean, why would you not be attracted to people that have your phenotype?
But
You know?
do we though? This is the thing. We have to start fresh, yes, right? But Myron,
He's not
I
black.
think yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's like an Indian, African person. They
But Fresh
different.
agrees
No, they
with
are, right? Like, I mean, we have to be honest.
but Fresh
I
agrees
think that
with
Fresh
Fresh is even Fresh
I think
is
that
even
Fresh
the
would
worst
agree
of
with
the
any
two.
monkey
Fresh is
speaking to
the
him.
worst
No, I
of
swear to
the two.
God.
He's like
Because Fresh was the one who said black women are annoying. That wasn't Myron. Fresh said black women are annoying.
Yes.
Whatever that black girl was on the show, he's the one who said that she was the exception to the rule.
Yes.
Right? And if you saw the show last night, maybe this is what Mel was going to say. Fresh was sitting next to some white chick that was dropping the M word all show.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't say shit to her.
Wait, Mr. Know-It-All, let's talk about that tomorrow on my show, because that's what my show is
there
about.
it is.
Don't mess up
Okay,
my
guys.
Hey, yeah, I did.
Let me
Hey, I
talk
did
about
notice
that,
that
guys.
shit.
So this
Though.
is what she said. She actually said, see, it's a difference between brown skin and dark skin. Brown skin girls pretty. Don't nobody want no African ass dark skin bitch. That's what she said.
Yeah, but doesn't matter how she said it. She
That's
still said
also
it.
That's self-hate right there.
I said, does it matter how she said it? At the end of the day, she still said it, and it was wrong.
It does
Do you
actually. You
agree?
know why?
I think it matters.
Hold on. We're all allowed to have preferences. We're all allowed to have preferences in life. If I think that dark skinned guys are more attractive than light skinned guys, and I just say it like that, that's one thing. African ass dark skinned bitch. Do you see what I'm saying? Yes, it matters. It matters that she threw in all that extra stuff.
Exactly. She was wrong. Oh, I think we agree. I think we agree with each other on this one.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I just think it's even worse.
Yeah. Perception of what African woman is, and that's what she's talking about, but still don't make it right.
She's also a hypocrite.
Wait,
She's a huge hypocrite.
hold on. Let me say this. Are we using what Asian Doll said to like kind of neutralize what Fresh and Fit said?
Of course.
Or is it a separate issue?
To me, it's a separate issue.
Yeah,
it should have been a separate issue,
I
but
was
then they
talking
brought
about
it up to neutralize.
Asian Doll.
Somebody brought it up to neutralize it.
I brought it up because I'm saying that it's the same type of
the same
stuff.
type of thing.
What you're saying is the only reason we know about it is because it was brought up to neutralize Fresh and Fit.
Yeah.
Yes, but here's the thing, y'all. Okay, take a look at the link I posted in the private chat. Asian Doll does
We
this
bring
stuff.
it up to see that there's no difference and stuff. Yeah.
But she's done it before. She does this all the time. She says racist stuff and hateful stuff against dark-skinned women, and then turns around and gets in the meeting and goes, "Oh, you guys are so light-skinned bitches. They're so mean to us dark-skinned girls, and we deserve better than that. And these light-skinned bitches is racist and these."
Okay, I'll give you all of that, but Fresh and Fit, that was a different issue.
Yeah, they're two separate issues. They're both pieces of shit. I'm just saying.
I give you all of that.
But
yeah,
I don't know much about Asian calls out light-skinned girls who she claims are treated dark-skinned girls worse than the white people, prompting Love and Hip Hop star Mariah Lynn to call her ignorant.
But what I'm saying now, what the point I was trying to make is you can't call Fresh and Fit colorist and not call her a colorist. Because she's a woman. They're both colorists.
colorists.
Exactly. They're both wrong. You know,
Yep.
so I don't know why they're making it seem like, oh, he's wrong or they're wrong, but they're not
Because they have the
making the
bigger
same deal
platform.
about it with her.
They have the bigger
Yeah,
platform
I
It's
agree.
on the internet.
because it's because when they're saying it fresh and fit, you know, it came off, I ain't gonna lie, it come off like they try and be like white boys and shit and be racist. That's why, oh, I don't date black girls, da da da. It came off that way. When she said she just probably beefing. That's what I said, she beefing with some dark skinned chick that's probably cuter than her. We don't know. You feel me? But when I heard it, when they said it,
Fuck that bitch.
like the context in which they said it, I was like, why you gotta come for like black girls in that way? Why can't you just say that you like something else instead of saying I don't like X, Y, and Z? Why you gotta say that for? So I felt like they were coming from, okay, I don't want night riders and shit. Why would you use that racist ass term?
They said they
Okay,
were
Right.
joking. Do you guys think they were joking, or
No.
do you think they
dead.
were
No,
No,
he
they
serious?
weren't
didn't. He didn't
joking.
even
No, they
I
smile.
were.
It
wouldn't
was
put
dead
shit past
serious.
them shady
Go
ass
ahead, go
dudes,
ahead.
man.
No, I don't even know why people. Why are they relevant? Like, like I never like. They corny as fuck. Why are they even a topic?
They're like
Like
Jerry Springer,
Because
man.
they
They're
serve
like Jerry
they
Springer. You
serve a
watch the
particular
show,
market.
you
Yeah, they
watch
have a
the
big
show,
platform.
Yeah.
you see a car
Yep.
wreck.
Yeah, correct.
Here's
Right.
the thing:
Because
they
this is
have a
the
lot of
wait, Ruby.
influence on young people.
One thing,
So
Ruby.
go ahead.
My thing about it is F&F serves a particular market. The people get, it's just like what Mr. Know-It-All said. To my opinion, it's a fact of the matter that these dudes get the quote unquote Frank Castle, these random shorties on the thing. It makes it seem like these women on there are just ego driven, practicing hedonism, and they seem like the type of shorties out there that just are superficial. So it's about creating that environment, and then F&F puts they spin on it like this is how you talk to women, this is how the game is, and this, that, and the third. To me, I don't care for what they're talking about, but we have an understanding. A lot of times in this society, a lot of people like to pay attention to dumbass shit, and to me, F&F exemplifies that. You know what I mean?
Has anyone noticed that
I, I,
they bring on the same
on
type of
that
girl?
definitely. The whole fact is, like,
Yeah.
I think me and you know,
All these strippers.
they don't know how to talk to women as you think they do, and I think me and you know that. I know you see it, and I see it.
Well, I mean, didn't Abba and
It's
Hey,
a
with
facade.
Brittany Renner, right?
Yep.
didn't
Anybody see
Abba
that
and
interview?
Preach expose him?
I didn't
Yeah.
see that. So who's saying that
Yeah,
Brittany Renner?
I'm gonna give Brittany Renner her props for that. The way she
That
handled
shit
that
was funny.
Fresh Fit, like she owned their asses. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
good
what
for
is
her.
it
You did.
exactly? Because I
You did.
didn't see. I didn't see that, Mel. I
like
didn't see
they always
that. What
have on the show.
happened? Explain what.
Ready for that.
No, explain what happened in that because I didn't see that one with Brittany Renner.
It just happened.
You want me to post it on the stream? I'm gonna look for
Yeah.
it. I'd rather y'all
Yeah,
see.
post the link. So basically what happened is DJ Academics did not tell Myron. He only said Myron, so I don't know if Fresh was in on the joke too, but didn't tell Myron when he came for the podcast that Brittany Renner was going to be there. So he walks in and Brittany Renner is sitting right there. And then the interview starts with like Axe saying like, okay, listen, I thought it was going to be a good opportunity for a good debate. You'd be like, okay, good, I can debate this chick. But you walked in and you weren't happy and like explain, you know. So it's like he has said that behind the scenes. And ultimately what it came down to is Brittany was able to shake him, rattle him, roll him. He even started changing his language. So, like, the first time he said something, he talked about how men want sex. And then the second time he said it, he's like, men are looking for intimacy. Like, yo, he started changing up. He was flabbergasted multiple times, tongue twisted, didn't know exactly what to say. Like, yo, it was low-key embarrassing. Like, I thought he was gonna do well at first, like in the first time he responded, and then it just went downhill from there. I was like,
Like, you remember when Abba from Abba and Preach was on that show, and like last year during COVID, and remember Abba asked him like, I remember y'all said something about me and everything. You know what was it? And you saw
yes,
and he starts fumbling.
Exactly. He acted the same
Couldn't
way.
recall what he said.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He acted the
And then
same way.
Fresh outed him. Fresh was like, oh, here, this is when we said it, and this is what we said. And Myron just looked at him like, fuck. I was trying to get out of this, stupid. Shut up.
Wow. I always miss the good stuff.
Now, the link is in the private chat. I'll put the link in the private chat, the video. If you want to play on
All
that.
right, thanks. Yeah,
Don't worry,
put
it
that
only
in.
just
Put that in.
happened.
Okay,
Like,
good. Maybe I'll talk about it tomorrow on that show as well, because it's gonna be a good show tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I haven't heard from Blue. Hi, Blue.
Baloo.
Baloo. You gotta fix your audio.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna drop down. I'm be in the chat though.
Blue,
All right.
why is your audio always messed up? You gotta fix it.
Peace, y'all.
Oh, peace.
All right, have a good night.
Thanks for coming.
All right.
Who was that left? I don't even know.
That was Bronze.
I don't even know.
Oh, that was Bronze Bird. Okay. Okay, Blue. So why you get your audio together? Game changer. You there? Game changer.
Yeah, I'm here. You know, I
Let
can't really
Mr. Know-It-All go.
Well, I can't really
Oh, then
participate.
I thought Mr. Know-It-All
Oh, yeah,
talked.
Mr. Know-It-All got it.
Oh, go ahead, GC.
No, I was just saying I can't really participate. I don't know who Asia Doll is. So I don't.
Oh, okay. So
She's a nobody. She was with King Von and shit.
So whomever can go next. Yeah.
okay, go ahead, Mr. Know-It-All.
All right, so I wanted to talk about this whole fresh and fit and the right to have a preference. Yes, of course, people have a right to have a preference, but I think we need to understand the difference between a preference and an aversion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a preference is I like something more than something else, but I like both. These guys didn't tell us what they like. They told us what they don't like.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Never thought of it like that.
That's true.
So, and on top of that, the fact that they made a, you know, an exception, a maybe exception for red bones. You know, it's like it kind of, you know, not that they had a point to begin with, but it kind of negated the point they did try to make about behavior. Well, now we see it's not just behavior, because if it was just behavior, you wouldn't make an exception for red bones.
I was gonna say that, but you know what they say about dark-skinned women? They say a lot of them are ignorant, you know, and the lighter-skinned women are more feminine. I'm not saying that's true, but you know, that's what people are saying. So maybe that's why they feel how they feel. So what's your take on that?
Do you remember when that other
They said what they oh, go ahead, man. My bad.
like brown skin? I forgot her name. She does some rapping and stuff. Yeah, like she's always repeating go up on the show a couple of times. Like she kind of like beside Myron with them. She has like a Asian like eye look, something like that. Nobody to make up. She's like brown skin, like yeah. The point I'm making everything, yeah, just like Mr. Noro says, it's funny you're making excuses for women certain color, but then you got some other girls, as long as they side with you, yeah, and he do be hitting on them also too. And
Wait, what did you say, Mel, to that dark-skinned woman on the podcast? He was like, you're different. You're not the same like the other ones, right? Or he said something like that.
That's when Fresh was like, you know, I don't date black women, and here's why: because they're annoying, they're this, they're that, they're that, they're that. But you're nothing like them. And then Myron's like, yeah, you're the exception. So I mean, he listed a whole bunch of really negative traits. But my issue is that
dark skin, by the way.
That's true. Here's my issue though with that is that in general, it's not the attitude or any of that, because then you say you don't date women like that. I don't date women who have those nasty attitudes. I don't date women who are feminists and blah blah blah, because they didn't write out white women or any other race of women who happen to have an attitude problem, right? No. Those ones are fine. They can deal with that as long as they don't have to be night riders, right? So.
Bing, bing, bing,
Because here's the thing: if you notice, the whole show is built around the shortcomings of women, right? So if all women have these shortcomings, why do they only single out the black ones as being too unruly to deal with?
Boom.
Right.
Because the darker the skin, the more masculine people say they are, which is messed up. But I've actually heard somebody say that. They was like, yeah, they equate dark with masculinity. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
And it's not even with the light-skinned men, Mr. Know-It-All, even with the light-skinned men, they say they're soft and they're feminine. You ever heard that? Yeah.
I think the problem is people do live by their stereotype, and I think that's part of the reason why we see that a lot in different people, different skin tones, whether at certain way, into detriment, depending on what environment we grew up around or we see on TV so much. Yeah, we might see the light skin one, like it's like the dudes that's like 5'6", got an angry short man syndrome and stuff, especially if they police officers. And I kind of that sometimes myself with some short police officers I'm taller than, but they want to flex even more than what it is, and I'm like cooperating that I ain't even giving you no aggressiveness, but they want to flex like they're ultra tough and everything, that short man. So it's like, you living by your stereotype and everything. Yes, depending on what vibe you grew up in, like I said in the hood, we do see most majority. Not to say, yeah, there's some light skinned women that very manipulative and tots and everything too, and stuff. But I do see that from the dark skinned women also too. But maybe a little percentage more than the other.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
I'm gonna
I,
say
I
it
don't buy
like,
it at all. I think they could have just said, I don't date chicks with bad attitudes. They ain't say
Yep.
that. They said, I don't date black girls. I don't do night ride. That's what they said. They could
and they
have used
had
another
so
way of
many
saying that shit.
terms. They had so many terms right off the cuff that they
Yeah. Yes.
could come up with,
Yeah.
Mhm.
dabble in the dark, down with the brown,
Yeah.
Right.
night riders.
I'm knocking their
That
preferences
was
the
that
way they
was that
said
was
it. That's what I'm knocking. I'm like, you
Right.
go that far with it, like
well,
and
Yep.
Mariah has been doing that way too many times and
Yep.
stuff. He I think Miss Noel, I think you said yourself, they know their audience and stuff.
okay.
Mhm.
Like
To
I
me, it's
told
like
you,
a
Yep.
college frat boy audience. They cater to so
white
much.
dudes.
Well, he said that he joke on white women, Asian women, all types of
Yeah.
women. That's what
Yeah.
But they
that's what he
weren't
said.
joking though. They
And
weren't
it
joking.
wasn't
Right.
race. It wasn't racy
They were
either. When
jokes. They were
No.
jokes in that they were cracking on black women, but they weren't joking about the fact that they don't date black women. They were trying to be funny with how they insulted black
Yeah.
women. That's the joke. But the joke,
Right.
they're not joking about their quote unquote preference.
Yeah.
Not at
No.
all.
Or about their beliefs about black women. Like they're not kidding. I guess that's the thing too. Is a lot of people don't see it this way. But here's the thing: when someone's using racist terminology to refer to the women of a race, they actually believe the same thing about the men of the race. Just so we're all
Okay.
clear, right? Like,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's a fact. It's funny that he's friends with a black dude. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying? Like,
yeah. Hey, fuck them. Fuck F both of them.
Let me
mhm.
ask you this.
There's a,
well,
there's a,
yeah.
Let me
But I
ask you
mean,
guys
here's the
this,
thing.
panel. Do
Like,
you guys
as bad as
feel, hold on,
oh,
do you guys feel that when people do this to black women, like when they make comments like that and everything, the world sees that. So do you think that make it hard for them out in the world? Like when black women go to the store or something, other people think they can talk to them anyway, like other races
No.
of people. Do you feel like
no.
it's making everybody else look at them in a negative way?
No.
Yes.
Well, not
yes,
feel.
I mean,
No.
I
Yes.
just wanna
yes.
go in order. So let's start with Ruby. No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Let's start with Mel and go all the way to Ray. What do you
Okay.
think, Mel?
When people see that, do people perceive them in that way because of what we see on TV and stuff?
Right, because they feel like black women are not being protected by the black men. So pretty much black women in the world alone. So do you think that when black women go out, everybody feel like they can just talk to them anyway, bully them anyway? Because that's what they're saying. We're not protected. No one's protecting us. So what's your take on that?
My taking on that? Well, like I said, some women live by their stereotype. I mean, they feel like they're unprotected, but then again, on the flip side, people don't know the actual real truth. Okay, they feel like not protected, but then you acting overly masculine, emasculating your man, trying to fight your man in the street all the time, but they don't want to show that side. Or when they do, they still make excuses for them so much. But when they get what they deserve, it's like a woman jumping in a man's face constantly and all that stuff, slapping him. He thinks that man's not gonna slap her back. When he actually does, then everybody want to look at the man like, look, why you did that for? You know, man and everything. But yet this woman jumped in his face and he constantly tried to avoid her. It's like that scene in Baby Boy when Taraji P. Henson's character was arguing with Terrence Gibson's character, Jodie so much, and she kept constantly jumping in his face and then smacking him. He tried to avoid it so much. What's the reaction when she keep doing that too much? He smacked her back, but it was a reaction. And he had to tell her, like, yo, I didn't want to hit you, but you keep hitting me too much. I tried to avoid it.
Well, he was fucking her the bitch at the job, nigga. They was laughing at her and shit.
That's a whole nother story.
So, but Mel, do you feel like
They take the
Mel?
cheating out of it, but the fact is,
That Pandora was straight too. I would have smashed too, nigga.
like, you told me you want protection. Okay, the first act of protection from us is do what we say. You know what I'm saying? Don't go out in the middle of the night thinking you could, even if it's your neighborhood. You ain't you You ain't no, you can't fight a man like that the way you think you is. You ain't tough, even in your own neighborhood. Either go
Right.
outside with your man or order delivery and stuff. That's it. Don't go outside, by yourself like you tough and all that. Yeah, that's the problem. First order of protection from us is listen to our lead. What the Charles Fortner always says: either we lead or we leave. And
Right, Mel. But do you feel like other people think they can treat black women any old way when they go out in the streets because of what's being seen on TV and everything?
yeah, like what I'm saying, like you live by your stereotypes so much. Like like you know what, other cultures and stuff like that don't act like that. That's why they get more protection the way you do. Like how they always looking at videos like Minister Farrakhan, how he be saying, "I take care of my woman, this, that, and other," and they praise him and everything, but not realize the other benefits behind that. The women in that community, the Nation of Islam, they're submissive towards they men because the women in that community put other women in check. If they're not gonna act the way they're supposed to act to get those benefits from those men, the men's not gonna treat them that way and stuff. But they failed to realize that, so they just look at the benefits behind that stuff. He's still gonna be treated by a man, but you know what? A man's not gonna go take care of a strag constantly and everything. He's acting like a goddamn straggy ass moo cow all the damn time.
Right. Okay. Time. All right. Thanks for that. Okay. Young East, what do you say?
No.
2 minutes. Oh, so you don't think people treat them differently? Why not? Go.
No, because they know you Fresh and Fit. They did that. They spoke that. They talked that shit when a black woman wasn't there. They did it amongst themselves. If they would have said that to Asian Doll in her face, then they would have known they would have had problems, especially if King Von was alive. So in real world, people know not to. They know not to disrespect a black woman. They know. Most people know. The ones that dare, that be them. They usually fight each other, right? You see a lot of black girls, they fight each other on some love and hip hop shit. So I don't believe that a random bystander is gonna think, well, Fresh and Fit said I don't date black women. Now I'm gonna just go to a random black chick and just be like, I don't date you, and just tell her to her. Ain't gonna do that. There's not gonna be no new disrespect that's gonna come just because of these two or some other nigga says some other goofy shit. There you go.
Okay. So what about you, E. Capone?
Yeah, I agree with Young East. People have boundaries, you know what I'm saying? So people know, who to deal with and who not to deal with. So yeah, I don't think nobody really harass black women all like that in the streets. I mean, at least, my opinion. I haven't seen it all like that. So that's how I see it.
Okay. Thanks for that, E. Capone. How about you, Classic Ruby?
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely think that black women and black men, for that matter, are treated worse and unfairly based solely on the negative media spin that is put on our image, on our personality, on our characteristics. And I mean, you see that from early childhood with kids interacting in school situations and friendship situations. You see it later on in higher education. You see it when in employment situations. I mean, I once went to this conference and I was with my half French Canadian, half native friend. And I have to tell people that I'm allergic to eggs because otherwise it will kill me. And so that was actually on my itinerary, but then they gave me something covered in mayo. So I went to go and deal with the situation, and the woman was being really like rude and snotty to me and telling me that I should have this and I should have that and da 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 da. And she's like, then she literally leaned over the table, got into my face, and was like, "You want me to call the cops on you, bitch?" Really quietly. So I'm the only one who heard it, and I'm just standing there like, is this really happening to me? Like, I wasn't yelling or screaming or doing anything. And the chick that was my friend came up and went, "Okay, listen, you just need to calm down. Just go sit down and I'll fix this." Wait, I need to calm down? Why do I need to calm down? Right? And then she's like, "Well, I know you." And you're like, whoa. And when have you ever seen me do that? When have you ever, in the 4 years I've known you, she never has, right? But I'm an angry black woman. As soon as I'm passionate, as soon as I don't look happy, oh, everything might turn violent. Be careful. Oh, well, we need compassion in this situation. You might not be a good fit because, you're a black woman. So I've actually had that reaction, and it's worse the blacker I look. As in, if I have my afro, my natural hair and whatever, so it's very obvious I'm black, I get this a lot worse than if I have like the weave in my hair and people think I might be biracial or Indian or something else. So yeah, I'm gonna say it definitely affects not only Black women but Black men. Biggest
You think
obvious example is police, obviously, right? So
you think Fresh
Right.
and Fit had an effect on that?
it's not about
That's not like
can I
racism to me. That
Well,
doesn't
see,
well
sound like.
what we're saying is it's not, well, what she's saying, because I didn't say anything yet, is that not just Fresh and Fit. She's saying like everything, like on social media, on a shade room, when people talk about Black women, or on reality shows, when people say, "Hey, I'm not into Black women," or anything like that. It's
Okay,
making other
I
people.
agree. I agree that Love and Hip Hop made Black women come off a little bit more angry.
it's
Mm-hmm.
not just one thing though.
But not
It's a
No
collection.
shit.
It's what they
huh?
choose to push in the news, the news stories they choose to push about Black people. It's about, it's everything. It's the things that they choose to push to the people outside of our community who aren't
It's
actively
rap.
looking for Black content and Black media. So, I mean, it's more than just the way we talk to each other or treat each other, our own personal gripes, right? It's about the way that the predominant society is viewing us, the experiences that they're getting, which oftentimes all they're seeing about us is the worst possible news stories.
But they're seeing
And it's
us.
been drilled for years.
Yeah, but they're seeing us
Decades,
fight.
yes.
Listen, they're seeing us fight each other. We're not fighting them. So for them to be all paranoid, a Black person's coming. When's the last time a Black person punched any other race of person in the face?
Yeah, but that's not the
big.
story.
Well, it is kind of, because you got niggas like Big J that came up here, started screaming for no reason, and ran the white dude off quick. If you notice, as soon as Big J, he got scared, he ran. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is this: there was no smoke for that white man coming up on here talking about hair bonnets and shit. You feel
No,
me?
I agree with you. But that's not the
Okay.
story that they're getting. The story that they're getting is not that we're violent to each other. It's that we're violent in general. So if you let them move into your neighborhood, they're going to kill all your kids because they're just violent. They can't control themselves. They're angry Black people. Seriously.
What about that wild Tatiana on Fresh and Fit?
Hold on, because I'm gonna go to the next person about with the question. Hey, Blue, are you there?
No, go ahead. I'm doing something real quick.
Can I
Okay, so
speak?
hold on,
Can I speak
Mr.
for
Know
him?
It All. What do you think about it?
I'm gonna say yes and no. Yes, it contributes to the negative perception of Black women because it gives what I call the Black cosign. Whenever a racist white person wants to say something about a Black person, but they don't want to appear racist, all they have to do is find some Black person who said the same thing, right? So it gives them that sort of shelter to criticize us. But at the same time, they're not going to, other than maybe a handful of cases, I don't imagine they're going to come up to Black women and say these things to their faces because Black women have a reputation of being combative. And so I don't think most people would really say anything like that unless they were looking to get into a fight. But it doesn't mean that they won't judge them in other ways. It doesn't mean that they won't judge them more harshly when it comes time to hire them or employ them or, in some professional manner. So in that case, yes, I do think it's harmful. But also with what Ruby said earlier, right? About that Black people are violent in general. I think what's more accurate to say is everything negative that you see Black people do is considered typical. And anything positive that you see a Black person do is considered atypical, right? So she says that we're violent in general. Yes, we're violent in general if that's the narrative they want to paint. But then if they want to talk about how we were, conquered and this and that, now we're innately passive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like any negative thing you want to ascribe to us, you can do it if it's going to further your anti-Black whatever. Right.
I agree.
Can I say something?
And if I can say one more thing real quick. This is a little bit of a diversion, but I want to say it before I forget because it's back to Fresh and Fit. Another thing that's real cringy about what they do is they always got some non-Black woman like coming to their defense or saying some shit. You know, like yesterday,
Yeah,
somebody
that's
left
gonna be on the show. Go ahead.
someone left a comment and it's like, "This is why black men are running away from black women to the girl in the pink," and the girl in the pink is like a Latina, right? And the white girl next to her goes, "Aw."
Yeah, we're gonna speak on that tomorrow because I want it to be fresh. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
I have a lot to say about that. A
What
lot.
time, Melody?
It's gonna be in the afternoon, probably around like 6 or 7. So I'm gonna let you guys know.
What time zone are you in?
Oh, I'm in I'm on the East Coast. I'm in Jersey.
Jersey, baby.
Okay, so my time.
What
Okay, I
time
can
is
be
it right
awake at
now over
6.
there?
All right.
It's 1:44 here right now.
Oh, okay.
All right, so thanks for that. So we're gonna have Game Changer. You there, Game Changer?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
here.
Oh,
Um,
so
okay,
what's
so
your take on that?
could you restate the question, please?
I was saying, do you feel like what people say about black women in the media, like if they say they don't like them or something like that, or if they say they're masculine, they have attitudes, anything like that. Do you feel like other races of people, when black women go out in the world, would treat them badly?
No. No, I don't. I don't think that that's a cause for them to treat them badly. Um, I really don't think that they need license from black men to treat them badly. I think that being so vulnerable as a woman, that pretty much people can treat them how they want to be treated. And the reason why women are protected and, champion, and, all of this time, money, and attention is going to women is because that's how society wants to treat them. They want to treat them well because, they value them. If if the collective of women find that society is treating them poorly, it's because collectively society don't see them as valuable to them. If they find themselves in a community that doesn't treat them right, it's likely because that community doesn't value them. They haven't given value to that community collectively. So yeah, I mean, chances are if you act a certain way, they're going to treat you a certain way as a result of it. Now, with Ruby's story, what she's feeling is unfortunately the residual side effects of, you know, a jackass reputation that has developed over several generations. It doesn't really apply to first generation Africans or things like that. It only applies to those who have been here long enough to create this negative stigma about themselves. So yeah, and it's unfortunate that Ruby and others receive the blowback from that, but this is the fruit reaped.
Right. Because I've heard stories of people, black women. Let's use Rashida Strober. And I know you guys think she's crazy, but one of the stories she told was when she went into a store, she was in line. There was a white woman in front of her. It was two white women in front of her. The clerk was being extra nice to them. Have a nice day, smiling, blah, blah, blah. And when Rashida got up to the line, she automatically got this treatment, she said. They didn't say thank you. They didn't have to smile or anything. Do you think a lot of black women go through that?
That's
Yeah.
racism.
Yes.
That's how I feel when I go to Chipotle.
So it could be racism, but it also could be stereotype.
No.
And they stereotyped her because of the behaviors of others. I mean,
no, that's blatant racism.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was trying to say. Maybe sometimes it's hard for me to like, word things, but that's what I was trying to say. Like, do black women get that treatment because of the stereotype?
No. You know why?
I think it's because of the stereotype. Personally, that particular treatment. Now, it could be racism in the sense that, definition being that the belief that one race is superior to another, and that doesn't really justify the treatment. If you feel something is inferior, that doesn't mean you necessarily need to treat it bad. So I will say that this is largely because of the stereotype that black women possess. Now,
I disagree.
The stereotype does reinforce racism because if you behave in an inferior manner, and if you behave as if you are an unintelligible creature, then Racism is the natural outcome of that.
No, I disagree with that too.
Oh,
You could
really?
be a smart Negro, and a racist will still look at you like you ain't shit. So that's cap. Listen, the reason
Yeah,
why,
no, well, it's not your term, but I do understand that racism exists and blind racism exists. I'm not going to negate that. What I'm saying is that behaving a certain way does add to the existing blind racism.
no,
Okay,
disagree.
well, it's Ray's turn.
Oh man, y'all just went everywhere. So, um, go ahead.
Okay,
Mel, you could ask Melody. You could ask him the question again.
he went to sleep and shit.
Nah,
He
Ray
sound like he
chilling,
just
man.
woke up and shit.
I'll just let y'all niggas talk, bro. Just chilling in the shadows.
I know, my man Ray.
Try to find a good pinpoint to come in, but boy, when you hit on multiple layers of shit, it's just man. Like,
Well, Ray,
I'll say this though, like
Maybe
the
that.
shit is so embedded. Like what they've been taught, man, is just so it's been so embedded, man, for years. So therefore, you can't expect them to change. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
and you know what I mean, you got white girls that want to act tough like the sisters and all that shit. And you got your Gabrielle Unions. So yeah, the motherfuckers they learn from each other. So shit ain't gonna change.
Right. Okay, so young
Can
Eve,
I add something really quick, please? Because I've
uh,
been dying to say it. It'll be for
yeah,
like
but
10 seconds.
can young Eve just say why he disagree, and then you go after him? Is that okay?
Okay, yes,
Okay, go
I
ahead,
can
young
hold
Eve.
it. Okay, go ahead.
All right, go
Okay,
ahead, young Eve.
I disagree because black people are known to commit black on black violence. So other groups are not afraid that we might hurt them. And the crazy thing, like basically, this is what I'm saying. Other groups know that white people don't like black people. Other groups of people are not afraid of white racism. They know that whites tend to be racist and to attack black folks, so they're not concerned about them being attacked by them. In the same way, other groups of people know that black people don't attack them, they attack each other. So when Rashida Strober was treated disrespectfully by whoever, it was pure racism because that woman or whoever is not afraid of being attacked by Rashida Strober because black people are not known to attack other races. That's why I disagree with GC wholly. I wholly disagree with that shit. That was pure racism.
Okay, well, thanks for that. So, Ruby, you're next, and then GC, if you want to respond to that before I move on to the next person. But
Okay.
Ruby first. Go ahead.
Okay, so just really quickly, you know, I think the thing is
I'm
what
sorry,
we're
everybody mute up. There's a lot of feedback.
That's GC, I think.
GC, please mute up. Okay, go ahead, Ruby.
Okay, what we're talking about is a difference between whether there should be and whether there is, and whether what we say on these public platforms contributes to it or not. And the thing is, it doesn't matter whether or not it should contribute, whether or not it should matter, right? But what it comes down to is even when you are not, once a stereotype and a public image about your group exists, especially in the case of Black people in like on this continent, right? That's been being pushed via the media, via the news, newspapers, whatever, right? Where they make sure to splash black crime all over the news and term these things called black on black crime, even though there's no such thing as black on black crime, which is called crime. People tend to commit crimes against people who they live in close proximity to, which is why there's a lot of white on white crime, but there's no terminology for it, right? And so we don't realize as we perpetuate, we repeat the bullshit over and over and over again. We don't realize that no, we're living in this society that is treating us like we are the bottom 10%, and they give us as much credit as they give the bottom 10% of, the people in the muck. But at the same time, right? When you're looking at other groups are treated like they are the top 10%. All of them are the top 10%, right? So, the boys will be boys, right? No one's saying that about Black 12-year-old boys who steal for the first time, let alone 18-year-old white boys from affluenza. Okay, I am too rich with no responsibility or accountability. Is getting rich white boys off of crimes when they're 19 to 21. I mean, what I'm saying is what we need to realize is the reason why the courthouses are treating us differently. There's a disparity in the way that we are punished for crimes and the way that the police approach us. And I'm not even talking about racism. I'm talking about an inherent fear that they have when they see a Black boy in a hoodie. Oh, well, he must be a gang member then, so I'm going to treat him like he's a gang member. He's probably dangerous, probably going to kill me, right? And then they see the white gang boy, but you know what? He's white, and so their automatic thought is that he's dangerous and he's going to kill me, right? So when we're talking about whether it affects women, like, it's affecting us collectively as Black people, right? It's actually overall, and the more that we contribute to it by our actions, or even by the way our media is so skewed and slanted to only talk about the worst of the worst. We never talk about anything good about us, right? And then you combine that with what popular media is already talking about. Yes, everybody is judging us as though we are the bottom 10%. Everybody, and maybe you're ignorant to it, you're unaware of it. Your eyes aren't open to it, but it's happened so many times to me, to everyone I know. And in Canada, yes, obviously, a lot, even in Canada. When I'm in America, the place it doesn't happen is in Jamaica, right? So, I mean, maybe because I've also been able to just live those lives differently, I can see it. I can see it in the way our kids are treated, our teenagers are treated, everything. And we don't realize that, like, this is a massive discrepancy. White kids are not treated the way we're treated. And because I was raised around white kids, because there's no such thing as a Black community here, I got to see the discrepancy live 24/7 to let me know, like, no, it's not what y'all think. We act out, sure, we act bad. So do they. They act just as bad, if not worse, right? Y'all don't see it, maybe because maybe you're not around them like that. But I saw it. I
Ruby,
was
can I ask you
raised
a
in it.
question? I'm sorry to interrupt you,
Yeah,
but
sorry, go ahead.
why do you think Black women are the least desirable if everybody acts like this? Why are Black women at the bottom? Is it their physical appearance? Is it their attitudes? What is it?
I think it's two things, right? So I do think that if you are, the more African DNA you have, right, the more likely you are to have, African phenotype, which includes musculature, like the way, a African body for women is built is different. Not just the fact that we have more booty, but also just the way our muscles are, right? We are actually built differently. So I think there's that. But there's also just the discrepancy. It's the same reason why little Black girls have such a low self-esteem by the time they're 7 or 8 years old, because we live in a country where there is a standard of beauty that is shoved down our throats 24/7, and it's not us, right? It's not Black women. It is blonde hair, blue eyes, super thin, no bum. I mean, now there's bum, right? But like when I was growing up, it was, the flat bum, so like the standard of beauty is not us. And little boys are being born and raised with the exact same ideals, right? And so as a boy, right, you grow up to become a man, you don't want like a woman that no one envies, right? You want the woman on your arm that people are like, ooh, he's lucky, yeah, he got that, right? And we know that women can also be social lubrication and stuff like that. They also are a sign of status sometimes, depending on what you're doing in life. So if you're born and raised somewhere where the standard is the white woman, that is the ideal, that's the top of the top, right? Then everything closest to white is going to be idealized over everything that's the furthest away from white.
Okay, well,
If I
thanks
could
for that.
add to that real quick.
Yeah,
Well,
anybody
I
want to add to
mean,
that or
well,
disagree?
yeah,
Yeah,
I
Um,
would
yeah,
say
well,
I wouldn't say
hey, who was that
it's
talking?
shoved
I'm
down their
sorry.
throats.
Oh, that's Ray. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it is shoved down their throats. You know what I mean? Because you got to think they chose that image. You know what I mean? Whatever image that woman is, that's the image she chose. Whether it's like ratchet, half um like back Gabrielle Union types or whatever. You know what I mean? Or the image that you see on Love and Hip Hop.
What you and Gabrielle
It's
Union?
whatever image they choose, Ruby. You
I'm
know what I mean?
talking about
So
your
I don't.
genes. I'm talking about like your phenotype, what you can't change, the size of your nose and your lips and your jawline and your skin tone and all those things that you were
I
born
know.
with that you have no
I'm talking about
control
when you
over.
said like I'm talking about when you said like it's shoved, the image is shoved down their throats, like a what to be. You know, I'm saying like they chose that image, like
Yeah,
whether
I
it's
mean,
Ratchet or whether it's like the Gabrielle Union types or whatever. So
okay, sorry. Okay,
Well,
let me clarify what I meant by that for you because that's not what I meant. When I say an image, I mean as in when you're watching commercials, right? Beauty shots, glamour shots, who's the most beautiful, right? How often growing up did you see a white face or a black face? Right? I'm not even talking about what kind of white person they are or if they're business or I'm just saying literally when you're talking about the phenotype, the general basics you were going to describe are the standard of beauty, the most beautiful people in the world, the people who are on the most magazine covers and this and that, and idealized as beautiful, right? Even
right.
all goddamn mannequins inside of stores. I mean, that's what I'm talking. I'm not talking about, the choices we're making with being baby mamas and stuff. I'm just talking
I
about
got you.
literally, yeah, just the look. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but there's other groups besides
Oh,
white women.
can I go?
Well,
No,
wait,
hold on. I
hold
wanted
on.
to add
Wait,
to
hold
what
on.
you
Wait
said.
1 second before anybody goes. Let me just read this super chat. Thank you, Country Boy 724. He says, it's crazy we have groups in the sphere like SYSBM in terms of black men not being able to date ADOS women, but we're mad at Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit. I'm confused.
Those men aren't mad at Fresh and Fit.
Right. I don't get it.
The SYSBM group is not mad at Fresh and Fit. They actually agree with them. So he's conflating like different groups of black men, period, and women.
Right. But thanks for that super chat. I'm sorry, we can go back to the conversation.
Can I go
So
next,
who
please?
wanted to be next?
I wanted
I did.
to build on what Ruby
Uh,
just said.
all
It
right.
was GC, I think.
So who said it first? Game Changer?
Yeah, it was GC.
All right, so Game Changer first, then Mr. Know It All. Okay, go ahead, Game Changer.
Okay, so to Ruby and East Point, and I think what we're getting at is there's a belief that this is largely due to blind racism combined with media influence, where I feel that it's heavily due to personal behavior and cultural behavior that is prompting society to react this way towards us. Really, and basically, by your school of thought, that even if we were to behave in a manner that is consistent with the society, with a group of people that can exist in a functioning society, you feel that blind racism would take over and the reaction would be the same. I disagree, and the only way to prove either of our theories is for black people to not be jackasses. I think that if we had like a non-jackass generation, a modern non-jackass generation, and actually see what the global response to this new wave of non-jackass black people, we can then ascertain, if blind racism would kick in at that point, or if society would treat us as a group of people that don't have a high concentration of jackasses in it.
Can I give some pushback? Just a little bit of pushback.
Hold on.
Wait, yeah, Mr. Know It All first,
Oh Lord,
and then
here
you.
we go.
I'll
Go
give some
ahead, Mr. Know It All.
pushback though. There's a high concentration of jackasses in the white community. It's just that not everything they do is every white person held accountable. You have something called white boy wasted. They're known for getting drunk and doing stupid shit, and it doesn't follow them to the job interview. You know what I mean? Now, to what Ruby said earlier about, or actually, she was answering your question, why black women are the least desired. And I think she hit the nail on the head because black women are the most culturally foreign to white people, which is a predominant number of people, population in this country. But being that they don't interact as much as the other races, like if you go to white neighborhoods, you might find more Asians than you will black people, even though there's way more black people in this country than Asians. Asians, they look different, but they still got straight hair. You know what I mean? They're not, their body types are similar. Black women have the most musculature. Their skin is the most different. Their hair is the most different. Their nose, their lips, everything is the most different about Black women. And so this is what makes them undesirable to non-Black men. But then I think Black men, although Black men do find Black women desirable, they also find, in contrast to the white people and the Asians and the Latinos, they also find those other groups desirable as well, to a much greater extent than those groups will find Black women desirable. So when you combine the fact that everybody finds white women desirable, but maybe only Black men predominantly find Black women desirable, that's what contributes to that disparity in desirability.
Can I go?
Yes, go ahead. It's your turn.
All right. To GC, as far as jackasses is concerned, when Black people was marching peacefully in the 60s, they wasn't behaving like jackasses, and they still got hosed down, dog chased after them, all of that. And now that Black people rioting, there's that. They're not getting hosed down or dog chased. They might get tear gas, but it's no real difference. The educated Negro and the ghetto Negro is just a Negro, and to white people, they're still going to be racist. They proved that throughout our time in America. Okay. Now to Mr. Know-it-all was saying about phenotype. Black women, their phenotype is not the reason why other races won't date them, because Black men got the same phenotype, but other races of women will date us. So we know that it's not the looks. You feel me? So there must be some type of inherent character trait that other races of men see about Black women that, maybe they don't favor, maybe they don't act like white girls, maybe they too sassy. I don't know. They just probably just scared, or it's just racism. That's what I think. I think one of the biggest reason behind why Black women are not chosen in dating apps and just going out by other races of men is simply racism. And if you want to throw in there's a big difference in you could throw that in there too, but that's not my theory. So that's what I want to say.
But if you want to talk
Okay. If I can respond to the host part. Yes, I do agree. So, there were decent Black people of the time, and they did get the hose and the German Shepherd and, the baton. And but let's
shot
focus
in the head.
and let's focus on the hose. And then they turned the hose off. And the reason that they turned the hoses off was because they said these are decent Black people
Oh my God.
that we are mistreating.
You're saving.
Excuse me. I didn't interrupt you. So, society said that. And as a result, they said, because these are civil people, let's give them civil rights. Because now we look like the savages. We look like the animals for treating these people, these human beings, like animals. The hoses stopped, and it stopped for quite some time. And then after a while, the jackass behavior began. And then the way society treats us, became a reflection of the way we behaved. That's why I said, let's try this in modern times. Let's try turning off the jackass behavior now. Now, I get it. You want people to go out and continue to be jackasses because they'll get the hose anyway. Guess what? I've never been hosed, and I'm not a jackass.
You never been to a march either.
I was gonna say,
actually, yes, I have. I've been to a march. I've been to an April. I've been to a DMX concert. I was born and raised.
Oh Jesus! Listen,
I was raised in the hood, and hold on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. And I never got hosed. I've been pulled over.
Nobody's been hosed.
Oh, okay. Well, make sure that you don't get hosed. Stop being a jackass.
Did you get tear gas?
Well, stop being. I mean, yes, people get tear gassed in prison.
Come on,
That is the place that they send jackasses.
Oh my God!
Like people get tear gassed in prison.
They sent you to prison when they was acting peacefully in the 50s too.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to talk about. I was going to say that we shall overcome days. It's a lot different from now.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Stop being a jackass now, and stop thinking that they're going to treat you the same way, jackass or not. That is not true.
GC, the only reason why they kind of stopped was because, yeah, they looked bad to the world, right? It wasn't because they grew a heart. Oh, they're so decent, so we're gonna be decent. It wasn't because of that. It's because damn, we look like shit.
Well,
So
yeah, and now
I
they
agree
don't look
with you
like,
on that.
and now they don't look like shit. They look like people who are tear gassing
They're
jackasses.
not hosing either though.
Okay, but they're tear gassing. You know who
Tear
they tear
gas.
gas? Jackasses.
So what? They're not
once
hosing and
again,
sending dogs.
stop being jackass, and therefore you will not receive the jackass behavior.
That's bullshit, and you know it.
That is absolute bullshit.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but
okay. So I guess your response is continue to be a jackass and call people racist for
shit.
No, that is
But
not.
what we're
That is
saying
not
is
the
we're not
response.
jackasses.
Nope, that's not my
We're getting
response.
the treatment.
That's not the response.
Okay, so can we all agree that they should stop being jackasses?
Absolutely,
I
but
agree
you know
with
what? I
that.
was
That's
never
all
a
I want.
Jackass, like what
I
you
was never a
mean?
jackass,
Like
and I
crazy,
got punched in the
deranged?
face by a cop. So you know what? For nothing,
Oh my
literally for
God.
nothing. Yeah, because I was black in public. I was driving in public, and it was a snowstorm. And when I went to stop at the red light, I slid about half of a foot over the line because of black ice. And I had two people in my car, and the police, pulled me over and then pulled me out in the blizzard. And my friends are freaking out because they're like, "We didn't do anything. Just write her a ticket." And then he's like, "Oh yeah, I'll show you a ticket." Punched me in the face. Yeah,
Oh my
that's it.
God.
Yep, and then
Oh
elbowed
damn!
me
Sorry
in the
about
face, and then I
that.
had to go to
Oh,
the
that's
hospital and
weird.
got handcuffed.
Actually, I want to question
Yeah,
you. Hold on.
for nothing. I did nothing wrong.
I'm gonna break down
Um,
with you. I'm gonna break down everything that just happened. Not blaming that is your fault and everything.
I
But
know
I'm
you're
gonna tell you
not,
what was
Mel.
the actual real fault and tell you that situation could have been actually avoided right now.
how?
Wow.
I mean, hell,
How?
if a motherfucker hit you,
Just
hit
don't
him in the
drive
throat.
home.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Wait, how?
What you say? Okay, when you situation happened in the car with you and your friends and everything, right?
Mhm.
Right?
Mhm.
And the cop pulled you out, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
Here we go.
When your friend says something and ticked the officer off.
Oh
Now, I'm
my
not excusing
God.
for what he did to you.
Yes,
No,
you
Mel,
is.
let's
Yes, you
not.
are.
Let me
Yes,
finish.
you
Let me
are.
finish.
Let's not.
Yes, you are. You're
Let me finish.
excusing
Let
it.
me finish.
You ain't saying nothing.
Well, shut the hell up. So let me finish.
You ain't saying nothing
Oh,
though.
guys,
Classic Ruby. Classic
let's
Ruby.
not do that.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, Classic Ruby. Okay. Now, you said your
Mhm.
friend said something. You didn't say nothing.
Here we
Now, I'm
go.
saying I'm not excusing what the officer did to you. You're a prick for what he did to you and stuff. But your friends, I think just like what Gigi said, you had jackass friends in your car that amped that officer
Oh
up.
my
I guarantee if you was by yourself and didn't amp that officer, it went smooth. He gave you a ticket, boom, that's it.
Except for one thing. My friends didn't say anything until they already pulled me out of the car, and they had no reason to pull me out of the car. None at
Boom!
all.
But the fact is, I know you
No,
don't like it. I know you don't like it. You did what the officer said. What would you would have said to him? Would you would have argued in the way your friends did to amp that officer up, or would you have probably handled it different? Even though you don't like it,
I think you're missing what I'm saying is that the
he's
officer
definitely missing
I
physically
would gave him my
pulled me
offer.
out of the car for no reason. No, like we were following. No, my friends weren't saying anything. We all actually presented our ID because they asked for it, even though again, no need for that to happen.
You said yourself. Your friend said something to that officer, and you know he took his anger out on you and stuff.
He shouldn't be
What
taking
if
his
they didn't say
fucking
anything?
anger out on people, nigga.
He was looking for.
No, this
We're
nigga's
not
bullshit.
trying to hold on.
He's
One mic,
bullshitting, nigga.
guys.
No,
We're
he's
gonna do the one
bullshit.
mic thing
He's
every
a
time.
fucking
One mic
officer.
thing,
Hold on.
please. Not me.
Stop
Not me.
yelling. One at a time.
This motherfucker is saving this
I just
cop. I don't know why.
listen. One at a time. So what happened, young kids? Go ahead and say what you were gonna say.
Who, me?
No,
Yeah,
classy.
you were talking. Oh, who was talking? Who was
Classy.
that?
Being classy.
No, but
What?
wasn't Young E saying something?
No,
I
it's me
was
and
saying,
Classy was
listen, I
talking.
was
He
saying
jumped
that
Hold
is
in.
on,
the
let me hear what
officer.
he has to
I
say.
was saying that is an officer of the law. Him getting ticked off and punching somebody in the fucking face is not no damn excuse. And you're making
And I
excuses
never
for that
said it
cop,
was an
nigga.
excuse. So why don't you
What the
fucking
fuck you?
listen so you
Yes,
can hear
you
what I
the
Mel,
have to
stop
fucking
say?
are.
yelling. Mel,
No,
one
because he's
at a
fucking
time and stop.
ridiculous,
I
nigga.
know, but
Then you
stop
said what I said,
yelling
and I
though.
agree with that. So
We're
you know,
Stupid.
it
gonna
was
have
me and
a
Ruby that was
civilized.
talking.
He
I
punched a
know.
bitch in the face, you stupid
All right,
motherfucker.
all right.
Hey,
I'm
both of
about
y'all
to, I'm
niggas,
about to drop
chill
people
out,
down.
man.
I'm
Chill
about
out,
to drop
man.
people down, yo. Chill out. One at a time. Respect the
Melody,
panel. One mic.
Melody,
Yes,
Melody,
Mel,
yes.
he's got
Melody. He punched a woman.
mic.
He punched a black woman. He punched a woman in the face just because some other chick might have said something.
I
And this
understand that.
nigga's Mel is defending him. Get
Mel,
the
wait,
fuck out of
wait till
here.
he finishes talking. Mel, you're next. Hold on. I want to just get his point of view. Wait, what you say, Classy? I mean, I'm sorry.
No, it's actually Classy. I'm
Young East,
talking
I can't even think. I got a headache.
Mel, hold up.
No,
East, are
Young
you finished?
East. Now, were you finished?
No, I just can't believe this shit. I can't believe this shit. We're talking about what, like 3 women in a car and a cop with a fucking gun. And this nigga Mel is out here. Oh, what did you say? What, nigga? This is a cop that's supposed to uphold the fucking law. Are you fucking
Right.
serious?
It's you.
And
Okay,
no,
all
shut the
right,
fuck up. Let me finish.
Mel, wait. Let him
Shut up.
finish.
Let me finish.
Let him finish, and you can go. I promise.
This is
Go
that
ahead,
type
Young
of
East.
bullshit. See, and you know what?
All right,
And see, Dr. King, his birthday just passed, right? And he was telling, that people should not be judging people off their color, their skin, but the content of their character. But when it comes to these white people, ain't nobody trying to judge them off the content of their fucking character. That cop is a fucking dick, and somebody should shoot him in the fucking head. That's
Oh
the
my God!
point,
Don't
nigga.
say no.
You do that, I guarantee you win. So
Hold on. Certain things don't say. Don't say things like that. Okay, so Mel, go ahead. What do you have to say?
I was asking Classy on Ruby. Classy. Ruby,
Yes.
you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, this is between me and you, all right? So please, everybody else, we don't talk. Yeah. Now, what you said yourself, your friend said something when you got the car.
I said after they had physically pulled me out of the car for no reason, very suddenly, he like ripped my door open and ripped me out of the car by my chest, like my jacket. He grabbed me and ripped me out of the car. And that's when my friend said something, because what the fuck is happening? We didn't do anything wrong. This is a traffic stop.
Right.
I gave you everything. You got my insurance. You have my driver's license. You have my registration. Everyone inside the car even gave you their licenses. No issues at all, right? No disrespect, nothing. No one did anything wrong except I hit a little bit of black ice and went like half a foot over the line. I wasn't even like in the intersection yet. That was it.
You say that part. Yeah, now you say more details. Did you sue that officer?
No, I didn't.
Why?
Because as my nose kept bleeding and bleeding all over the car, because now I was in the back of the police car because I was now being arrested for resisting arrest.
That's fucked up.
But you could have sued them.
Well, I'm going to explain to you. So then what happened, ultimately, I ended up at the hospital, and the officers didn't give their names at all. I actually lost consciousness at one point. When I woke up, I was no longer handcuffed. The cops were gone. There was no names of the officers, and the police report disappeared. There was no police report. As far as the division was concerned, the whole stop never existed.
This is before the body cam.
Where's the excuse at, Mel?
Where's
the excuse at?
Yo, East, quiet.
No.
Young boy. Damn.
No,
All right,
where the
let's
fucking
respect
excuse
each
at?
other.
Nigga?
Ruby, I
Guys,
can tell you how that situation could have
let's
been.
respect each other on this panel. Okay,
All right,
so
so let me say something.
go ahead, GC, because GC didn't get to say anything. Go ahead, GC.
Let me say something. East,
All right,
I
E,
got it.
hold on.
So,
Go ahead, GC.
So I'm gonna say a couple of things. Ruby, I feel bad for what you went through. That was an egregious act of obvious racism. Definitely. Mel, bro, you was out of line for, assuming that they were somehow at fault initially. So,
No. Hold it.
I'm not gonna make a big deal out of it, Mel.
Hold on, Mel. 1 second.
I'm not gonna make a big deal out of it like East, but I will say that it was
Number
got a
one,
lot.
I didn't get the full detail what Ruby was
Well,
saying.
you should have waited, nigga.
But you made an assessment.
No,
I got it, East.
no.
Hold on, Mel. Hold on,
Guys,
Mel.
stop.
Mel.
Hold on. Somebody's
One at a
talking now.
time.
But see, once again, but you made the assessment without getting the detail. You didn't ask her what her friend said. You said that it happened because her friend said this.
Right.
You see,
Yes,
that type of thinking
yes,
is.
but she didn't get in full detail until Young East was interrupting.
That's
some
bullshit. No, you didn't
no,
let her.
so-
Guys,
You
lower
didn't
your
let her.
voice.
But
Stop
Mel,
yelling on my
but Mel,
channel.
you
Stop
asked.
yelling.
You ask. You don't assume. You know,
I didn't
come on now.
assume.
I
I
mean,
was trying
so
to act.
there
Young
is
East
a
interrupting
search.
constantly all the time.
You're lying.
Mel,
You
you
what? Nigga, what the
You're
fuck?
lying, nigga.
When
Come
you
on,
interrupt,
fucking lying.
Mel,
You're
stop,
lying.
stop, Mel. When you
No.
interrupt, you're causing East to interrupt. You know, I'm just saying, don't do stuff like that. I mean, it's cool that you did it. You know, just don't in the future. Like next time something like this happens, then just ask how this story. If you need details of how
I
the
was
story
trying
played
to
out,
get
ask.
details, but the fact is he
Stop
interrupted me.
interrupting. Mel, stop
He
interrupting.
jumped in before I could
Mel,
get
stop interrupting.
Mel,
Damn.
hold on.
What?
Mel, hold
Oh
Mel.
man, drop this nigga, man. Drop him, man. Drop
Hold on,
him,
guys.
dude. Damn.
Everybody, let's reset. Let's reset.
Yeah, sorry.
Mel, I'll give
Like
you.
their whole shit's
Let
going to seed
GC
over.
finish
Damn.
talking, and then I'll give you one more chance to talk after GC. Even if you don't agree with somebody, we're debating, we're having a conversation. Let's be respectful of each other.
Well,
Okay, so what were you saying, GT?
Okay, thank you. No, I said everything I had to say on that. You know.
Now, what did you have to say, Mel?
Well, no, there is something else I want to bring up because I want to circle back to the original topic of jackassery, if I may.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So, if you could share my screen.
Sure. Hold on.
Well, that shit fuck with my ears, man. All that damn banshee screaming.
This nigga be lying. Now you're gonna show some random nigga.
No, what? What that mean? No, I'm underage. I'm underage. No, I said, how y'all doing? Don't worry about it. We're fine. Why you got an attitude like that? Because he already came up to me. Now you're coming up to me. I don't want to talk. Oh, you know what I mean? Came out here half dressed. And then act like that nigga was talking. I thought I was very Christian, though. My bad. Why are you coming to you? You don't like black people? That's what it seems like. That is what it seems like. You don't like black people? You don't like niggas? All right. I love you. Just some work to tell you.
Goofy clown dudes that look like they about to sex traffic and damn shit.
Don't let him discourage y'all. I can tell by the lights, the dirty ass lights up on the light.
All right. Now, this classifies as general jackass behavior. Let's
What were they doing?
Yeah, I don't know why he's doing that shit like that. You're old as fuck. You're coming over here. I'm fucking 16 years old. Leave me the fuck alone. That's that. Since I told you I'm underage, you don't fucking listen. Yeah, goddamn.
Fair use.
I'm sorry. You still gonna put up with your shit right now? Yeah. Tell me, say you're beautiful women. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And I said I'm not in the mood for sweet joke. What's your mood, cuz?
I'm not in the mood. Fuck your mood. This is LA, cuz.
So you're gonna use this to basically say this all black men, right? This is jackassery. Okay.
This is LA and we don't give a fuck out here. Okay, so basically what I'm getting at is that these two guys were jackasses. Now, I got a question. Was she racist? Because he accused her of being racist. What, you don't like black people? Or
GC, is that the norm, GC? Is that the norm? Is that all black men? Is that the norm? Or is that some anecdotal whatever?
All black men.
Is that even a
but
typical
you're
black
trying to
man?
equate that to like jackassery as a
I
collective.
didn't say all. I like your not all argument. It doesn't apply here.
I didn't. Hey, I asked the question first of all. Second of all, we were talking about the collective of black people. We're talking about marches and all of that. So that's a lot of black people. Now you're taking like two niggas talking to some white bitch. Who
Put it like this. There are more niggas like this than there are people who march with King.
Ah, bullshit.
Bullshit.
How many people march with King?
Bullshit.
How many
I
people
wasn't
march with
alive
King?
back then.
All right, GC,
No,
tell me this.
you
What
don't have to be
percentage of
alive
black
to
men
read
do you
it.
think are like
Hold
this?
on, right
There
quick.
are
You
super
don't have to be alive
simps.
to read it. How many people march with King, sir?
I don't care. You doing that game? I don't care.
No.
That's
How
bullshit.
many people march with King? I'm
how
curious.
many niggas is going up on white girls saying I don't care about your age or whatever he said?
A large percentage of them, just
Miss
as
me
white
with
girls.
that. Miss me, nigga. Miss me.
Okay.
But here's the thing, though. A lot of white people are just as ain't shit, but white people as a collective are not judged by the worst of them. They're actually judged
Listen,
by the best
Ruby,
of them, and that's the
Ruby,
problem.
I'm not accusing society of being just. However, I do think that we should do a better job of managing our reputation. And jackasses
Sure.
like this,
I agree with that.
yeah, and jackasses like this don't help. Even if these are the only two niggas in the world now, and we know that it's not. We know that there are far more like them, far too many like them. We need to, have fewer jackasses in the world.
But GC, that doesn't justify.
No, I'm not saying
race.
it's justified.
Well, you're kind of saying
no,
that.
I'm not.
Well,
East,
that was the
listen to
original.
me. Listen to
That
me.
was the
I'm
original
not
argument.
saying it's just. I'm not saying it's just.
But
you see, the people of the 50s East. Hold on, let me rock. The people of the 50s understood society is not just. They understood that they had to do twice as much, to get half as much. They understood that. But you know what they did? They did it. They knew that they had to be twice as good to have this reputation to where the world abroad would understand the plight of mistreatment. They understood that. That's why they cleaned up their reputation. They made sure that their right quick, bro. They made sure that their reputation shined so brightly, to the point where when stuff happened, the other people look bad.
Okay, I agree with that, but that's a different argument. We're talking about the other groups, and particularly white groups that treat black people a type of way. Okay, it don't matter. It doesn't matter how they behave. They were just doing that. They treat black people with bad intention just because. As you can see with Classy Ruby's story, that's all. That was her.
No,
her
but
experience.
I get that. So there's two. So there's two types of races. There's behavioral racism.
No.
Okay.
No.
There's two types of reasons why brothers and sisters get treated like animals. One, because of just blind racism, and another is because far too many behave as animals.
That is bullshit.
So if you want to decrease the number of animalistic encounters that you have with other people, then stop being jackasses.
No,
that's all I'm
Decrease
saying.
it how much?
You're wrong. You are
How much do we
wrong as
decrease
hell.
it, DC?
Okay.
DC, how much do we decrease it? How many of us are like those two men in the video, and what percentage do we need to get down to?
Far too many, and as little
Like
as
what?
possible.
What's far too many? What percent would you guess?
Well, really, one is too many, and it was two of them. However, far too many. Like whatever the percent is, take it down as much as possible because it's too damn many niggas out there.
So we need 100%.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say 100%. I said as low as possible.
We got to be perfect angels in order for us to be treated with basic human dignity and shit.
Thank you for understanding that.
If I could just add something really quickly, because here's the thing, right? So I obviously live in Canada, a place where we don't have Black Americans or Black Canadians like that, right? We're an immigrant class predominantly. And so we don't have this history of, oh, well, there's the gangs and there's this and there's that. We've developed them pretty recently, right? But we didn't have that. And yet we still had the mistreatment, from this country that claims that it's,
right.
it's free of all racism. So I think if anything, Canada, Britain, places like that they're good case studies to illustrate the fact that literally you could have 100% compliance with non-jackassery, and it's not going to change not just personal racism, because personal racism is one thing. People are going to be individually racist, and it is what it is. To an extent, we were kind of made to be that way. But when we have the larger institutions, that kind of have this bias built in, against Black people, where, you know, and there's really no checks and balances to it, right? So you can look at the statistics and go, oh, look at these Black people, they're charged with more felonies and this and that and blah 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 blah. But when they go and they actually delve a little bit deeper, what they find out is that it's not that Black people are committing worse crimes or whatever, they just get worse punishment. You know, the felony charges stick. You know, first, you have a significant, it's like, I can't remember how many times greater it is that for a first offense, a non-violent first offense, that Black people will get jail time, whereas in white people will get something that involves the charges being discharged, right, or dismissed after a period of time. So, I mean, there's a lot more to it than just, oh, well, just start acting like a jackass, because if that was the case, then only the jackasses would be facing this problem. But the fact of the matter is, it's not just the jackasses, and it's not just an American problem. It's a Western world issue, whereby there is, you know, these racist belief systems have followed through about Black people being less than human, about them being violent, about them, you know, you see dark skin, you associate it with violence and criminality and worthlessness and homelessness and unemployment and all of these things that aren't actually, you know, it's not a fair association. As you said, society isn't just. The problem is that should we stop the jackassery? Should we do what we need to do to fix the issues within our community? Yes, absolutely. I agree with that. You know, I don't think it's as simple of a problem as some people think it is to solve, but the point is, do we need to solve it? Absolutely. Do I think that that's going to change some of these inherent biases and racist things that are happening to us? No, because I don't think it has anything to do inherently with the individual being a bad person. But see, just like what happened in me telling my story, what happens when Black people tell their stories? What happens when the story comes on the news about a Black person being a victim of a crime, right? Automatically we go, what did you do wrong? You must have fucked up. Oh, you know how those Black women stay. You know how those Black men are, right? It's an automatic thing. We don't do that to white victims. White victims of crime are innocent. They try to find the most innocent, angelic picture of that poor victim. But when it's us, they try to find a picture of us to criminalize us, even though we're the victim, right? So, I mean, it's a lot deeper than that.
Thank you.
I get it, Ruby. You also brought up some things that are uniquely Canadian, but I do get the overall what you're saying. What I'm saying is that our ancestors had a plan. It was a step by step. If I could count it properly, I think it was a 3-step process into solving the problem of, you know, innate racism. And step 1 was stop being a jackass.
Oh my God! There wasn't even niggas running around like that back then.
That's because they implemented step 1.
No.
That's because they implemented step 1. Anyway,
oh my
God. Step 1, stop being a jackass. Bro. Step 2, plead your case to the world.
Oh my God.
Step 3, get the hose. Step 4, you see you point out to the world that they are turning the hose on non-jackass people. Step 5, continue to not be a jackass. Now, step 5 is where we drop the ball.
Oh my God.
Step 5 is where we drop the ball. We were supposed to continue not being a jackass and then show the world, see, no hose means no jackass. Like, that is where we drop the ball at step 5. Now, what we have to do again is start again at step 1. Step 1 is, everybody, Melody, Ray, step 1.
GC.
Don't be a jackass.
They don't know.
Don't be a jackass.
Don't do this.
Don't do this. Stop being a jackass.
Right.
We are back at step 1, unfortunately, because the boomers messed up step 5. This time, let's get it right. Don't become a jackass again, ever.
GC. Back in those days, there were more intact listen. Back in those days, there were more intact Black families. Okay,
exactly.
Hold on, GC. Hold on. I got you.
All right.
There wasn't that many broken homes, so there was a lot of Black people that was decent growing up. It wasn't jackasses. So you talking about this don't be a jackass thing, like they were doing that. When white people were treating black people badly back then, they were just doing it. Nobody was being a jackass. Okay. And now you're talking about going back to not being a jackass. We dropped the ball at whenever. Listen, we shouldn't, as black people, have to prove our humanity to other races of people. They should just leave us alone just cause we're human, we're people. Okay, the fact that we have to do this tiptoe and dance around and tiptoe around them and act like we goody two shoes when they get to do whatever the fuck they want to do. That's racism in and of itself. That we got to embody this perfect being of a human being just so that we could get basic civil rights. That's bullshit. And the fact that you think that black people, the fact that, hold on, Mel, the fact that you think that black people have to live up to a higher standard than other races of people, it makes me believe that you think that black people, they're diminished in your eyes. So you actually believe the propaganda that black, well, actually, yeah, of course you do. You believe that black people are jackasses collectively right now. And I think you'll agree to that shit. That's where you fucked up. But go ahead.
Well, I would say this. Okay, let's go way farther back in time.
There is far too high concentration of jackasses in the black community, yes. So do I believe that the collective, do I believe that all black people are jackasses? Of course not. However, we are a community of far too many jackasses in them. Now, what I am saying, simply put, is don't be a jackass. See, here's the thing. There isn't another group of people that actually have to argue the virtues of not being a jackass. Try to find another community where they are defending the right to be a jackass. Nope, it doesn't happen.
White people.
Yeah,
especially rich white people. Yep.
Yeah.
What do you think that they get to defend it? Yeah, they literally have a legal argument for being rich and white and to get you out of being like. Remember at the affluenza? Defense?
What I'm saying is they don't have to fight for the right or do it. They just said, "I'm rich, I'm white, I'll be a jackass." Now,
no, and then they go to court and they say boys will be boys. They say affluenza.
I get it. There's Ruby. It seems as if that there is like a inner jackass in you that that's just saying, hey, how come this rich white guy get to be a jackass and I don't? You see,
no,
I don't get jealous of people who get to be jackasses. Okay, I just say, you know something, I really don't want to be a jackass. Like, and if by some miracle I turned rich and white and I had every opportunity to be a jackass, yes, I probably would. I would be Batman if I had every right to be a jackass. I would use my billions to dress up as a cape, go around and fuck it. Okay, like that is how I would spend my billions if I was rich and I had the opportunity to be a jackass. I don't. I understand that. I understand that as a black man that grew up poor, I have a certain plight, and to help with that plight, I have to not be a jackass. It's unfortunate, I know. It's oppression, I know. The man has his foot on my ass, and it can't even be jacked because of that. I get it. It's not a big
sit down.
No, I was just answering your question. You said that there's not another group. I said there is white people because you can. I mean, the evidence is very strong.
Fight for the right to be jackasses. They already have that right. I'm saying we don't have the right to be jackasses, so don't stop.
And that's a problem right there.
So we don't have equal rights.
Is that a problem?
Yes,
you want the right to be a jackass?
Yes.
You want that
No,
right?
we're not equal. We're not equal. We don't have equal rights.
We're not equal.
I don't give a shit. I understand that.
And that's
I
your problem.
understand that. It's
And
not fair. Am I saying that the system is fair? No. I'm saying
that's
that in this unfair
okay, I'm gonna try. Okay, hold on.
There was something that Kevin Samuel had said. He had said that we're the losers, and he said that the white men
you making sense,
are.
bro.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Melody. You got it.
I was saying, Kevin Samuels was saying the reason why things are how it is because we're the losers and the white people are the winners. The white people won.
Won what? What did they win?
I guess they
won the right to be jackasses.
Right. I don't.
When did they win
They're
that?
winning. They haven't won.
They're the winning, right? They're the winning team. They
I don't know
basically
what the
took
fuck y'all talking about.
over
They won
the
it in
Western society,
1492.
so
They
that's why they're the standard of everything. They're a
they
standard
didn't
of
even
beauty.
conquer. Listen, they didn't even conquer black people. They bought them. If anything,
Well,
they
well,
just said
Well,
selling,
you
they
ain't
selling
selling
didn't
it.
people.
If
Hold
you
on, hold
you
on.
they
said
didn't
that,
win
y'all,
Selling,
shit.
how
selling
did
people
that
They
is the
actually
paid for
jackass
you.
happen?
thing to do.
But how
It's
did that
TV
actually
that make it
happen?
seems that way, but that's not really the truth.
God
They
damn it.
paid for us. They
And
paid
how did that
dollars.
actually happen?
Cause
Because
niggas,
they took over everything. They came,
no,
they
No,
took it
No,
from
no,
the
no,
Indian.
no.
no.
Wait,
Listen,
selling
no. We sold ourselves to them.
Yeah, we
like a
sold ourselves.
jackass.
Just like you
All
said,
right,
the
GC.
jackass. That's
listen.
part. We sold
All
Let,
right,
our
GC.
own to other people the way we did.
I'm gonna read the
That's
super
Hold our
chat real
own.
quick. I'm gonna
a
read the
jackass
super
move.
chat because it's been up for a
Hold
long
our
time.
own, Mel.
Let her
So,
read it. Let her read
Sun
it.
is Hot Rock, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, "That's nonsense, Mel. He assaulted Ruby for what someone else did. I've seen white
White
people go
people. Yeah.
ballistic on cops and they don't even get a scratch, so there's no excuse."
Big fact. Big fact. Big fact.
So
I've
you
seen it.
down there might as well fight these motherfuckers to the death. Yeah, shit, they gonna try to fuck you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, why I guess they earned the right. I hate to sound
They
like
didn't
this,
earn
but
it.
they earned the right to be how they are.
They didn't
They
earn.
didn't
What are you
earn it.
talking about? You
It's
think?
strength in
No,
numbers.
hold on,
But
stop,
they
stop.
have it. So how
No,
did they
stop
get
it,
it?
stop
They
it.
have
You're
the
talking.
right. It's
Hold on.
called
You're
white
talking.
privilege. It's
No,
called white privilege
because they're the
You're
dominant
talking.
society.
No,
because they're the
listen.
dominant society.
Listen, didn't
Thank you,
earn
Ruby.
it. They didn't
You're
earn
welcome.
it. They killed people for it. They were Jesus Christ. We're talking about criminal behavior, big criminal enterprise. Okay, we are victims of human trafficking. You're talking about they earned it. They didn't earn black people. It was human trafficking, and they killed the natives. That was murder and genocide. That's not
Right.
earning anything.
So
So stop giving them credit.
why is it white privilege then? Why do they have the
You
privilege?
calling it white privilege. It's really just racism. It's
Melody,
all just racism.
Damn it.
they don't even think white privilege exists. Okay, and
Yes,
here's
they
what I'm
do. They
saying. I
know.
don't,
They
but they
know.
say it doesn't. They say it doesn't, right?
Yeah, they'll
Here's what
say
I'm
it.
saying. I don't care. I don't care how they did it. I'm not bound to respect it. There's nothing they did that made me honor bound to respect how they treat us. Okay, so I don't care how they did it. I don't even. They definitely didn't earn it, because if they earned it, it would have been fair and square, and we'd have no choice but to respect it.
Right.
Well, to be fair, also, someone walked me through your constitution once. And so, it's like, okay, well, now Black people, have rights, right? Constitutional rights. But then
Do we?
also, somewhere in the Constitution, it says that Black people have there's no right that a Black person has that a white person has to respect. It literally is in the Constitution. And I was like, well, he told me that was in the Constitution. I'm like, no, that's bullshit, right? So he actually showed me. I'm like, oh, wow,
The
it's in the
Three-Fifths Compromise is in
Constitution.
the Constitution.
Yeah, the white people don't have to
Slave
respect the
Act is in the
It's
constitutional
the
right.
hidden clause. You just got to flip the book, the papers around, flip it upside down, and read it backwards, and it tell
The
you.
newer amendments override the older amendments, but yes, the Three-Fifths Compromise is in the Constitution. The Fugitive Slave Act is in the Constitution. So, yeah.
Like, I mean, and not for anything, but and this is why I think feminism is a complete and utter waste of time, because, for all of the feminism, oh, let's fight to bare our boobs on Facebook. But technically, women do not have equal rights in America because the Equal Rights Amendment was never ratified because feminism is too busy fighting for the right to bare their nipples in public, which is just stupid, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, there's a lot of iffy stuff in America. If you actually really look at it, don't look at the way people are living, but do you have a right, or is it just a privilege they're affording you right now, so you shut up? Because that's kind of what it seems like a lot is when it comes to Black rights. It's they say, for example, well, they can't make any laws to specifically protect Black people because that would be, racist and unfair and whatever. And then they make laws to protect Asian people. They make laws to protect everyone else, but not Black people. Right? I mean, it's a little bit insane, right?
Listen. Black people gotta black people gotta get justice in the
Right
dark.
there. Remember what happened to Ice
Mhm.
Cube last year? It was last year when he wanted to go to Trump, and see what he had a plan for black people. What happened? Those 4 heifer hens talked about, what about black women? And he said, you are black people, right? Yeah, like he was ready to put certain things aside. Like, you know what? Whatever leader we got, I just want to know what's for my people. We got people that actually fighting for us, and we got enemies amongst our own. Want to put us as a separate entity.
I understand. I think they're just being women. I'm sorry. They're just being cheap. That's just women.
Excuses for women, for our black women.
Yeah, but you know, girls.
Later talking about are we not stepping up being leaders and everything. That's one of the first act of being a leader.
But you should have. That was easy to shut down. It's just a bunch of girls. What about us? Yeah.
They still have more political power than over us as much.
In
a lot of ways.
No.
Yes, they do. They got a lot of their money and resources together and got laws passed more in their favor.
That's
you got a billionaire company talking about they giving $1 billion to fund they shit.
That's philanthropy.
We gonna say that shit with us?
Somebody just being a philanthropist. That's because you know what it is. A lot of black women run their households, so somebody was just giving free money, being a philanthropist.
And we've been giving free money to them for so many years in these family communities, and you know it for yourself. It's still dysfunctional the way they is. They chose to run us, our family households, to run the way we're supposed to, and now they're thinking of running on themselves. We still helping their asses, making excuses for them so much.
Mel, you said that was political power. That's just somebody being a philanthropist. That was all that was.
And they still getting political rights over us also too.
Like what?
Black women have made a choice. Trade us for.
Like what?
Like what?
Yeah.
Okay, what about the abortion rights?
What? That's all women.
That's not black. That has nothing to do with black women, A, and B, not for anything, but they are constantly fighting against abortion rights and basically doing stuff that kind of finds loopholes in the Constitution, so that way they can basically take away the constitutional right to abortion for women in a lot of different states, especially the Bible Belt. So, and they've been doing that nonstop since Roe v. Wade was passed. So.
But
again, that's a white woman fight. That's not our fight. That's nothing to do with black women. That's a white women versus white men fight.
But who's benefiting way more than that being how we are? You get a woman pregnant and they telling her, "I don't want you to have I want to have my baby and stuff like that. I'll take care of it." Who's benefiting more than that? We not benefiting all that shit.
But that's
not black women specific. That's all women.
Yeah, that's all women.
That's all women. And the thing is, actually, if anything, what ended up happening
in our community is more of us getting that abortion in our community than other people, other races.
That's actually not true.
Yeah,
but
the numbers don't show that.
Yeah, but what's interesting, which a lot of people didn't realize, right, is that Planned Parenthood, only 8% of their services were abortion. And none of that was actually government funding, right? The other 92% was about family planning and, helping with the actual giving you free checkups when you are pregnant and, giving you free contraceptives and stuff like that. So when, fighting to shut down Planned Parenthood, it's not really fighting to shut down abortion. It's fighting to shut down everything else that was helping poor communities, especially actually do something about, all of this unplanned pregnancies and the, terrible stuff that they might be doing during pregnancy and even early childhood education. So, I mean, we don't realize necessarily because, we're talking about a lot of these topics sometimes from, say, a dating perspective, and we're not looking at what else is going on and how we are actually being negatively affected by the white people's fight for whatever the hell they're doing.
I'm in a website right now. The abortion percentage between each ethnicity race, we got the highest number. Blacks is at 38%, and this is one something from 2019.
Percent.
White women is 33%. Others is 7%. Hispanic is 21%.
Listen, percent is very different from actual number.
That is actual numbers. We
This nigga don't get it, Joe.
You don't get it, bro. What the hell? 100% of women, when they separated, what's the percentage? White women's 33%. Black women are 38%.
The point he's
33% of white women.
38% of what?
Numbers of abortion of all the ethnicities in this country.
Mel, can you turn your mic down or stop yelling, please?
38% of what? That's the question. 38% of a small number.
He thinks that 38% of black women is equal to 33% of white women. He don't know the math.
No,
But
he's
you
saying
have
no.
to-
I mean,
you have
if he's reading,
He just doesn't know the
I
math.
got you, Mel. I got you, Mel.
brother.
Wait.
I got you.
Hold
If
on.
he's
I want to hear what
She
GC
said
got to say. What happened,
38%
GC?
of black
if
women
he's
are
reading, if
What
he's reading
happened,
the stats
GC?
right, if he's reading the stats right, and it's 30% of women
38.
who's been pregnant, then he's basically saying per capita that they have a higher divorce rate. I mean, of course, you're not going to have as many
divorce rate.
because
I'm saying
it's
the
way
legal
more. I got it, Mel.
No,
I got it, Mel.
you're not
abortion
talking right
Because
now.
I got it, Mel. Because it's way more white women. So that's never going to be the case. I mean, people got to stop running by that and playing the numbers game. Now, what I think that the statistic may read is 30% of the 38% of the abortions are by black women. I think that might be because that makes more sense, which is actually worse in their favor because that means that per capita is much larger than the 14% of the population or the female population that they are. So yeah, I
We're
think
talking
that
about
goes there.
5%,
Either
though,
way,
right?
either way,
You kind of
hold
explained
on.
that perfectly.
Either
right
way,
there.
it's a bad look.
Out of
No, it's a bad.
all
It's
the
a
women,
bad
how many
look.
percent of women is getting abortions? We still got the highest numbers. So
Well, we're
Yeah,
not
so
doing.
that's what I was suspecting. That's what I expected. So yeah, actually, it's worse because that means that it's less women. However, they account for a larger percentage of the
Yeah, just
overall
like the
abortion.
murder rate.
that's
I
actually
get you.
Yeah,
doing.
but you know what though? If you then you have to start controlling for other factors other than just race, right? Because if you control for race and
You didn't say that.
socioeconomic status, no, I'm saying, right? Because when we're just going to compare race, no, but you compare race and socioeconomic status as far as like, okay, so if you're under the poverty line, right? What's the percentage of abortions, right? Because that, I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, on one side, what we're saying is, okay, well, these women are having one-time hookups with people. They should never have gotten pregnant, right? They should have been on birth control. They should have been on something. You definitely don't want to be the father of that kid. You definitely don't want to be on child support for that kid, but they should have had the kid.
No, they wasn't going into detail like
Well,
that.
I mean,
At
so
the end of
Ruby,
the day, there's more white babies
I
being
mean, the
Big
aborted.
things that you
struggle.
described, Ruby, the things that you described that led to the abortion are what I call jackass behavior.
Thank you.
If you find yourself
You're
in an
playing the
abortion
numbers
clinic,
game.
if you find yourself in the need of something like that, chances are it's because of some jackass crap you did. So what I'm saying is greatly reduce the
Here we
amount
go
of
with the
jackass
jackass.
behaviors, and then Mel wouldn't have to read out statistics like this.
No,
You would do it
I
just
agree
yourself.
with you, but
doesn't
here
matter
my
though.
issue is this. My issue is this, okay? Either, because this is what it comes down to. You're right. Jackass behavior, this
Exactly.
one-time casual hookup, no condom, no birth control, never should have happened. But the point is, it does. Given that it happened, though, right? We have a large proportion of men in this space talking about, child support, the child support laws, how they have no, they can't opt out of being a father and they're put on child support and now it's ruining their lives, right? So the thing is, okay, well, if a woman is in that, fine, jackass behavior, I agree with you, right? But she gets pregnant from jackass behavior, right? Is it a better or worse choice for her to go forward and then now you're on child support, it's ruining your life and whatever, or for her to terminate a pregnancy that neither of you ever wanted, that should never have really happened except for the jackass behavior because you're being a jackass. And you know what? Realistically, at the end of the day, do we really want jackasses who have such poor life planning skills raising more children in poverty so that way they can be, baby mama number 5 and then meanwhile they have 7 children of their own? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, and this is what I'm saying, I think sometimes we have to pick a struggle. Like we can't be angry
The
at
lesser
both
evil.
of these things.
The
Right.
lesser evil, yeah. I get you.
Ruby, what I'm saying is the solution to the abortion problem isn't that they have the kid and raise them as a jackass. The solution is don't be a jackass. Like,
yes, but they're already jackasses, right? Like we have to raise the next generation coming
Like if
different,
you know you're a jackass, stop. Like what you do is you watch that How to Not Be a Jackass movie, and then you stop. Like there's a tutorial out there, I'm sure,
on how to stop being a jackass.
Yeah, there's no. See,
stop being a jackass for
by
idiots.
definition, that's why they're jackasses, dude. By definition, that's why they're jackasses. They don't listen.
They don't know how.
They don't know how to listen. So that just that just defeats the purpose. I don't know what you're trying to go.
All right, well, I mean, maybe like give them a pamphlet at the abortion clinic.
No, just simple law, just simple regulation. Another like in order to stop out of wedlock births and to stop all these aborted babies, there literally gotta be jail time behind having a baby in the wrong context. Period.
Well,
Like if you don't have your finances together,
And it's
if you're not married,
Jail,
if you're not
jail
married,
time for who?
for anybody that wants to be a jackass and have a baby below the poverty line.
So if
Okay.
you get a woman pregnant, you should go
Yeah.
to jail.
then you're both going to
Yeah.
jail.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
here's my
Yeah.
thing.
It
What
gotta be
happens
that.
to the baby?
So guys,
What
so
happens
in
to the
India,
baby?
here's the thing.
The dude,
Okay,
It gotta
what
be like that though. People are sexually irresponsible.
No,
It
that's
gotta
true.
be like.
But here's the thing. A lot of men don't realize actually that when they say, "Oh, there's 40 different types of birth control for women," there's really not. There's like hormonal birth control, right? And there's a whole bunch of different ways of using hormonal birth control. But at the end of the day, they're all hormonal birth control, and they often have really negative effects. Now, and so therefore compliance is low. Why? Because it makes you, first of all, it makes you not want to have sex at all. It makes you feel, sometimes you gain weight, acne, all these terrible effects. In fact, they're the same effects that men were getting when they trialed the male birth control pill, and compliance was low. Why? Because who the hell wants to take a pill to avoid pregnancy that makes you literally limp dick, right? So now here's the thing. India needed to solve this problem. And so they came up with a birth control pill. It's called Saheli. Saheli is a non-hormonal birth control pill. It's just as effective as a hormonal birth control pill. It has zero symptoms, like no negative symptoms at all, no lasting effects after you stop taking it, and you only have to take it once a week. Okay? Saheli is how India got their, overpopulation problem under control, because it's very high compliance, right? And it's very good. But America, Canada, these Western worlds will not approve them. Why? Because you know what? Our birth rate is in the toilet, and they want our birth rate to go up. So they don't actually give a shit about our individual issues. They need our birth rate to go up, right?
Yeah,
and that's why
I
they won't
think that it
approve
no matter the
this.
condition of the human
Well,
being.
I think that I think that that it wasn't approved because in the West we have a superior method of birth control. It's called a blowjob.
Oh my god!
You're such a jackass.
You're gonna jackass right there.
Oh yeah, okay, I was stop.
Oh my god, you're too much.
She'll be swallowing my kids, yo.
You know why? Because I really thought he was gonna say something. I really did. I was expecting like some science fiction or something, and he's like blowjobs. I was listening.
Wait, time
to you.
out. You don't think they give blowjobs in India?
Yes, of course they do. But
GC, you don't think they give blowjobs in India?
Nah, it was just a setup for a joke, brother.
Oh, I'm not debating no Indian
y'all could try. Fuck the woman in her ass and cream by her ball.
Dang, that was graphic, man.
yeah, a little bit.
I don't think black girls is into that.
That's what white girls do.
I don't think that's a. Well, black girls always late to like hypersexual shit. The white girls always be. They're ahead of the
white girls do that to preserve their virginity for their husbands.
Yeah.
Right?
Matter of fact, I know the Jewish community do that. Yeah,
for real.
Yeah,
for real.
No, all the sex workers I know, some of their clients be them Hasidic Jews and stuff like that. Yeah, they can't do certain things with their wives and stuff. So I know that for a fact.
That's what they do. For real. I went to school with a lot of white girls.
Hold on, Mel. You would appreciate a woman that told you that she got her butthole banged out, but she preserved.
Oh my goodness!
She preserved.
She ain't gonna tell you that.
I want to know.
Yeah, mine.
Say it again, say it again. Say that whole thing.
No, don't say it again, please.
I'm not gonna say it again. I'm not gonna say. You would appreciate a woman that say all she gave was blowjobs, but she saved her vaginal entry for you. You would appreciate that?
No, you don't tell. They never tell. They'll never tell you. As far as you're concerned, they're a real virgin.
Yeah, I know they gonna say that.
Actually, you know what, you know what? There was a porn star that did that. I forgot her name. Laura, whatever her name was.
Laura.
Yeah, light skinned black chick.
Aurora Jolie.
Yeah, she did that.
You guys are freaks.
She said,
I'm a freak, but I'm
disturbed that I.
Wait, y'all don't know who Aurora
is? Look her up. Yeah, all her sees is nothing but anal, and she did do vaginal with
that's a girl.
She
Is
said
the
she
word
said
Jolie
Well,
like
you can
Angelina Jolie?
see if
Wait,
she has a vagina or not. I
all she
mean,
did
no,
was
she
anal,
said
and you
it
didn't know she was a
no,
girl.
she said I don't do vaginal penetration scenes because I'm saving that for when I fall in love. But she did anal.
damn,
That's crazy.
I have no words for that one.
And somebody's supposed to take her after she's been on so many films like that. That's crazy.
No, but you know, I don't know. To me, society's backwards anyway. Like
Wife
the
a lot
way that
that dick
people are,
rippers.
where
We
they'll
try to
like,
smash them. Okay.
yo, a blowjob these days is like equivalent to a kiss. Where to me, a blowjob is way more intimate and serious than sex. Like you want me to put that in my mouth, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's next
Yo, 'cause
level.
if she been pounded out in that vagina so much, it's like, yo, the best sex you can get from her is a blowjob.
I would take a girl that's not. Hold on, I would take a girl that's not a virgin. Okay, that means somebody gave her vaginal sex, but she never gave a blowjob. For I kiss a girl in the mouth that ain't never gave a blowjob. She ain't got to be a virgin. I don't even like. I prefer a chick is not a virgin anyway. But yeah, like that. I think that shit is overrated. The vaginal, like, oh, I'm a virgin. Like my sheath isn't broken. Like I don't give a fuck about. I hope it's broken. I don't care.
No, I feel you on that though. Like, I mean,
I would never know what it is to be with a virgin anyway.
Yeah, I did it for it. There's a lot of blood. There's a lot of blood.
Oh
like
yeah,
a
of
murder
course.
scene.
Yeah, you were first.
I did
No,
it.
you know what's funny though? Not necessarily. It depends because like the boyfriend that I had, right, for like 4 years, you know, and you would think for 4 years, of course my hymen would be gone. But then my next boyfriend actually broke my hymen. I didn't know I
Wait,
still
his
had
joint
it.
was that little?
It wasn't that small. It really wasn't that
Nah,
small,
he
but
was working with the shrimp. He had the shrimp. He was working with a little shrimp.
yeah, it was like
You
average size, you know, like it wasn't like it was like
nah.
average human size. It wasn't average
The
black
woman
guy
that
size, but it was average human size.
got a
Small,
missile that
small.
expands. But when she first had sex, like she says, a hymen, like she never penetrated herself to see how it is. So it's like
No,
first
he
time.
didn't hit. He didn't get to the. It didn't reach, man.
No, apparently, so we figured out it tore, but like a little, like it had torn halfway. It tore
So he
enough, but
bumped
not all the way.
Yeah, I'm talking about blown out
When
coochie.
you first had sex with a girl, then you her first, you're gonna do some tearing down there because she's not used to being
Yeah.
penetrated like that. That's the first
Listen,
time. Yeah,
he
it's gonna
didn't
feel
know.
that
He
way.
just banged against the wall. He ain't. He didn't go
When
through, man.
it comes to different
So,
sizes,
So y'all
guys,
talking about blown out
guys,
coochie.
Yes,
guys,
ma'am.
any final thoughts because it's bedtime for me. It's
All
3 o'clock
right.
here in New Jersey. So, any final thoughts before I shut down?
Thanks for having me, Melanie. Peace, everybody.
Thanks for coming. Peace.
Yes.
I want to ask
Thank
a
you
question.
for being
All
a
right,
good
right on, sis.
distraction.
Thanks, sis, for having me on. All right, I'm out, sis. Peace.
All right. Good night, everybody.
All
Hey,
right.
wait, Mel.
Good night.
Thanks for having
Good
me.
night. Thanks for coming. And make sure you guys come to my show tomorrow. It should be interesting. It should be fun.
was with the Brittany Renner topic tomorrow.
We're going to be talking
What
about that
time is
fresh
it?
and fit thing.
Yeah. Them guys.
Yeah.
What time?
7 Eastern time. Let's do.
Oh, you ain't got
Okay.
work today?
Okay.
Next day
Huh?
already.
Oh, I do have to work.
Oh,
5:30.
girl, you need to go to sleep. What?
I don't know if I could now.
Call out.
Girl,
I'm
it's
gonna try. I'll
2.5
take a nap.
hours.
Yeah, I'm
Damn.
gonna take a nap and
She
then a
young.
shower.
That's
know,
true. You
so
young. I forgot about them days.
Catches up to you when you get older.
You got to work in 2.5 hours?
Yo,
yeah,
I used to
I'm
do
gonna
that.
take a nap.
I used to go to the bar, then go to the after hours, get home around, we'll say
Let's not
3:34,
keep her.
take a shower, crash,
Go to
and then
work.
wake up like an hour and a half later and go to work all week. So I
That's
feel you.
crazy.
It's gonna hurt, but you can do it. I believe in you.
I can do it. I can do it. I've done it before.
Well, you know,
All
Melody,
You have a good night,
you might
Melody.
as well
All right.
just
Good
keep
night, Melody.
All right,
All right. Make sure you guys come to my show.
All right.
Melody.
Yeah. All right.
Melody,
Yes.
Cheers, y'all.
you might as well just keep the show going so we can keep you up till you go to work.
You know what? No, because
Let her take her nap.
I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna shut it down.
Yeah, I'm playing.
Bye.
All right, later on.
Good night.
Later. Good night.